say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oi! What up, fools? Today I can't see shit right now. Fuck. Today is 2/4/2026. I think it's 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. I spent too long looking at my cell phone again, and every time I do that, my eyes get all blurry and cross-eyed and shit. So can't see shit. But alright. How y'all doing? Don't answer. I can't see it. Let's see. Fucking shite, mate. Bloody hell, mate. Who the fuck do you think you are? Okay, there.
The Trump administration announced that they're going to be investigating me and my friends. And they're going to try and indict me under the FACE Act, the same act that they just indicted Don Lemon under. However, they don't really have a case, but I don't think that's going to stop them from charging me and arresting me. That's just my opinion. I don't think the facts matter to them. I think they're just looking for clicks.
True. True. That's what Don Lemon said before he got arrested as well, as he was like, I don't think that they're gonna have any real charges against me, but I don't think that's gonna stop them from arresting me.
They want clickbait. I mean, the administration is just a bunch of content creators.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes. That's what I was about to say is, yeah, well, it's just a bunch of fucking content creators anyways, so yep, that's all they're doing is just trying to make content.
So here's a little bit on what happened. Last Tuesday, January 27th, my friends and I went into Democrat Congressman Tom Suozzi's political town hall. We RSVP'd using our names, went in through the front door, went through metal detectors. He started speaking. We interrupted him, and we were thrown out. I was thrown out while trying to read the names of the 9 people that died in ICE custody just in the month of January. The police were called. They came to the scene, said, well, nothing has happened. Everyone's been nonviolent. We really appreciate if you leave the premises, keep going. And we said, yep, okay, great. See you later. Have a good one. And we left. This was a protest of Democrat Tom Suozzi funding ICE. This is a political town hall. People were invited. So right now, my friends and I are lawyered up, and we are in this holding pattern. We're just basically waiting for the feds to come kick down our door. From what I've heard, they like to arrive between 5 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. That's the sweet spot for them. And I'm not going to stop fighting, and you shouldn't stop fighting either. This is what they're trying to do. They want to go after protesters, and the second they find the small...
How do town halls count under the FACE Act? That's not... Those weren't even included in the FACE Act, were they? Am I crazy? I thought the town halls were... I thought it was like mostly abortion clinics, churches, hospitals, shit like that.
Smallest thing, they're going to use it. This is not how democracy works. This is not how democracy should work. The Trump administration announced that they're going to...
What is this? Police is the same almost everywhere. On October 24th, 2024, San Diego Police SDPD responded to a domestic violence call involving a gun. They surrounded a home and ordered occupants out. Compliance Marcus Evans, 31, exited shirtless with his hands raised. The attack, while appearing compliant and unarmed, police fired multiple less than lethal beanbags rounds at Evans, breaking his tibia. Police dog was then released, biting Evans on the arm. Okay, I don't care. If it doesn't give me a reason to hate Trump, yeah, I'm sorry. That happened under Biden, so we don't care.
After an agent yelled, I had not wanted to pull into a blocked chaotic intersection, but verbally agreed to do so and rolled down my window after an agent yelled, "Move, I will break your effing window." His first instruction. Agents on all sides of my vehicle yelled conflicting threats and instructions that I could not process while watching for pedestrians. Then the glass of the passenger side window flew across my face. I yelled, "I'm disabled," at the hands grabbing at me, and an agent said, "Too late." I felt immersed in a pattern, and I thought of Genoa Donald, an autistic black man killed by police during a traffic stop in 2021. I remembered Mr. Sliberio Gonzalez, who was killed by ICE in his vehicle last year. An agent pulled a large combat knife in front of my face, which I thought was for cutting me, and later learned was used to cut off my seatbelt. Shooting pain went through my head, neck, and wrists when I hit the ground face first and people leaned on my back. I felt the pattern, and I thought of Mr. George Floyd, who...
Yeah, it's too late for you to be disabled. You should have been disabled earlier.
Who was killed 4 blocks away. I was carried face down through the street by my cuffed arms and legs while yelling that I had a brain injury and was disabled. I now cannot lift my arms normally. I was never asked for ID, never told I was under arrest, never read my rights, and never charged with a crime. Approaching the Whipple Center, I saw black and brown bodies shackled together, chained together, being marched by yelling agents outdoors. I continue to hear the word bodies because that is how agents refer to us. We're bringing in a body. They're bringing in bodies, 7, 8 at a time. Where do I put them? We can't use that room. There's already a body in there. You have no reason to believe you will make it out alive if you are already being called a body. Agents repeatedly had to stop and ask how to do tasks. I received no medical screening, phone call, or access to a lawyer. I was denied a communication navigator when my speech began to slur. Agents laughed as I tried to immobilize my own neck. I asked for my cane and was told no, pulled up my arms and prodded forward in leg irons by agents laughing and saying, "Walk, you can do it, walk." Agents did not know if the facility had a wheelchair. When I was finally placed in one to be taken to interrogation, an agent taunted, "You were driving, right? So your legs do work." I pleaded for emergency medical care for over an hour after my vision had become blurry, my heart rate went through the roof, and the pain in my neck and head became unbearable. It was denied. When I became unable to speak, my cellmate pleaded for me. The last sounds I remember before I blacked out on the cell floor were my cellmate banging on the door, pleading for a medic, and a voice outside saying, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes." When I opened my eyes at Hennepin County's emergency room, I learned I was brought there to be treated for assault.
What the fuck?
Can you take
I
Thank you, Member Donald, an autistic black man killed by police during a traffic stop in outdoors. I continue to hear the word bodies. I pleaded for emergency medical care for over an hour after my vision had become blurry, my heart rate went through the roof, and the pain in my neck and head became unbearable. It was denied. When I became unable to speak, my cellmate pleaded for me. The last sounds I remember before I blacked out on the cell floor were my cellmate banging on the door, pleading for a medic, and a voice outside saying, "We don't want to step on Ice's toes." When I opened my eyes at Hennepin County's emergency room, I learned I was brought there to be treated for assault. The impacts of DHS detention on my physical, mental, and financial well-being and safety have been very severe, but I do not deserve more humane treatment than anyone else, U.S. citizen or not. And I am here today with a strong spirit and a duty to the many people who haven't had the privilege to tell their stories or see their loved ones come home. I'm
pretty sure this woman sitting here, I'm pretty sure you guys remember we went over a couple of videos where a woman just drove around an ICE officer, and apparently that ICE officer just started shooting at her and then said that she rammed his car numerous times. I'm pretty sure that's her. Yes, listen to her story next. It's insane. Fucking wild, dude. Fucking insane.
Extremely distressed by the pattern that violence from law enforcement has been happening to Black and Indigenous communities for centuries, and to DHS survivors for over 20 years. We call ourselves a civilized nation, but we lack rules and accountability around what a person claiming to be law enforcement is permitted to do to another human being. I am not afraid, and I'm not afraid to keep working on this problem even after ICE is gone. Thank you for your time.
Support journalism you trust.
Yeah, I don't know how to find her. Oh wait, she's right. I think this is her.
Yes, I'm crazy. I got no heart. For real. No heart. No heart.
I've never been that scared in my life. All I could think of was my son. I needed to get back to my boy.
On October 10th last year, Figueroa had just dropped her son off at school and was on her way to work when she came across a chaotic scene.
And that's when he sideswipes me.
Border Patrol agents exited their vehicle with guns drawn.
Hey, watch out with that weapon!
Did they identify themselves?
No, not at all.
One agent you can hear in the video says, "Get out of the car." A clear order. Why didn't you?
Because who the is that? No, I'm not gonna get out of the car. What are you gonna do to me and where are you taking me? How about you ask me for my ID first? How about you ask me if I'm a citizen?
Yeah, this is like the way that they do things is just so, it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, why don't they just come up and yes, just start talking to people and just do things like a responsible law enforcement agent instead of people who are just mad that everybody made fun of them for having small penises their entire fucking lives.
I don't even know what he assumed, but he didn't. He just took action and he hurt me.
She's trying to go to work! Bro, what?
I'm not gonna sit there and just let someone kidnap me, beat me up. Give me a reason. Tell me what I did wrong first. It's not normal. No one should have been treated like that. No one. That is not how you handle it, not in America. We have rights.
As I struggle every day with the physical pain and the suffering. I cannot close my hand yet to hold the pen. I try to play with the children at my school. and I am in significant pain as I attempt to do things I was easily able to do before October 4. I attend weekly physical therapy sessions to work on these issues and hope one day I can move in the same way I was able to move prior to October 4. I know that what happened to me in the matter of seconds on October 4 will unfortunately be with me for a lifetime. The physical scars will always be there in the mornings and evenings when I get dressed and I stare at my body, now permanently disfigured by the 5 lead bullets Exxon fired into me. They will be there this summer when I head to the beach with my dogs and family. They will be there when I get down on the floor with my students and work with them on their motor skills. And perhaps even worse, the mental scars will always be there as a reminder of the time my own government attempted to execute me, and when they fell, they chose to vilify me. I am Renee Good. I am Alex Preddy. I am Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. I am Keith Porter. They should all be here today. I know each of them would trade my bullet wounds and lifetime of mental distress and a heartbeat to be able to be back with their loved ones this afternoon. And we must also remember the countless other souls who lost their lives at the hands of these entrusted with authority. I know that by being a survivor, it is my duty to be here today to let you elected officials know what is happening on the streets of our country, because silence is no longer an option. This needs to stop now. Why do we continue to wait for more public executions when we have already seen the evidence in our TVs and computer screens? We have heard the testimonies. We have watched the pain unfold in real time. How many more lives must be lost before meaningful action is taken? The United States is and will always be a country of immigrants, built by immigrants. We are a country of love and tolerance. This is the land of the free, the land of the opportunity, and the great nation that people around the world aspire to call home. And prior to this recent war on immigrants, we were a country where law enforcement acted lawfully and appropriately, with respect of all human life. I am happy to see people of different nationalities speak up. This is the spirit of love, unity, and courage. This will make America great. I am asking you today, pleading with you, to please help bring back the America I grew up loving and idolizing. In America, the values human dignity, protects life, and lives up to the ideals our founding fathers proudly proclaimed. If there's no justice for the people, let there be no peace for the government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, Ms. Rahman. And I'm going to suggest to the witnesses that we stay to 5 minutes because we're running a little bit behind. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for taking time to be here today.
Correct.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Never.
But the government kept calling you a domestic terrorist even after all the baseless criminal charges against you were dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it true that in the body cam footage, the CBP officer told you to, and I'm so sorry for saying this, the officer told you to, quote, do something, bitch, before he fired?
Yes.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. They're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys. Oh well, it is what it is. Shit happens. This is someone that works for the United States government. Now, he was talking about you, and it's our understanding that he was actually bragging about his aim shooting an unarmed American citizen. Is that right?
Correct.
They're actively working to deny you justice to an American citizen who's been shot and almost murdered. I'm so sorry. You're a teacher, is that right?
Can you take me inside of that Whipple building? We know that's come under scrutiny. Can you describe what it was like inside that facility?
Yes. From an audio perspective, non-stop laughter from agents, absolute silence from people chained together in lines, all black and brown people, being marched around, outdoors at first, I was out there too, and the word bodies. I've said this before. And just chaos. Chaos. Agents constantly asking what was supposed to happen next, people not knowing where things are, and people like me pleading for basic things that should be available to human beings, like medical care. Yeah.
They have. Can you take me inside of that Whipple building? We know that's come.
Republicans are making a bombshell allegation saying that the suspect in the murder of Ukrainian refugee aboard a Charlotte train was released under a COVID-era deal signed by former governor and current Senate candidate, Democrat Roy Cooper. Now, Irina Zarutska, who you're looking at there, you'll remember this, was stabbed to death in a gruesome attack aboard a Charlotte light rail train last summer. The suspect charged was repeat offense.
Yeah, this is totally untrue. He was sentenced to, like, I can't remember how long he was sentenced to, but it was like 6 or 7 years, and I think he did a total of 6. So he did just like barely less than what it was that he was supposed to be doing. But at the point that this happened, at the point that he murdered her, that he would not have been locked up at that point, one way or the other. So it didn't, like, it had nothing to do with this. He would not have been locked up at this point. The last encounter that he had with police was that he called 911 too many times. Like, that was it. Again, would not have been locked up 9 months later when this happened. But yes, 9 months earlier, he had an encounter with police where he called 911 too many times. That's it. Like, he got locked up in 2014, I believe, for armed robbery or something like that, assaulting somebody, like some serious shit, and then got out in 2019 or 2020. So yeah, he would not have been locked up at the time, one way or the other.
Offender DeCarlos Brown Jr. repeated his offenses quite a bit. We'll show you that in a moment. And now Republicans allege that he may have only been out on the streets due to Cooper. A new piece in Fox News Digital reads, Republican officials say records are raising urgent questions about whether DeCarlos Brown Jr., the parolee charged in the fatal stabbing of 23-year-old Irina Zarutska, was tied to a 2021 COVID-era settlement that authorized the early release or transition of 3,500 incarcerated individuals. Cooper's campaign disputed the allegation and said that Brown was not released as part of the settlement. Their campaign spokesperson told Fox News Digital these attacks are false. Roy Cooper is the only candidate who spent his career prosecuting violent criminals and keeping thousands of them behind bars as Attorney General and signaling tough on crime laws and stricter pretrial release bail policies as governor. DeCarlos Brown Jr. has a long history of repeated offenses. You see his mugshots there. But it is not the only repeat offender allegedly released by the settlement. There were thousands others. Harris, we know
She was murdered August 2025 in Charlotte, North Carolina, when she was stabbed on a Winx Blue line train. DeCarlos Brown Jr. What the fuck? I searched his arrest in 2014 and it still is just coming up with stuff about Irina Zarutska. Been arrested at least 14 other times. Excuse me, on account of felony larceny, robbery with a dangerous weapon, assault, shoplifting, and making threats, according to documents reviewed by the New York Post. WSOC TV reported that the suspect is homeless, having previously served a 5-year sentence for robbery with a deadly weapon in 2014. Brown was released in September of 2020 and was shortly arrested again for assaulting his sister at her home in Charlottesville. In January 2025, Brown got in trouble with police for making false emergency calls to 911, as well as for being on or near non-Vent Health property. He told authorities a welfare check that he was given a man-made material that controlled his basic functions like eating, walking, and talking. Well, yeah, this one doesn't talk about that, the charge that I'm looking for. I wanted to know what the conviction was. Okay, same thing. Okay. The amount of bullshit that I'm seeing from a bunch of leftists is actually annoying. And not only that, but somebody from Midas Touch, the Midas Network, is actually reposting like conspiracy theories about Epstein. And this is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid, dude. I'm actually like so blown away the amount of people who are doing this shit right now. But this is a video from a fucking loser leftist on TikTok who just literally nonstop makes shit up. He is like the left-wing version of older millennial. Pretty much the same thing, just always making shit up, always lying, always getting caught lying. He can't stop himself. But yes, this is Midas Charisse Lee, I guess is her name. And she posted this.
I do not think that most people are properly appreciating what the biggest fucking release in that batch of files is. And that is that the entirety of the last 10 years of right-wing culture war politics in America was contrived as a direct tactic of a global pedophile ring in order to get everyone's attention away from them and moving instead towards a phantom. That is fucking crazy. The fact that it is openly acknowledged in the files that that fucking financier from New York helped create /poll on 4chan, which if you don't know, /poll on 4chan is, I mean, I don't think this is too hyperbolic to say.
There's literally no evidence for this. There's literally no evidence that he helped create /poll, 1. 2, the idea is that also Epstein was behind QAnon, Pizzagate, like all of the like big pedophile things. The things that like the right wingers all made huge deals about. This is their fucking line now, is that Epstein was the one who created all of that and came up with the idea. And their evidence, he had an exchange of emails with the leader of 4chan. That's it. That's literally it. He talked to the leader of 4chan one time. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all it is. That's all it is. He talked to the guy who runs 4chan one time.
It is like ground zero for basically every right-wing conspiracy theory that really got memed into the mainstream from like 2013 or 14 on. Like, Gamergate would not have been possible if /poll did not exist. The idea of Pizzagate would not have been possible if /poll did not exist.
Wait, Gamergate? Gamergate didn't come from /poll. Gamergate did not come from /poll.
QAnon would not have been possible if /poll did not exist. Like, they knowingly took advantage of everybody's fraying attention span, and they said, oh, people love conspiracy theories. Let's give them a place where they can just fucking vomit conspiracy theory compressions into each other's mouths. And it worked. They successfully diverted the attention of a third of the American electorate because they wanted people to not pay attention to the fact that all of these people get together and they fuck kids. That is crazy. That is crazy. How many people's parents, brothers, uncles, how many people have lost entire family members to right-wing conspiracy theories that are the result of this current moment of overly memed politics? And it all goes back to that fucking New York financier. Like, all of it, knowingly made into a wazi, a woozy, a fugazi, a fugazi. All of it, fucking made up. I mean, of course we all knew it was made up. Like, I'm not suggesting like, oh, any of this had validity. But more so just knowing that it actually was not the result of like thousands of people all getting together at once, or thousands of people, getting together over time and like condensing it into a unified, conspiracy theory of the world. But more so that literally like the infrastructure was set up as a trap, and people fell right into it. So fucking crazy, dude.
Where did Gamergate people hang out? Gamergate was everywhere. Gamergate was on YouTube. It was on Twitter. It was on Twitch. It was on Reddit. It was like Gamergate was everywhere. It wasn't just like a 4chan thing. Gamergate was everywhere. It was all over the place. I wouldn't have trouble believing that there was like a disproportionate amount of people on 4chan who were big into Gamergate. That's not hard to believe, but Gamergate was all over the place. But yeah, all I did is just say, I said, just FYI, that wasn't substantiated or even alluded to in the files. This is just a complete lie from this loser. Holy shit, dude. I am flooded right now with lefties calling me like a 4chaner, a QAnoner, a Pizzagator, a MAGA person. Like, oh, you're just trying to protect your daddy Trump, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's it. And then when I ask for evidence, look at this. Look at this. This is the fucking evidence that I get. A fucking meme. A fucking meme. I say There's no evidence for this. And they're like, oh yeah? Here's a screenshot of something I typed up on Paint that says it is real. So, gotcha. Here's another, like a post on Reddit. It's absolutely incredible that QAnon conspiracy theorists who have been screaming over 10 years that the world is run by a cabal of pedophiles have been proven right as they refuse to believe. Like, that's all. They're just posting like shit from Twitter, shit from like just a meme, shit from Reddit. Like, that's all they're doing. All of these fucking losers, they're just posting shit like this. And then I guess this is supposed to be me. They think that I'm a QAnon. Dudes who fell for the QAnon coming to tell you that they know for sure Trump is not a pedo. Like, that he says, receipts here, you fucking asshole. Okay. All right. I'm a fucking asshole. Okay. Let's go look at these receipts. The Reddit post, 4chan founder Christopher Mootpool was in direct communication with Jeffrey Epstein. That's it. That's all it is. They were in direct communication. I'm not a robot. 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 Yes. Says, hello, Chris. Not to drive you crazy, but following up, read the lunch at Jeffrey's home at 12:30. Jeffrey looks very forward to seeing you and is asking if you will be bringing any clever people along with you. Please get back to me. I do not have a phone number for you. Could you perhaps provide one for me? That's literally all the emails are. It's just them scheduling a meeting. That's it. That's all of them. Hi, Leslie. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to wrangle anybody up on such short notice. We can meet in a few weeks if he'd like more people to join. Thank you for your cell number, and I believe Jeffrey still wants you to come tomorrow, regardless of whether you brought others. I will double check. Thank you, Leslie. Cool. Happy to push back so we can wrangle up syndicate of smart people, but need more notice than a few days. Let me know. Best. I understand. I will get back to you. Hi, Leslie. Any word on this? Would help to know tonight if possible. Thanks. Just got word Jeffrey wants you to come tomorrow. Please do come yourself for lunch. Jeffrey looks forward to it. Thanks. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Now we know he was behind Slash Poll. Now we know. Damn. Damn, son. We got him. We fucking got him. I think there's another one here. All right, this will probably be the real one, guys. This is the real one, okay? Ready? It's only one email. One. Ready? Hi, Jeffrey. I'm sorry I missed you and Boris on Saturday. I've been ill the past week and have been off my computer and behind on email as a result. I hope you had a great holiday, New Year's, and I look forward to catching up next time you're in town. Best, Chris. Oh, got him red-handed, bruh. Got him red-handed. Sheesh. How could I deny this? How could I deny this? You have emails of them talking to each other? Well, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein is the creator of Slash Poll on 4chan now and was behind Pizzagate and QAnon. Obviously. That's, whoa. It's so, I'm so glad that I was sent this. I feel so enlightened now. So stupid. How could I have not known this before? I should have done my research. What the fuck, dude? These people are too stupid, bro. These people are too fucking stupid. I said, is this a joke? Yeah, I've seen all of that. There's no evidence of any of the claims made in the video. Where did they talk about getting everyone on 4chan to become obsessed with pedos or QAnon? Are you trolling or retarded? Do you think because they talked, you can pretend it was about whatever you want now? Is that how receipts work in your mind? And this person said, yeah, are you proud of making money off defending a pedophile? Yes. Yeah. $100%. Yeah, that's literally all like anybody's posting anywhere. It's just it's like here's the fell for it again award. Oh, said LOL, I found the sucker that fell for it all, and it's you, tomfoolery, the fool. Okay, you got me. Okay, so here's the thing. QAnon is the first cult that requires you first to be connected to technology, secondly to search out an obscure portal, and lastly to ignore everything in the world around you to maintain a delusion that most people are unaware even exists. Damn. Well, I can't. They got the fucking receipts, bro. They came with receipts. All right, we got another one. Okay, here's another one. Oh, it's a screenshot of a Microsoft Notepad. It says, conclusion, Q was likely a Bannon-Epstein collaboration. It's, oh, fuck. They got me, dude. They got me with the receipts. Shit. I feel so stupid. I feel so fucking stupid. How did I do this? A Twitter post. Pizzagate and QAnon were not onto something. They were orchestrated by pedophiles to make accusing people of pedophilia make you look insane so that they could continue doing pedophilia shit. Fucking Christ. And then, oh, we have another. Okay, this one looks like it was done on Paint. Okay. Creator and past owner of 4chan, Chris Poole, known as Moot, was in contact with Epstein. Possibly opened up the board poll after meeting with him. And then they just literally show the emails that we just went over and draw red lines to each other that don't connect in any way. That's great, dude. Shit. I feel so fucking stupid now. What the fuck? Vibe Lawyer said, the biggest right-wing conspiracy theory I'm aware of is that Epstein didn't kill himself. And the second biggest would be that rich weirdos fuck kids and laugh at us when we get annoyed about it. What? What? What is happening? I'm so fucking confused, dude. This person, I guess it's a Midas Touch person. Midas Charisse Lee has the dumbest fucking people in the world following them. They have the dumbest motherfuckers of all time following this. I don't. What the fuck? What is happening? Why are you remotely defending this, Tom? You really see yourself winning this argument at this point? Weirdos, dude. Fucking weirdos. I hate the internet so much. I really do. I fucking hate the internet. The dumbest motherfuckers. Yeah, you post them in Discord if you want.
Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administrations. Not one time did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition of what the Biden Justice Department knew. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about the people.
Hold on. Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he does.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was.
Did he just say he was convicted?
Jeffrey call for any exposition of during the Biden administration. Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administrations.
Epstein was never convicted. He died. I thought. Right? Am I crazy? Did he get convicted? I thought he was never convicted. Was he convicted and then waiting for appeal, or? Okay, Google. Was Jeffrey Epstein ever convicted? Well, okay, fuck. There was the other conviction that was in like 2008, I think. He was only convicted in 2009 of solicitation of a minor. No, he died under Trump's watch. Yeah, so he didn't. Yeah, I'm not talking about the earlier conviction. I'm talking about the, like, obviously we're talking about the most recent arrest where he was sitting in jail and died, but he died waiting to go to trial, I thought. Now, it could have been that he was waiting for appeal, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he just never even got convicted of that one. He died. Yeah.
Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administrations. Not one time did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition of what the Biden Justice Department knew. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about the people.
Hold on. Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he does.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Epstein committed during the Trump administration.
Yeah, so? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, so? Yeah, so? He died during the Trump administration. Before Biden ever even got into office. So? How? Just because he's dead doesn't mean he wasn't convicted.
He was arrested in 2019, and he committed in 2019. He died August 10th of 2019. So the Biden administration was not involved in a conviction or a trial of him. They were in of Elaine Maxwell.
Okay. But he was arrested and indicted under Merrick Garland.
No, under Trump.
Who had all of the information.
What? How? Does he not know how time works? Does he not understand how time works? How the fuck would he have been arrested and indicted under Biden if he was already fucking dead? How could he have done this? How could it have been Merrick Garland who did this if he was dead before Merrick Garland ever even got in the fucking office? How the fuck? How has he not gotten this yet? What is happening?
Epstein was arrested, indicted under Trump in 2019. Trump was president. Merrick Garland was not the attorney general.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You got me. He's mixing. Yeah, I think he's talking about Ghislaine. Yeah, I think he's thinking of Ghislaine, and just mixing those up.
You a citizen? Does the window go down? Where are we headed today? Go. Ah, okay, okay. Thank you.
Good.
That's fucking. That's fucked up. I disavow. Completely disavow. But that's pretty good. OP strat. Yep. Yep. There was a while ago. I was working at a place and I just started working there. And apparently one of the managers came up to me and said that one of the girls said that I sexually harassed her. And I kept saying, how though? And they're like, come on, man, come on. And I was like, but how? Like, what is it? What did I do to sexually harass her? And they're like, come on, just leave it alone, man. Come on. And I was like, what? Can I not? I've never even talked to this fucking girl before. I don't know what the fuck I could have possibly have done. What did I do? And they're like, all right, just listen, just stay away from her. Like, just leave it alone. But then apparently her husband, they told me like a couple days later that her husband came up there to like fight me. And they all had to like escort him off the fucking grounds and shit. And that I was in the back working and didn't even know that it happened. Apparently we lived in the same fucking neighborhood. And he pulled up to my house one day as I was outside working on my car. And I told him that I was gay. And that he was cute. You wanted to fight his reflection on your scalp, yeah. Bruh. Listen, I knew that there was no way I'd done anything, but I knew that there was no way I could explain to this guy that whatever it is that she's saying, his wife had just completely made it up, but I could get him on my side in a different way. So now, over time, I definitely, like, again, we lived in the same neighborhood, so there were lots of girls that were coming in and out that they probably eventually figured out that that was not the case, but Tom's gay Arc Raiders sounds about right. Yeah, I've done a lot of gay shit on Arc Raiders. You've never seen me play with Ryan? It sounds like those like yo-yo things. Oh no, sorry, wrong one.
The Epstein files fallout once again spreading across the Atlantic to the UK. Britain's former ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, is resigning from the upper house of Parliament over his ties to the late sex offender. Even more stunning, one British royal...
Tom, let's talk about something important. Are you watching Fallout on Prime? I don't know what that is. Like the video game Prime or Fallout? Like did they make a show or a movie after the video game? TV show made from the bad game. Yeah, I fucking hated that game. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna go watch a horrible TV show about a fucking horrible game.
Is calling out another. Prince Edward did not directly mention his older brother Andrew, who
The show is pretty good. Okay.
has been stripped of his royal title over his Epstein ties, but listen to Edward's comments to CNN at a summit today.
I'm not sure this is the audience that is probably the least bit interested in that. So they all came here to listen to my education solving the future. But no, I think it's all really important always to remember the victims and who are the victims in all this.
Andrew is facing more
Donald Trump and his friends. Donald Trump and his friends, as he said. Donald Trump has said him and his friends are the victims in all of this. So.
scrutiny after the latest document drop revealed this photo of him on the floor with an unidentified woman or girl. And the photographs at this point do not suggest any wrongdoing. Andrew has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing, but obviously a lot of questions raised here. CNN royal correspondent Max Foster is with us now from London. Max, give us the latest on the fallout where you are.
Well, we've got lots of reports about Sarah Ferguson, Prince Andrew's ex-wife, but they were living together for a very long time, and she had lots of relationships with Epstein as well, coming out through these files. So, for example, she's talking about not having £20,000 for rent. She was desperate to get a hold of that. So a very deep relationship there, much bigger than we thought. Here in the UK, the focus is much more on the former UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, because that has really roller coasted today. Initially, we heard a statement from the Speaker of the House. He read out a statement effectively from Peter Mandelson, who's a member of the House of Lords. Let's just have a listen to that.
My Lords, given the public interest and for the convenience of the House, I've decided to inform the House that the Clerk of the Parliament has today received notification from Lord Mandelson of his intention to retire from the House, effective from 4th February. I will formally notify this to the House tomorrow in the usual way.
So he leaves the House of Lords, he keeps his title of Lord, but in an extraordinary move, the Prime Minister has introduced legislation tonight calling for his title to be stripped from him too. Why? This is because there were correspondence in the Epstein files between Epstein and Mandelson, which suggests that Mandelson, as business secretary under Prime Minister Gordon Brown, was leaking internal government information, market-sensitive information, which Epstein could have used to make money, effectively. And the government launched an investigation, very quickly found correspondence which they were alarmed about. They've sent that to the police. Gordon Brown sent correspondence to the police as well. And tonight, in the last half hour, we've heard the British police are now investigating Peter Mandelson, the first.
That's a little crazy that this shit was never actually shared with the UK government. Like that this was just made public to everybody and that they found out about it at the same time as everybody else. What the fuck?
Criminal investigation coming out of this latest drop of Epstein files.
That is quite the bombshell. Max Foster, thank you so much for the latest there. Former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton have reached a deal to testify in the House investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. The agreement means they will avoid a contempt of Congress vote. Sources telling CNN the Clintons will be deposed on February 26th and 27th, but they...
Ooh. Ooh, rough break for the conservatives. This has been their big talking point ever since the shit came out. Instead of them actually caring about the Epstein files or actually, like, you know, caring about what it is that Trump has done or Elon Musk has done, they just immediately pivot to the fact that the Clintons, guys, the Clintons. So now that this has been their main talking point, that the Clintons haven't been willing to testify, that just got ripped out from under them. Sorry, that's gone. Adios.
They've added a new twist. They want to answer the Oversight Committee's questions in a public hearing. It's not clear if the Republican chair, Congressman James Comer, will accept that request. President Clinton has never been accused of any wrongdoing with Epstein, and his spokesman has said Clinton denies knowing of Epstein's crimes and cut off their relationship before they came to light. Last night, the Deputy Attorney General once again signaled there will likely be no further criminal charges stemming from the Epstein files.
It is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein.
Let's bring in Sarah Fitzpatrick of The Atlantic, an investigative reporter who has covered Jeffrey Epstein extensively. And just first, what is your reaction there to what we heard from Todd Blanche, and what are survivors telling you about it?
I mean, I think it's really hard to square what Todd Blanche is saying there versus what he has spent money on for the Justice Department, of taking hundreds and hundreds of attorneys to review these documents, to work overtime. Like, if there's likely to be no charges, why was there such a huge commitment of resources that have been pulled away from other violent crimes and other things that are in desperate need of law enforcement attention?
He says it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's not a crime to email with him. That's certainly true. But you've heard critics.
What does she mean? If there's not going to be charges, why were so many resources pulled away? The resources weren't pulled away for investigations of the shit. They were pulled away to black out names of Trump and his friends.
Of what he's saying, say it's very curious to party with Epstein or ask to go to his island or email with him after you know that he is a convicted pedophile. And that raises a lot of questions, and the DOJ should be more interested in investigating that. So where does that leave things, and why aren't they?
I think it's a very curious question that we have never gotten a good answer to. This investigation, unfortunately, has been mishandled by multiple administrations, both Democratic and Republican, at the local level and at the federal level. And so what I think it reflects is the Trump DOJ kind of came in that we're going to release these files, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And now we're seeing that there have been no, as far as we can tell, no major law enforcement steps taken. For example, the Clintons, I was talking to sources who have said, no, the Clintons have never been questioned by law enforcement, which, of course, you need probable cause, you need, certain steps need to be met before you would bring someone in for questioning, but it suggests a kind of lack of interest and a lack of following all of those leads. Anyone who, especially because Epstein was charged, and Maxwell were charged with trafficking, which means the moving of people for the purpose of sex. Anyone who was at these parties, who had knowledge of their whereabouts, how communications were done, how the planning was, they have material information that would be important to investigators. So it just suggests that this was never really about getting answers, and especially answers that might not reflect well on the Justice Department.
So what should lawmakers be interested in learning from the Clintons?
I think there's a lot to be learned about, Epstein's behavior, his confidants, how he responded to allegations, questions about even how he made his money. One of the things that has been so frustrating for me as an investigative reporter is up until these files were released over the weekend, it was very unclear what Jeffrey Epstein did all day. Now I have a better sense, which is email a lot, and cultivate this network very deliberately. But I think there's anyone who was in his orbit, who understood who was involved, who may have had knowledge, that's all relevant information. It doesn't mean that they were aware of criminality, but it means that they have insight that might.
Garland was a disaster. He tried to appear extra independent, knowing full well the next AG wouldn't. But how would he know full well that? How would he know full well that the next AG wouldn't? How could he possibly know that? How is that even possible? At the point that they even assigned like special prosecutors and investigators, there wasn't even close to an election yet. We still had like 2 years before an election. How could he possibly have known The next AG would not.
Bring investigators towards people that did.
And then on this issue of redactions, there is a hearing tomorrow, and you have lawyers for victims saying, yeah, our victims sort of trusted DOJ to have all of these files put out, but you put out these files with a ton of their personal information in it. It was a failure of DOJ. What's going to happen with the files and with what they're asking for?
It's unclear. So there'll be a hearing tomorrow in New York, and a judge will hear arguments from lawyers for the victims as well as representatives from the government. I think it would be quite extraordinary to take down this volume of information once it has already been disseminated. I think there's not a lot of great legal precedent for that. However, it was a real, there were so many months, there was so much time, there were so many people who were involved in preparing for this release, and the fact that it is done so haphazardly indicates either a lack of attention or a kind of perhaps some other motive. And I think that's what a judge will have to evaluate.
Sarah Fitzpatrick, always great to get your insights on these new developments. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think the hope was to I didn't have as much problem with the trying to remain detached. I didn't have any issue with that. I had an issue with how long they took to get the wheels churning. I wanted them to make this happen a lot faster. I wanted them to get things in motion more quickly. But the fact that they did this through special prosecutors, special investigators, they had they did everything with separations so that they could still have some get away from biases in politics. I thought that was a good thing, and I'm glad they did those things, and that these were, hopefully going to be ways to keep the people on our side to where we wouldn't end up with another Trump win. But yeah, I think if they had done things faster, Trump just would have lost all of those cases and wouldn't have been able to run again. But they took too long. And it wasn't just that they took too long, but the fact that there were a ton of other cases that were also building against Trump that nobody knew about. Nobody knew that the others were about to come out with charges as well, from Fulton, from Atlanta, from Atlanta, and then from New York. Then there were numerous civil cases, there were the federal cases. All of these happening at once was just a pure shit show, and kind of like a, I don't know, freak accident or whatever.
What we want to know, was this an accident? There's always two sides of every story.
I'm not liking this.
I don't like this from day one.
I don't like it either.
Neither does the family of the lady that...
Excuse me, I know that. I have felt very bad about that. That is sickening to me. And I have even said this is a horrible thing, that for you to sit here and say that he had something to do with this. I feel really bad for this lady that's gone and her family. And this is not good to do to our family. This is going to rip my family apart. I'm going to lose my job. I love that toy more than anything.
Tammy, I know.
Monday, September 2nd, 2019. It's Labor Day in Logan, Ohio, and 44-year-old photographer Victoria Schaefer is taking advantage of the beautiful day at
I kind of want to watch this, but I'm going to try to get through some more politics before that, but that looks very interesting, I'm not going to lie.
With people now shot dead by federal agents in our streets, dozens more dead in detention centers, and who knows how many others beaten or abused, there is still no indication that Trump's secret police are slowing down, right? And because our world's so chaotic, there are a million things happening all at once. A lot of people, they...
Looks like Kamala is announcing something tomorrow. No! No! Don't do this to us, Kamala, please! For the love of fucking God, don't do this to us. I can't take it. I'm voting for Trump's third term. I'm voting for Trump for the 3rd term. That's it. I'm voting Republican. Fuck it. I can't.
They've missed some things, and so Democrats organized a forum with 3 people who were brutalized by immigration agents while driving in their cars, all of whom are U.S. citizens. And it's very important we hear and talk about these things, especially as a number of platforms seem to be suppressing things. And so with that in mind, you can hear from the first witness, Aliyah Rahman, who experienced what she's about to describe just 3 weeks ago. And for some additional context, she has autism and a traumatic brain injury, and while she was on her way to an appointment at TBI Treatment Center, she's
voted Jill Stein. True. That's what I would do. Yeah. There's both Jill Stein.
says that she came upon a traffic jam with ICE vehicles.
I had not wanted to pull into a blocked, chaotic intersection.
Yeah, it's the same thing as not voting anyway, so.
But verbally agreed to do so and rolled down my window after an agent yelled, "Move! I will break your effing window!" Agents on all sides of my vehicle yelled conflicting threats and instructions that I could not process while watching for pedestrians. Then the glass of the passenger side window flew across my face. I yelled, "I'm disabled," at the hands grabbing at me, and an agent said, "Too late."
My police before I'm disabled, so I need to go to the doctor up there. That's why I didn't move.
An agent pulled a large combat knife in front of my face, which I thought was for cutting me, and later learned was used to cut off my seatbelt. Shooting pain went through my head, neck, and wrists when I hit the ground face first and people leaned on my back. I now cannot lift my arms normally.
You then also add her saying that as they dragged her away, she was never asked for ID, never told she was under arrest, never read her rights, and never even charged with a crime. And then she added that when she was taken into detention,
it's like Bosch saying he'd vote for J.D. Vance if the Dems don't put up a progressive enough candidate. Did he actually say this? Can you send this to me? Did he actually say this? Vosh has always been fairly pragmatic when it came to like electoralism. He's always been like all of his other stupidity. He's always been fairly like smart and pragmatic when it came to voting. Like he talks a lot of shit about people who don't vote, or people who push people not to vote for Democrats, or people who vote third party, or like he has talked a lot of shit. Even Hassan, like Bosch went full doomer. What the fuck, dude? It's because he hasn't been debating. This is what it is. It's because he hasn't been debating people. And when you don't debate, your blade gets dull, all right? You need to sharpen that thing. You need to sharpen that thing by being challenged by other people consistently enough. And now, damn. That's crazy.
Attention, she got no medical screening, no phone call, and no lawyer.
I was denied a communication navigator when my speech began to slur. Agents laughed as I tried to immobilize my own neck. I asked for my cane and was told no, pulled up my arms and prodded forward in leg irons by agents laughing and saying, "Walk, you can do it, walk." When I was finally placed in one to be taken to interrogation, an agent taunted, "You were driving, right? So your legs do work." I pleaded for emergency medical care for over an hour after my vision had become blurry, my heart rate went through the roof, and the pain in my neck and head became unbearable. It was denied.
She then also went on to say that she lost her ability to speak, so her cellmate began pleading with the guards on her behalf.
The last sounds I remember before I blacked out on the cell floor.
Schumer leadership couldn't come at a worse time. At least Pelosi could get shit done. Wait, Pelosi was a different position. Pelosi was Speaker of the House. That's Mike Johnson right now, but obviously it would be Jeffries. Schumer is in the Senate. No, he didn't. He just doesn't like Kamala. Like the Mamdani, AOC, etc. The ones that matter. You're saying he didn't say that? Or what? What do you mean?
Or were my cellmate banging on the door, pleading for a medic, and
Schumer got a shoe? Wait, what's wrong with Schumer?
a voice outside saying, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes."
And then she testified that the next thing that she knew, she was at a hospital where doctors told her that she had suffered a concussion, which is, bad enough for anyone, but fucking terrible to hear if you already have a traumatic brain injury. And that, of course, is not where it ends, because we then heard from our second witness, Daniel Rascon. And with Daniel, he says that last August, when he was running an errand with his future father-in-law, Francisco, and his future brother-in-law, Jonathan, all the...
Now we know that Mom Donnie is Epstein's kid. Yep.
Sudden, two unmarked trucks boxed in their car.
I looked up thinking we must be at a red light or in a traffic jam. But to my surprise, I was instead met with four men in face masks, sunglasses, and baseball caps, and guns drawn, pointing straight at us.
And so these men who he said weren't wearing uniforms tried pulling open the car doors, all while refusing to identify themselves. And then he says that they smashed the driver's side window, punched Francisco in the face, and then broke the passenger side window and reached inside.
Hey, you can't do that!
Terrified for our lives, Francisco bravely drove straight through the only open pathway down the street, hoping to be driving towards safety. When we were instead met with gunfire, one of the four men attempted to murder us after we passed by, as he fired and made contact with the passenger side of our car multiple times. We narrowly escaped as pieces of glass fell on our heads.
Daniel saying that they made it home in a car riddled with bullet holes and called 911. And when local police came, they handcuffed Francisco and questioned everyone else.
The officers then allowed the same four men who had just attacked us to come to our home. Those four men were asked to identify who they were looking for, but they had zero idea as to who they were even targeting.
And then, 2 weeks later, at 4 a.m, Daniel says that he woke up to law enforcement surrounding his home with assault rifles and an armored truck, with everyone inside panicking, and then the men breaching the front door, and they began yelling at them to come out with their hands up.
The agents pointed the bright lasers attached to their rifles at each of us inside the home. They even pointed their weapon at my fiancée, who was pregnant at the time.
But then again, that is not where this ends, because we have to hear from our third witness, Marimar Martinez. And Ms. Martinez, she shared how last November she packed a bag of clothing to donate to her local church and started driving there, but eventually she came upon a Border Patrol vehicle.
For the next 15 to 20 minutes, I followed these Border Patrol agents through my neighborhood, honking my horn, shouting out La Migra to warn my neighbors about the presence of these agents who have been terrorizing our community over the past few weeks. I made eye contact with the driver of the Border Patrol vehicle and watched as he turned the steering wheel once again to his left and sideswept my vehicle.
Martinez then saying that she immediately hit the brakes, as did the Border Patrol just ahead of her, and so she tried to escape for her own safety.
I drove forward and went around the Border Patrol agents, who jumped out of his car and pointed his gun at me.
They're then saying that she drove into the far left lane, striking the curb, and then...
The next thing I knew, I felt a burning sensation in my arms, legs, and that I had been shot by pepper balls. I could hear my back passenger window shatter, and I felt bullets continue to pierce my body. I looked down and I noticed blood gushing out of my arms and legs, and I realized I've been shot multiple times.
Yet despite all of that, somehow she says that she drove another mile, then pulled over and called 911, but the horror, it only continued from there.
At the hospital, I remember seeing multiple agents standing around. I remember the agents rushing the nurses to finish up so they could take me with them.
And so after less than 3 hours there, she says that she was discharged and delivered into the hands of Border Patrol.
One of the agents came out to me with his cell phone and took a photograph of me. I told him I did not consent. Was this the agent that shot me? Was this a trophy for him?
And actually on that note, Democratic Representative Robert Garcia read aloud the text messages that he says were written by the agent who shot Martinez.
The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, "Read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys." Oh well, it is what it is. Shit happens.
Put that in your book, boys. But yet, getting back to the story, Martinez says that she started bleeding through her bandages, and so an FBI agent had to redress her wounds and bring her to a second hospital before taking her back into custody again. Meanwhile, federal agents took the Border Patrol vehicle that allegedly hit Martinez
he's just so fucking wrong, dude. The majority of the people who have won and been overperforming have been moderate candidates. But by far the majority of them have been moderate fucking Democrats. There's been some progressives who have done really well. That is undeniable. There have been some progressives who have done really well. By far the majority have been more moderate types of candidates. Even more moderate than somebody like Biden or fuck. I'm blanking on Kamala, people like that. Like, there's the majority of like governorships and mayoral races have been moderate Dems. So I don't know why he's saying this. I was hoping for like a link to this. Okay, I think that's a joke. Right? That's a joke.
His car out of the FBI secure evidence garage, drove it to Maine, and had a Border Patrol mechanic repair it. So you have Martinez arguing that that amounts to the destruction of evidence, especially since her lawyers hadn't been able to inspect the vehicle yet. But there you had the agent who shot her testifying that he believed that the vehicle had no remaining evidentiary value after it was processed and released by the FBI, and adding, "I was told to pick it up, so I picked it up." Also with this, the government accused her of trying to ram federal agents with her car, charged her for assault with a deadly weapon, and labeled her a domestic terrorist. And although the charges were dropped back in November, the government still refers to her as a domestic terrorist on its website. You know, if her story, it sounds oddly familiar, you're not alone there, with Martinez herself making the connection.
I am Renee Good. I am Alex Preddy. I am Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. I am Keith Porter. They should all be here today.
Also, I'll say, speaking of Good and Preddy, we're now learning more about the men who killed them, with Wired reporting that 2 agents belong to highly militarized and notoriously aggressive special response teams, or SRTs. Ray Jonathan Ross, who shot Renee Good, was an ICE SRT agent, and Raimundo Gutierrez, who's one of the guys who shot Alex Preddy, was a CBP SRT agent. And as their name suggests, these units are meant for special high-risk missions.
I'm Charlie Kirk.
And so they're patterned off of the U.S. military.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. That's all I know.
Special forces teams, not regular police. Right, which is why I have many saying that they behave not like regular police, but like soldiers with the outlet writing. They use explosives to breach the doors of homes. Team members are equipped with full tactical gear, military-style helmets, assault rifles, and heavy-duty crowd control weapons like pepper balls, foam launchers, and flashbang grenades. They have deployed less lethal munitions and chemical dispersants with little or no warning. Federal agents have charged into crowds without dispersal orders, dogpiling people who often are doing nothing more than observing or yelling their disapproval at the feds. And I'll also say, it's not just SRTs, we're also seeing the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, or BORTAC, on city streets, which a former CBP commissioner likened to using a chainsaw to mow your lawn. Because they're an offensive tactical team traditionally used for drug raids, counterterrorism missions, and other operations on the border. And so when you've got these guys facing off against middle-aged moms blowing whistles and yelling shame, you can only imagine what the outcome's gonna be. And now, I mean, you're getting reports that these brutal tactics of these special units, they're spreading into ICE and CBP as a whole. And that, to a certain degree, may explain a lot of what we've seen over the past year and why judges are just so fed up with the outrageous cases that have been piling on their dockets. And actually, while we're talking about that, this is just a nuts situation. You had a judge subpoenaing the Justice Department's lawyers for the District of Minnesota to explain why DHS had ignored so many court orders, including not releasing several immigrant detainees that he had ordered them to release. But then, when a DHS attorney entered the courtroom, she ended up giving an answer nobody was expecting. She reportedly told the judge, "The system sucks. This job sucks. I wish you could hold me in contempt so that I could get 24 hours of sleep," with her then describing how it's like pulling teeth to get DHS, ICE, and the DOJ to follow court orders, and explaining, "It takes 10 emails for me for a release condition to be corrected. It takes me threatening to walk out for some..."
Again, remember the Abrego Garcia case, where we watched numerous DHS agents, ICE agents, CBP agents go into a court and just lie and say they didn't know anything about the case to just try to drag it out as long as possible. Numerous countries came out making statements. The judge would ask them about the statements, and then they would say, oh, they went back on that and said that they're not doing X, Y, and Z anymore. The country would come out and say, hey, we're still waiting. They haven't responded. We don't know what the fuck's going on. Or we literally had prime ministers like saying that they lied about shit. We have, they said that like Eswatini has agreed to take Brego Garcia. They've agreed. We're sending him there. And then Eswatini comes out. They're like, we have not even talked to them about this. We have no idea what they're talking about. This has not even been discussed in the least. So we don't know where the fuck that came from. Like over and over and over and over every fucking time they open their mouths, they fucking lied again. It's so ridiculous, dude. And they couldn't comply with any of the court orders. Every single time they told them to send in somebody who was in charge of the case and knew what they were talking about, they would send in somebody who would say, I don't know anything about this case. I'm not even part of it. I don't know why they sent me. This is weird. Like, every fucking time, dude.
Something else to be corrected. And all of that is you had NBC reporting that she picked up 88 cases in less than a month, so that also may explain some of her exhaustion. But also, in no way is she alone, right? We've seen numerous attorneys now quitting the DOJ's Minnesota office because of just how political and insane things have become. And then there's more that we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, big shout out to today's sponsor, Incogni. Because your personal information, it's being exposed by companies that you've never even heard of. A recent example is a major alarm company whose third-party billing partner leaked customer data. We're talking names, emails, home addresses, even social security numbers. But Incogni helps remove your personal information from data brokers and third-party sites that quietly collect, sell, and resell your data. Scammers love stuff like your full name, phone number, home address, relatives, and work history, but Incogni, they wipe that out for you. Or when I signed up for Incogni, I found sites I'd never visited that somehow knew way too much about me. And the dashboard shows where your data was found and what's been removed without you spending months sending takedown emails. And with their custom removal feature on unlimited and family plans, you can flag any site and their privacy agents handle it for you. And this matters because even one exposed profile can lead to spam, scams, and worse. So if you want to stop your personal data from being passed around like a party favor, check out Incogni. Just scan that QR code or go to incogni.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco for 60% off. That's incogni.com/DeFranco, code DeFranco, because scammers can't steal what's not there. But then diving right back into the news, more news you need to know. Nick Shirley, the pro-Trump influencer whose viral claims around fraud involving Somali-run daycares, which, fueled weeks of chaos in Minnesota, he has now set his sights on California. Right, he's actually just one of several right-wing content creators and even administration officials who have descended onto the state with similar allegations, possibly setting the stage for another Minnesota-style crackdown. Right, because before you had an army of federal agents wreaking havoc in the Twin Cities, you had Democratic Governor Tim Walz at the helm, while you had fraudsters making off with hundreds of millions of dollars in state money meant to help people in need during the pandemic. And that is in fact something that has happened in many states, although the scale was especially shocking in Minnesota. And what ended up actually happening is you had the Trump administration now zeroing in on a years-old case that federal prosecutors had even started charging people for way back in 2022 under Joe Biden. And the current admin, they really emphasize the involvement of dozens of Somali Americans, even though there are tens of thousands of them in the state. The fact that a handful of them were engaged in fraud, it's not a reason to believe that many, many others have, but either way, this case, it was most likely a matter for criminal investigators, not immigration enforcement, especially since 87% of Minnesota's foreign-born Somali population are already American citizens. But still, what you had was Trump calling Somalis garbage and low IQ, suggesting that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar should be deported, and allegations of widespread fraud among Somali and other immigrant communities. It became part of the implied justification for this massive surge of immigration agents to the state in early December. And that was especially true after Nick Shirley claimed to have uncovered a $100 million fraud scheme involving Somali child care centers in Minnesota, although he did so without providing any real or at least conclusive evidence. And in fact, the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Families reported carrying out checks on 9 child care centers accused of fraud in Shirley's video and found that all were operating as expected. Though notably, you also had the agency revealing ongoing investigations at 4 of the centers on the list, and in total, it is 55 open investigations involving providers that are getting government funding. And so I say that because the point isn't to say that there are not any issues and that there isn't any fraud at all. In fact, going back years, news outlets have published multiple stories covering childcare fraud, and several people, like I said, have been prosecuted. But you had Shirley implying that this had never been discussed, and he manufactured outrage on unsubstantiated and overblown allegations. And it was then after his video that the Trump administration moved to send another roughly 2,000 federal agents to the city, with it then being just 2 more days until ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed Renee Good. Right, and since then, we've just seen an absolute flood of videos appearing to show federal agents violently arresting immigrants and citizens, brutally cracking down on protesters, and shooting and killing American citizen Alex Preddy. And then in addition to the chaos on the ground, you had the White House moving to freeze federal child care funding for Minnesota and 5 other Democratic-led states, although you had a federal judge temporarily blocking that effort. And now today, we're seeing border czar Tom Homan saying that 700 agents will be leaving the state. But of course, that brings us to the question of where will they go next? Because you have some saying that the Trump administration and the MAGA influencer machine, they may be planning to follow the same playbook elsewhere. And in fact, to that point, you reportedly had a senior White House official telling Wired as far back as last month, the fraud is so blatant and widespread in Minnesota that it's a good place to start, but it's only the beginning. California and New York next. You also had Trump claiming in early January that California under Governor Gavin Newsom is more corrupt than Minnesota, and adding, investigation of California has begun. Right, and then last week, he created and filled a brand new position at the Justice Department, Assistant Attorney General for National Fraud Enforcement. And while we haven't heard much from him yet, what we do know is that Shirley is on the ground in San Diego, and again, appears to be targeting Somali-run childcare centers. He's also reportedly been working with a woman named Amy Rakert, a failed politician turned private investigator who's been showing him around. She's also now posted a picture with Shirley on Twitter, writing, California, here we come. When Nick Shirley drops the video, it's going to be fire. With that, Shirley appears to be investigating fraud in California the same way that he investigated fraud in Minnesota, which was by showing up to daycares and just asking to see the children, at least based on the videos posted online.
It says there's 14 children enrolled here.
You don't care. This is my daycare.
Then where are the children?
You don't care.
Where are the children at?
It's not enough, Minnesota. You come here.
And it seems like he's not the only one, right? You had a San Diego Somali daycare workers first describing incidents of harassment and unwanted visitors in early January. Some reporting that they've had strangers showing up and peering through their windows, asking questions and hurling false accusations, and ultimately saying that they're fearing for their safety. One, for example, told AP reporters that she watched someone come out from a car that had been circling the building and take a shit near the center's entrance, and that same day, someone drove by and yelled that the center was a fake daycare. And so these types of incidents, they've led to her coming up with new lockdown procedures to start budgeting for increased security. And she also said that she now keeps the blinds closed to protect the children from people looking in, as well as to keep them from looking out and witnessing potentially scarring scenes of immigration enforcement in action. And also, I'll say a huge thing here while we're talking about California, this trend that Shirley started, it seems to have gone nationwide. So cities with large Somali communities in Washington and Ohio, for example, they've also reported incidents. And in Ohio, you actually had the Republican governor holding a news conference to debunk a right-wing influencer's claims about fraud tied to a childcare center in Columbus, where the governor is saying, and I don't know why this does need to be said, a childcare provider refusing to let a stranger into the building and look at the children should not be seen as a sign of fraud. But also, that hasn't stopped Republicans in the state legislature from actually introducing legislation to more closely monitor childcare centers. And that includes one that would require those that take public money to provide live video feeds of their classrooms to state officials. But getting back to California, the fraud allegations have also gone beyond daycare facilities. You're also seeing pro-Trump influencer Benny Johnson, for example, publishing his own documentary this weekend, with him claiming to have uncovered a $100 million fraud scheme in California tied to what he called the homeless industrial complex. He then also claimed that the state was using these federal dollars to rig national elections, although notably you had California Governor Gavin Newsom's office responding to that video with a detailed fact check, writing, "We watched Betty Johnson's video so you didn't have to lose brain cells." As expected, lies, rage bait, straight from his Russia-paid influencer starter kit. And as an example, Johnson's video tries to claim that California's homeless shelters are mostly filled with undocumented immigrants, but his main piece of evidence, it's a phone call with a purported whistleblower whose identity was kept hidden. And you had Newsom's office slamming the claim as being as real as our free unicorn for all undocumented people program. We've also recently had Mehmet Oz getting in on the action, right? He's part of the Trump administration. He's the administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So also, I guess, possibly relevant to a conversation about fraud, he rose to fame in the eyes of many as something of a modern-day snake oil salesman, right? With Oz touting his medical background while promoting unsound scientific theories, unproven treatments, and bogus supplements, sometimes sold by companies that he had financial ties to. But in any case, last month, he said that CMS would withhold around $300 million in funding from California because, according to him, it was using the funds on non-emergency healthcare for illegals. And then last week, he published his own documentary-style video on alleged healthcare fraud in California involving phony hospices that he suggested were run by the Russian-Armenian mafia. Also, I'll say notably, neither Oz nor CMS have publicly shared details that confirm the fraud. And then the whole thing for many becomes especially problematic because Oz's parents came from Turkey, which, like Oz himself, in fact, has refused to acknowledge the history of the Armenian genocide. And so you actually had Governor Gavin Newsom's office filing a civil rights complaint against Oz after the video was published, saying that Oz spewed baseless and racially charged allegations. Also, funny enough, you had Newsom's office pointing to the fact that Trump himself has actually halted a federal effort to increase oversight on hospice care and root out fraud and abuse in the industry. And all of this is, notably, he did not deny that fraud happens, but he insisted that the state was taking action. And actually, with that, you had the California Attorney General's office saying that it has filed criminal charges against 109 individuals over hospice fraud-related offenses and launched dozens of civil investigations. And as far as fraud tied to services for unhoused people, just last month, a man was arrested for getting away with $23 million from LA County funds. And so again, the argument is not that no fraud is happening anywhere or that fraud is fake. Fraud is real. There's fraud happening here and there, and there's a debate to be had about whether California or any other state or the federal government is doing enough to combat it. But also, there are reasons to be skeptical about a number of the things that are being claimed, and there's reason to doubt that Trump and his supporters are coming at the issue in good faith, right? Especially as there's a question about whether the issue is going to be used again to justify some sort of action against California or other states opposed to Trump's agenda. Although, one big question there is whether Democratic lawmakers will actually stand in his way, which we may find out soon, because Congress is now standing on the edge of a cliff named DHS funding, despite just ending a shutdown. Or because yesterday, Trump signed a $1.2 trillion funding package of 5 spending bills to end the partial government shutdown that started on Saturday. And that after the package was signed by the Senate on Friday and the House cleared it yesterday at a narrow 217 to 214 margin. And that means that most government agencies are funded through the end of the fiscal year in September. But also, there is a big glaring exception: the Department of Homeland Security. This package actually only provided funding to DHS to the end of next week as a compromise to get the rest of the funding passed. But with Democrats still demanding changes in ICE operations, including that agents wear body cams and identify themselves, get warrants for arrests, and adhere to a code of conduct similar to state and local law enforcement. But there, you're already seeing Republicans pushing back against some of those requests, with, for example, Speaker Mike Johnson saying that the right isn't going to agree to require judicial warrants for arrest by immigration officers, claiming that administrative warrants are, quote, sufficient legal authority to go and apprehend undocumented immigrants, and adding, if someone is going to be apprehended and they run behind a closed door and lock the door, what is ICE supposed to do at that point? Oh, gee whiz, a locked door? Though you also have some Republicans taking a stronger stance against Democrats generally, right? With Representative Lisa McClain, chair of the House Republican Conference, saying that they had no intention of bending to the Democrats' demands, saying they're like a spoiled child that's not getting what they want and throwing a temper tantrum in the middle of the grocery store. You don't reward them with giving them a candy bar. And so, the partisan gap, it's pretty wide here, and there's only a few days to close it before the February 13th deadline. And if they don't, DHS is going to face a lapse in funding, which includes ICE, Customs and Border Protection, the Secret Service, and the Coast Guard. But with this, you have some having more hope than others, including Representative Rosa DeLauro from Connecticut, who was among the Democrats who voted for the short-term solution, with DeLauro saying, I believe this is an opportunity to isolate DHS and go at it. Hammer and tongs, tooth and nail, whatever phrase you want to use, rather than having to figure out what the heck is going to happen to 5 other bills in all those departments. But also, there are those taking a stronger stance, including Jim McGovern from Massachusetts, who said, I refuse to send another cent to Stephen Miller or Kristi Noem. They are undermining our Constitution, and the department they run is murdering American citizens in the streets. You then also had Representative Pete Aguilar from California saying, we have a list that we want done and we aren't settling for half measures, and adding that if Republicans don't want to come to the table and negotiate real reform, quote, then they're going to have to explain to the American public why they're shutting down agencies. Right? And then in hearing all this, you're probably not going to be surprised to hear that there are those that are less confident that a solution is going to be found in this short amount of time that Congress has. And so you have some on the right suggesting that, the can be kicked down the road even further, maybe to March 1st. But with that, you have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying that option is off the table, saying that a deal will only be possible if Republicans come to the table in good faith, and saying we've indicated the types of bold and transformative changes that are necessary. The ball is now in the court of the Republicans. But as we've talked about in other videos, Republicans may drag their feet here because, ICE, they're still sitting on the big, beautiful Bill's gift of $75 billion. So that it could keep them afloat for the year. All while, though, you have the Republicans battling pressure from within their own party, coming straight from the top guy himself. With Trump's recent declaration that he wants to nationalize elections, it's thrown the party into absolute chaos as they try to spin the president's words into not an authoritarian attempt to exert control over the outcome of future elections. Because we talked about it yesterday. You had Trump calling into the Dan Bongino show where he claimed that Democrats are bringing in illegal immigrants so they can win elections, and then he made this call to Republicans.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
But then, after that clip went viral, you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt trying to walk it back.
What the president was referring to is the SAVE Act, which is a huge common sense piece of legislation that Republicans have supported, that President Trump is committed to signing into law during his term. And he spoke with the speaker directly about that yesterday, about the need to get that bill on the floor for a vote, because it provides very common sense measures for voting in our country, such as voter ID. I don't think any rational person who's being honest with themselves would disagree with the idea of requiring citizens of this country to present an ID before casting a ballot in a federal election, or frankly in any election. And that's something the president wants to see happen. So that's what he was referring to.
Okay, so a few things to break down or really pick apart here. First of all, the SAVE Act that Levitt is talking about, it would require people to prove that they are U.S. citizens when they register to vote. It has literally nothing to do with federalizing elections. And Trump, I mean, you can double check for yourself if you want to do that to yourself. Fucking listen to Dan Bongino for an extended period of time. He never once mentioned that specific legislation during his interview with.
Oh, again, we did get the server tags back. Thank you to everybody who boosts the Discord server. Everybody who had the server tag next to their name or in their profile before, it is now gone. And so we lost a couple of boosts. So other people have now boosted us back, and so now we do need, you do have to go back and re-add the server tag to your name. So if you want to go back real quick, go into the Discord and just click the thing to add the server tag to your name. Those are back, but yes, it does not automatically put them back if you had it before. You do have to go back and manually add it yourself. So go into the Discord real quick, add those again. Are you pro or against voter ID? I'm in favor of voter ID. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's like necessary. But I don't have an issue with it either. I would say that I'm neutral on voter ID for the most part. Like, it's I have voter ID here in my state, no problem. I'm in Georgia, not a big deal. But I think that the people who act like voter ID is necessary are fucking stupid. Like, as they all pretend as though the other states that don't have voter ID are not using any IDs, and that's just not true. That's just not true at all. They still use IDs for registration and for the vote. So it does it like it's just a different process. Voter ID means that you show your ID at the polling station, whereas they use like your signature and sometimes fingerprints and like other things to connect your ID to who you are that might even be more secure than just having a fucking driver's license. Like just having somebody's driver's license probably isn't good enough to like prove that that's you when you could just have somebody's driver's license. Whereas like for non-voter ID states like California, they're literally using other like probably more safer security measures. So are you allowed to vote? Yeah, I voted in the last 2 elections.
Bongino. Yes, he was throwing out claims about non-citizen voting, but he also said verbatim,
the Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
We all heard it. And then after you had Levitt making those comments, you had Trump doubling down and literally repeating his call to nationalize elections during a press briefing at the Oval Office.
What exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be on.
And we have real ID in Georgia as well. Are you trolling, Tom? No, they just use a signature. Not when you register. No, they do not. They use a signature at the polling place. When you register, you do have to have multiple forms of identification to register to vote. That's when you give them your signature to match with your vote. That is. So no, they do not just use a signature. They use IDs when you register.
honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway.
With Trump then going on to repeat his false claims about the 2020 election being rigged and crooked, specifically mentioning Detroit, Pennsylvania, and Atlanta as places he said had horrible corruption, and adding,
and the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take them.
Bro, something's happening to his fucking eyes, bro. They are they're almost turning sideways and getting farther apart. He's starting to look like a frog or something, or like an alien. I don't know what the fuck is happening, but it looks so weird. There was a while ago where somebody made an AI photo of him. And it was an AI photo of him and Elon Musk that I used on one of my streams a while ago. And oh fuck, I wanted to keep that. And it didn't it was just kind of like a meme that made him look crazy. But ever since, he's actually looked more and more like the meme. Like his face is turning into the fucking AI meme from back then. I don't know. Fuck. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Sorry. These are all the playlists that I made for my streams on the days that whatever I covered on stream that day. I put it all into a playlist so that people could just click on the playlist and watch it there. That's right. Okay. I was staring at that what the fuck is this shit? Okay. Unlisted live streams. It was from before the election when Trump and Elon spoke to each other. Huh. Yeah, I guess I took it down. Weird. Alright, never mind.
And adding,
and the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take them.
And so, it seems like the guy's making it pretty damn clear that he wants to nationalize at least some elections. A desire that apparently has nothing to do with the SAVE Act, because he also never mentioned it once during that briefing either. But then, even after Trump doubled down and clearly contradicted Leavitt, we still saw some Republicans trying to spin those comments to make it sound less, I don't know, like he's fully drunk the authoritarian Kool-Aid. So you had Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterating the SAVE Act story after Trump's briefing.
With respect to nationalizing elections, I think the president has clarified what he meant by that, and that is that he supports the SAVE Act.
But then also, you had Speaker Johnson just taking a completely different approach, just fully committing to Trump's story about the elections in blue states being rigged or fraudulent. Where Johnson specifically mentioning California and the recent Republican loss there.
I mean, they hold the elections open for weeks after Election Day. That's just one thing that bothers so many people. We had 3 House Republican candidates who were ahead on Election Day. In the last election cycle. And every time a new tranche of ballots came in, they just magically whittled away until their leads were lost. It looks on its face to be fraudulent. Can I prove that? No.
So from here, it's just about waiting to see what these next 10 days will bring. But in the meantime, let me know your thoughts in those comments down below. And then there's even more that we're going to dive into in just a minute. But let me take a second to thank a sponsor and say, I've never once left the grocery store thinking, nailed it. But thankfully, I stumbled on today's sponsor, Hungry Root, right? The easiest way that I found to eat healthy without overthinking it. Hungry Root's like the life at Hungry administration tried to ask about Code DeFranco as a Democrat problem and claiming to the news, you've got Trump answering questions about the Epstein files by dismissing them as a Democrat problem and claiming he's barely even in them, which of course we know that that's not at all true. He's all over them in various capacities, as are others in his administration. But what ended up kind of getting the most
is he is probably the most mentioned person besides Ghislaine or Jeffrey is Donald Trump, and the majority of these are from like I think from the beginning of his presidency. So yeah, but most of the shit was like before he was even president. By far the majority of the shit that's in there is from, or I think all of it, pretty much all of it. All of it is from before he was even president. And he is maybe the most named person besides Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or the victims. It's fucking crazy. The further to be, I'm barely even in them. Okay, buddy. All right, bruh.
Most attention in this situation was when Trump snapped at CNN's Caitlin Collins as she tried to ask about justice for survivors.
Well, what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead, CNN.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice? You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. I'm asking you about survivors.
You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
Trump ridiculing Collins, and then the room just moved on to discuss healthcare. And so among all the different reactions, you had a ton of outrage that none of the other journalists in the room really said anything to defend her. So there, I will say, since it happened, CNN's defended her, and other reporters have spoken out online saying things like, a reporter asked President Trump a question he doesn't like, and instead of answering, he attacks her character. No moments of contrition for those harmed by Epstein. Instead, he has called the files a hoax. Also, Collins's CNN colleague, Jake Tapper, noted that this subject, it really causes Trump to lash out because that quiet piggy remark he made to a female reporter before, it was also in response to an Epstein question. And then Caitlin herself, she actually kind of responded just by sharing a video showing her face while Trump railed against her, and you see her just keeping her cool and remaining professional. Also with this, I think it is worth noting that, his little tirade, it came after Collins had asked other questions about Epstein, which Trump did answer, but it was clear that he wanted to move on to a new subject.
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I didn't. I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. I think it's really time for the country to get on.
Why didn't you ask me about all of the wars that I've ended? Why didn't you ask me about the trillions of dollars that I saved with Doge? Why didn't you ask me about all of the people, all of the lives that we've saved with the big beautiful bill? Why would you ask about Epstein and not? Why are you asking about bad things I've done and not all of the good things that I've done?
To something else, really. Now that nothing came out about me.
Zed King tipped $5. Something insane is how in the files it mentions a tip of someone saying under perjury that Trump threatened a girl to stay silent about being abused. Also, they did a dump and are taking down files that reference Trump, so clearly another stunt.
Yeah, are you guys able to hear that? It's not popping up on my audio, but yeah, again, this is so that when you're talking about the fact that Trump told a girl to stay quiet after being abused, this is a case that we've talked about on this show a bunch for the last year. We have gone over this case numerous times over the last year. There's a total of 3 witnesses filling out affidavits under penalty of perjury saying that Donald Trump raped a 13-year-old girl, more than one, but the one that's like testifying in this case said that he raped her brutally, as did Epstein, and then they threatened her and told her that if she ever told anybody that they would kill her, and then they said that the other girl disappeared. So if you want to disappear like Maya, you know, if you say anything, you'll disappear like Maya. And they did say that Maya was a girl who was at the parties and then just stopped showing up, just disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to her. And one of the other girls who fills out the affidavit and testifies in this case, they put her name down as Tiffany Doe, and she says that she is the recruiter for Jeffrey Epstein to get young girls to come to these parties. That she was the Ghislaine Maxwell of the time, and she was the one who went and found young girls to come to these parties to hang out with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. This is like, we're not just talking about like random people who just out of nowhere decided to throw accusations around. We're talking about like one of Epstein's closest confidants and somebody who was working for him for a long time, somebody who was like working right next to him for a very long period of time, who was also testifying that this took place. This is like, this is hard to get out of your mind, because eventually she drops the suit and says that it's out of fear for her life. Like, she said that she was getting too many death threats and that she couldn't deal with it. And her lawyer says that, yeah, she just disappeared and that was that. And nobody's been able to get in touch with her. Nobody's been able to get her to talk. Nobody's been able to get her to engage. She just disappeared and that's that. Like, it's hard to let that go when there's obviously, when there's not an actual court case. Like, you don't have a whole lot to go on, right? You don't have a whole lot to go on, and there's accusations about lots of things all the time, to where it's hard to treat them as super credible when they didn't actually play out in court. But though, like, 3 fucking affidavits from witnesses that's hard to ignore, dude. That is hard to ignore. It's hard to forget. And we just haven't been able to get anywhere with it, one way or the other.
Other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But of course, with the way that Trump and all his people, they were fighting against the Epstein files, how they're releasing and messing things up now, how they're speaking, and also how Trump is responding when Epstein questions come up, it's making it so that people aren't going to be able to move on. Though also, the Epstein files, while it's kind of like a pain in his side, for pretty much anyone else, it would be career-ending. And actually, what we're seeing in places where dorms have not been completely destroyed are some other politicians. It's actually messing up their careers. Over in the UK, Peter Mandelson just resigned from the Labour Party and House of Lords over revelations in the Epstein files, claiming that he doesn't want to cause further.
Yeah, I've seen stuff with her attorney and crap, and yeah, it's a messy situation, because it's kind of just hard. It's hard to let go.
Embarrassment for his party, because some of the communication showed that Mandelson gave Epstein sensitive financial and political information, with some of that happening in 2009 after Epstein became a convicted sex offender. He also allegedly sent Epstein a confidential document intended for the prime minister and accepted tens of thousands of dollars in payments from Epstein. And then there was also a photo that appears to be of Mandelson depicting him in underwear alongside a redacted woman or girl. And so now he's actually under investigation in the UK for misconduct while in public office. Right? And so you have a lot of people looking at that going, how novel of a concept that a politician resign and face real political consequences for being implicated in this massive scandal. Though also, going back to the United States, I will say some people are feeling some pressure here. For example, you had Melinda French Gates discussing the mentions of her ex-husband, Bill Gates, and saying,
whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Well,
and I am so happy to be away from all the muck. No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein. I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages.
Now, Gates, he's denied any wrongdoing, but politicians on both sides of the aisle, they responded to this interview by kind of echoing that call, saying, yes, Bill Gates and others, they need to face questioning, and you actually have Nancy Mace seeking to subpoena him. But, whether or not Epstein's associates, those who participated in or knew of his crimes or were just connected to him in some way, will actually answer these questions, that remains to be seen, even though I will say this topic doesn't appear to be going anywhere, and justice also seems so far out of reach. But that right there, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show is going to end. Thank you as always for being a part of another daily
He used to always start off all of his shows with that, and I think that now they're like, you're not allowed to have cuss words within the first, I think it's like minute to 2 minutes or something like that. That, yeah, now he has to move that to the end so that he doesn't say bastards too early on. How do I meant to... I meant to change the color of my name on Discord a while ago, and I thought I did. Huh. Okay. Alright, I gotta run to the restroom really bad, and I might might be a minute, so I'm trying to find something that I can just put on until I can get back, but I hate DeFranco just like that on record. Why? Why? I guess we'll just put news on, since that's one thing you can't get copyrighted for, no. I'll be back.
Former CNN anchor and a former colleague of mine. Friend Don Lemon has been taken into custody by federal agents, according to his attorney. It comes after Lemon covered the protest earlier this month, dozens of anti-ICE protesters rushing inside of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, Don has said that he was just there as a journalist, photographing the incident as a journalist, asking questions as a journalist after the protesters went in, and has been very clear he was not part of the protest group. In a statement, Don Lemon's attorney says, quote, "This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court." Now, I just want to quickly let you know, Don Lemon spoke with Allison Camerata, another former colleague and friend from CNN, who now works for Scripps News, about the church incident. Let's go to what she told us just moments ago.
So he said that he was covering a protest. This is the St. Paul church. The protesters had reason to believe that the pastor there was an ICE agent. And so Don, the way Don described it to me is that he was doing what we do. He was covering a protest. He wasn't conspiring with them. He knew that they were going to be protesting something. He wasn't in on their plans, he says, beforehand, which is one of the things that the DOJ has suggested. And then he stayed outside, he says. The protesters went inside the church. And when he realized that the protest was unfolding inside the church, he then went inside. And so, obviously our legal experts can describe whether that's trespassing on private property. But
Zed King tipped
way,
$5.
that's
Elon
a
Musk and
misdemeanor.
Howard Lutnick lied about their Epstein
the idea that
association,
Don
but
Lemon, as a
recent leaks
journalist, has
show
now
the
been
contrary,
arrested
as they showed
is just
interest
in
in
an
going to the
entirely
island
different
after
category.
Epstein was convicted. No charges, public accusations,
Now,
or
I
investigations.
have some more breaking news. We
Doesn't
have
mean
just
guilt,
learned
but
that another
triangular flag on
independent
post
journalist
emoji.
who is very popular here and very well known here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, Georgia Fort, has also been arrested. We have now seen video of her inside of her home telling us that there are FBI agents outside of her door demanding that she come out. She said that they had a warrant, that they had gone to a grand jury. So this is brand new breaking news. She is describing what is happening, saying that the federal agents say that they had a warrant, that there was a grand jury involved, and that she must come out to be arrested. She said that she spoke to her attorney. Her attorney advised her to go with them. And that is exactly what she did, and that she was taken to the Whipple building. So now there are 2 journalists who have been arrested by the FBI, by federal agents, after the incident that happened at a church. Joining me now are CNN's Kara Scannell and our chief media analyst, Brian Stelter. So Kara, what are we learning about the situation with Don Lemon?
Well, Sarah, we do know that Don Lemon was arrested last night in Los Angeles in the 11 o'clock hour local time. I'm told by a source that he was in a hotel lobby on his way to an event related to covering the Grammy Awards, and that is when he was arrested by the agents and taken into custody. It is expected he will appear in court in Los Angeles this morning, and that the charges against him will be unsealed. Now, as we've been discussing, Lemon was part of a larger attempt by the Justice Department to bring charges against a number of people, some from the protesting group last week, and that the judge had rejected that complaint against some of the individuals, including Don Lemon. He had suggested if DOJ wanted to go forward, they might want to look toward going before a grand jury. So that would follow the process that played out, where the judge did not believe that there was sufficient evidence, but if a grand jury did, then that would be the route that the Justice Department could take. It's possible that they have returned an indictment, though we have not yet seen the document. We have not seen any updates from the court about what this instrument is that Lemon was charged in, and specifically what he was charged with. We do know, though, that some of the protesters who were there, who were not journalists, but the protesters were charged with going into the church and disrupting this religious service, violating laws related to that. So it's possible that that will be the similar charge that Lemon will face. All this will become much more clear, though, once these documents are unsealed, and we do expect that to happen this morning, as this will then continue to play out. I mean, as this new arrest tells us, Lemon was arrested last night in Los Angeles. This other journalist was arrested this morning, if there are other arrests related to this, because not everyone was charged in that initial complaint that the Justice Department was trying to charge. They could be playing out this morning, so it may be an instance where we do see additional arrests, and then we do eventually see this charging document and understand what charges they are specifically facing. As you said, Lemon's lawyer, Abby Lowell, says that he will fight this vigorously, and that, it is not unprecedented for journalists to be charged, but it is also very unusual for journalists to be charged because of their First Amendment right to cover events and certain protections that journalists have to participate in capturing news. So there is definitely going to be a big fight here to come on behalf of Don Lemon and most likely this other journalist as they fight back on these charges, which his lawyer is saying is unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. And as we have seen, the president and his attorney general have gone after people that Trump does see as his perceived enemies. Don Lemon is particularly one of those. Sarah?
Yeah. Kara Scannell, thank you for your reporting and getting us caught up to speed. We are expecting to see any time now this morning or perhaps into the afternoon the charges, because this has to go through court and it has to be made public. Brian Stelter, now that you are learning that there are 2 journalists who have been taken into custody, one of whom we know well, our colleague and friend Don Lemon, the other who is very well known here as an independent journalist, she also saying that she was taken into custody, Georgia Fort. I saw her just the other day. She was covering the Ilhan Omar incident. What does that tell you about what the Trump administration is doing here? I mean, the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason.
A disturbing escalation against reporting in America And I would also put it in the framework of protests. You know, this is part of an ongoing pressure campaign against protests, especially the kind of provocative anti-Trump protest action that we have seen makes the administration so uncomfortable. And frankly, makes some voters very uncomfortable. This is an action, this arrest of Don Lemon, this arrest of this independent journalist who is live streaming and reporting in Minnesota. This is something that some MAGA loyalists have been demanding. They've been wanting to see it happen. When Trump promised retribution, this is the kind of retribution that some of his voters, not all, but some of his voters wanted to see. And I think that is, for better or for worse, some of the context for what we're seeing this morning. In this, the First Amendment is meant to protect both a reporter's right to report, but also a congregation's right to worship. So legal experts might say this is somewhat complicated, although Lemon said all along he was there as a reporter, not as an activist, and he did a really important job showing people, all of us now who can watch the video, what happened inside that church. I want to back up to that Sunday morning. That intrusion into City's church was sincerely shocking to many, many millions of Americans, myself included. People, saw that video, they saw Lemon's video, and they were uncomfortable by what happened inside that church. The idea that worship service was disrupted by protesters. And now there's a very interesting debate about whether the protesters were right or whether they were wrong to go into the church. But that is a political debate, and that's a debate about what forms of protest are effective. The Trump administration is moving that political debate into the legal arena and wanting to take it into court and have a court fight. And we know there have been these attempts to arrest some of the other protesters last week who were there. And now we have these arrests of these reporters who documented the scene. I'm reminded of what one of Lemon's friends, Jennifer Welch, said to her on a podcast. Lemon was talking to Welch, and Welch said to Lemon, quote, "You are a prize for them, an independent, gay, black, happy, successful man. And this is an attempt to intimidate and beat you down." So that's how Lemon's friends see this situation. This attempt to charge him, and now this actual arrest of Lemon, he's in jail in LA now, as an attempt to target another Trump foe. And let me also quote, Sarah, our colleague Larry Madowo, who's based in Nairobi, who covers Africa for CNN. He wrote on X a few minutes ago, "This arrest is a gift to authoritarian governments worldwide who can now justify arresting journalists they don't like because even America does it."
That is stark. It is reality. There is, as we have spoken about, the potential of a major chilling effect, although I certainly am not going to shut my mouth. I know that you won't either. There are many journalists that will continue to call a spade a spade. But there is a definite fear here, especially for those who are independent journalists who are smaller, who don't have an apparatus around them as they are out in the streets, or if they go into buildings, whether or not they are protected.
Aram Sam tip $20. So MAGA or PAD, are you also pets? Or you just really love supporting pets? Or is it the thought of living in an authoritarian country with pets as leaders that you enjoy so much? Which is it? Also Tom Bald.
So the Attorney General now confirming these arrests. She says 4 people were taken into custody total.
And we know that one person who was arrested, a protester, was a former NAACP president locally here, Nakima Levy-Pounds. She was let out, and she is disputing that they went into church without permission. She said they had permission. We will see how this goes forward, but it is a stunning development that now we know at least 2 journalists have been arrested by the DOJ because of their coverage of a protest. We'll see what happens next.
Freedom of the press! Freedom of the press!
Protect freedom of the press! Lock people and do illegal property. Proud of you, black man. Proud of you, black man. Don't listen to this nonsense. Don't listen to the nonsense. We got you.
Okay, sorry.
We got you. We're we got you. I we have to thank journalists so generously. Organized fire tested the walked into the church. Are you a participant or are you a journalist? Donald Trump at the once you are afraid. How was United Veil? Protect freedom of the children. What do you do the last night, Don?
FBI agents took journalists.
That was really weird. It was just a bunch of people asking him questions and him just standing there, just turning around and looking at everybody as they took pictures. That was Super strange. Thank you, Z King, for the $5. He said Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick lied about, about their Epstein association, but recent leaks show the contrary, as they showed interest in going to the island after Epstein was convicted. No charges, public accusations, or investigations. Doesn't mean guilt, but red flags. Yeah, I don't think that there's like evidence of anything having to do with convictions. It's just more proof that these people aren't trustworthy. It's more proof that they're liars. And while Lutnick didn't go as far as like Trump, as far as we know, of like, you know, trying to protect other people who were involved, or Elon Musk, it is the case that like they lied about this. They just lied. They said that they never talked to the guy. They talked shit about him. They talked about how horrible he was, and then it turns out that they lied. They were involved with him. They did talk to him. They did try going to the fucking island. They did do all this shit. So yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Aaron M Sound with the $20 dono said, so MAGA or FAD? Are you also pedos? Or I gotta make this bigger. Or you just really love supporting pedos? Or is it the thought of living in an authoritarian country with pedos as leaders that you enjoy so much? Which is it? Also, Tom equals bald. Did we ever get Felix unbanned? Thank you, Aaron M Sound, for the dono. What happened with Felix? How the fuck didn't he get, or what? I guess he was never banned, but what the fuck happened with him? That was so weird. No, Felix didn't get banned. Sorry, yesterday he sent a super chat asking if he was banned because he's not able to chat, and then I went and checked the banned list and he wasn't on there. But he still hasn't sent any super chats or sorry, any chats or anything. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe I just need to add Kick back, because there's been a couple of people who are mad that they keep getting fucked with the YouTube chat as well, and they're like, damn, I wish the Kick chat was up so I could just go over there, chat real quick, you know, whatever it is that's getting banned in or like getting blocked in YouTube chat. I can just go over there, type it there, and then they'd at least be able to see it on screen. So yeah, I'll try to work on that. The vertical streams, I've wanted to do them a couple of times recently, but I can't. Like something with the new computer, I cannot do vertical streams now. And even when I try to do vertical streams on Tom Bottery just to like play video games and shit, even that is just lagging like crazy. It's just not working. It's not going. So I wanted to do call-ins the other day and just, yeah, it just won't work. So I don't know. I don't know if Kick will work either.
Into custody, citing undisclosed federal charges stemming from a protest at a Minnesota church. Civil rights advocates call the move an alarming escalation by the administration, saying it signals an unconstitutional crackdown on journalists and free speech.
Felix 954 tipped $2. I can see my chat but others can't apparently.
Yeah, normally that only happens if you get banned. Send a thing to YouTube support and tell them, like, because you're not on my banned list. Just send a message to YouTube support and let them know that that your chats aren't going through, and see if they can fix it. Huh. Yeah, that's strange. Fuck, where did it go? Here it is. Just kidding.
Felix 954 tip $2. Bet.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, let me know if that doesn't work, because if it doesn't, then I'll message them as well.
We're here.
Well, shit. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I wanted to watch on Piers Morgan. I want to watch Ethan Klein on there, but I also want to watch Tim Pool and Dave Smith had their debate. We showed them getting into it on Twitter and their back and forths over whether or not, you know, where Tim said, it's my boot. You guys are calling me a bootlicker? It's my boot. I'm the one who stomps. Like he sounds like he's trying to take a line from Breaking Bad. I'm the one who knocks. You know, when you get scared, somebody's knocking on your door. You think they might hurt you. I'm the one who knocks. Something like that. Anyways, yeah, it's my boot. I'm the one who stomps. So yeah, they get into it over that. I really want to see them debate. So we'll watch that one first. Then maybe we'll go to this one.
When these people come out and go, Tim's a boot.
Cool, we're stealing Lonerbox content now? Why, did he watch this?
Bootlicker for defending us. I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots.
This is the gayest, cringiest shit I've ever seen. You are an 8-year-old boy playing with action figures right now. If Tim wants to identify as a boot, I will respect his pronouns.
Tim, are you still proudly claiming yourself to be the boot? The events of the past few weeks have been emotive and divisive on many levels, including among those who vociferously backed Donald Trump to be president. The attempts to justify Alex Pretty's death, for example, sparked debate about the scale and effectiveness of the ICE crackdown, as well as claims of hypocrisy about the right to protest and to carry guns. And Marjorie Taylor Greene summed up the broader MAGA divide in her recent appearance on Bill Maher.
MAGA to me meant secure the border, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. We should care about grocery prices. We should care about housing prices. We should care about the next generation. We should care about the national debt, which I think you totally agree on. And we should release the Epstein files. We should have government transparency. That's what we campaigned on. And I don't know how in 1 year's time MAGA all of a sudden becomes okay with bombing foreign countries, okay with regime change, against releasing the Epstein files. So that's the split, is there's a lot of people that voted for what we thought MAGA was, and then it evolved into something else.
So I will never forget, okay, her and other people within her office said that Donald Trump told her when she kept demanding that the Epstein files be released, that he called her and excoriated her, screamed and yelled at her. Everybody in the office could hear. And he said, you need to stop because this will hurt my friends. Okay? This is what Donald Trump said. So when we're talking about protecting pedophiles and shit like that, this is something that Donald Trump said. This is something that he put out.
Well, those who've remained in the president's camp have been accused, among other things, of bootlicking. As you've probably seen by now, Tim Pool gave an eye-catching response to this particular claim, and Dave Smith gave an equally eye-catching response to him. Both clips are out-of-context snippets of much broader arguments, but we make no apologies for showing them both again.
So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And
Yeah, that's literally bootlicking. That's literally, he's just describing, I'm not bootlicking. I'm just defending the government at every turn. I'm just going to say that I'm on their side no matter what they do. Yeah, it's called bootlicking. So when they are, and he says enforcing the law. He's a fucking piece of shit. They're not enforcing the law. That a stat that I didn't see before from I think it's IMP something Immigration Policy Institute or something like that. I don't remember what the group is called, but they did a study a while ago that showed that Barack Obama deported criminals with like severe criminal histories, like violent criminal pasts, that was 90% of the deportations. 90% of deportations under Barack Obama were people with so when we say like, oh, we're going to go after the worst of the worst, Barack Obama actually did at a 90% rate. Donald Trump is at a 5% rate. 5%. 5%. Donald Trump promised that he was going to go after the worst of the worst. Donald Trump promised he was just going after the violent criminals and the ones who were really bad and all that. But he hasn't. It's 5%. And you would imagine that they're going after them first, right? So if that's 5% of who they've gone after so far in the first year, that's just going to go down. That's just going to go down throughout his fucking administration. It will be like 1% by the end of his fucking administration. That can only go down from here. It's not like there's going to be like way more violent criminals down the line that they'll get. No, it's just going to keep going down, bro.
And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying,
Okay.
you're
All right,
coming
let's just
in
pause it
and
here.
enforcing laws we
Tim, brother, this is the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my life. This is the gayest, cringiest shit I've ever seen. You are an 8-year-old boy playing with action figures right now, but you're an adult broadcasting this to hundreds of thousands of people. Like, this is just so goddamn. I mean, I don't know. Like, dude, this has crossed the line of like, it's not even in political commentary anymore. You're like in some type of fetish right now. You're wearing the boot. I'm wearing the boot and I'm crushing everybody. I crushed you and I crushed you. Like, Tim, what the fuck are you doing right now, bro?
Well, we thought it.
Tom looks like that new Game of Thrones character. You think there's new Game of Thrones characters? He just started watching Game of Thrones for the first time. He's made it through the first season where Jon Snow makes it to the wall, and then when he gets there, he meets Aegon, and he's like, "Oh, Tom's that new character Aegon in Game of Thrones." Have you guys seen the new episode? Season 1, episode 6, Aegon.
Only fair and reasonable to bring the two protagonists together to discuss Bootgate. So welcome to Tim Pool and Dave Smith.
How's it going? What's up, Piers? What's up, Tim?
Tim, are you still proudly claiming yourself to be the boot? Or have you had time to reflect?
No, I think the point of that comment was I had made a post on X where I said something to the effect of,
we all get the point, bro. Nobody was confused by the point of it. You don't have to explain it. Yes, you voted for Trump. We get it. You voted for Trump. We get it. You're saying, yeah, the egg from the new ward of the Seven Kingdoms, dumbass. Guess who wrote it? Wait. That's not what you said. Why are you calling me a dumbass when you're correcting yourself now? Yeah, I was totally wrong, you dumbass. It was actually something totally different than what I said it was, idiot. You're fucking stupid for thinking that I knew what I was talking about when I said that.
Freddie was conspiring with a group to obstruct federal law enforcement, did not show up to a protest. He showed up to an operation to obstruct federal law enforcement, resisted arrest. It was an unfortunate circumstance where, you know, the agents yell gun, gun, gun. One guy sees Freddie holding a phone in his hand. A gunshot goes off. I don't think anybody was going to that day. This is the gist of the argument. I don't think the agents were trying to murder someone that day. I don't think Freddie went there with the intention of murdering everybody. And by saying that,
Game of Thrones prequel is still Game of Thrones? No, it's not. No, it's not. Game of Thrones is a book series. This, I don't believe, is a book series. It's just stuff that they're writing themselves. This is like saying the what's the series called with the lawyer from Breaking Bad? I forget the name of it, but this is like saying that's still Breaking Bad. No, Breaking Bad was one show. This is a separate show that is a prequel, but Better Call Saul, yes. He's the new character from Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad's been off for 10 years. No, I'm talking about Better Call Saul. Well, that's not Breaking Bad. That's a totally different show, bro. But yeah, it's what is it called? Like House of Dragons, I think is the series, right?
I have these people tweeting that I'm a bootlicker because I'm defending ICE because they went out and, you know, and you've got a spattering of some libertarians that are arguing this is a peaceful protest or just filming, and many liberals making the same claim. And so my response is, I voted for ICE to go out and do this. I was promised in 2024 that Donald Trump was going to employ ICE, CBP. They were going to make these arrests. So it's not that I'm defending.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A new Game of Thrones show. Yeah. But not Game of Thrones.
And licking their boot as they go out and do this. It's literally, it's me saying, gentlemen, please, would you go out and engage in these operations? Now, I'm not happy that Freddie died or these conflicts are happening.
Yeah, it's part of the Game of Thrones series. It's a prequel that took place about 200 years before I think it's before the war, where they defeated the Mad King. So yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good show too. The first like 2 or 3 episodes not too great, but everything after that is actually really good. It's a really good show.
I was promised in 2024 that Donald Trump was going to employ ICE, CBP. They were going to make these arrests. So it's.
No, you were not. You were told that they were going to go after the worst of the worst. You were not promised this. You were promised they would go after the worst of the worst. I don't know why the fuck you're lying about this, but I don't know why they keep lying.
Not that I'm defending and licking their boot as they go out and do this. It's literally, it's me saying, gentlemen, please, would you go out and engage in these operations? Now, I'm not happy that Freddie died.
So again, first off, nobody was arguing about the fact that they shouldn't be deporting people. Nobody, literally nobody. Like nobody was saying that they shouldn't be deporting people. Not even Alex Preddy was saying that they should never deport people. But that's what he's arguing against now. He's just going to totally move off of whether or not this was a justified shoot, and he's just going to say, "Yeah, I'm just talking about the fact that I think that this is okay that they deport people." How fucking dishonest do you have to be? And he justifies the shoot by saying, "Well, the SIG went off." No, it did not. The SIG did not go off. There's no evidence the SIG went off. There's no reason to believe the SIG went off. It's just bullshit. It's just a fucking lie. The SIG did not go off. So to justify the shoot, that is obviously a bad shoot. You have to pretend that the SIG went off and make up a whole fucking convoluted story to make it seem as though that's the case. Yeah, that's called bootlegging. That's what that
died,
is.
or these conflicts are happening. But these are agents enacting the political will of me and many others who voted for it.
Dave Smith, your response.
Well, I would just first off say that Tim knows that I love him, and we did make up on Twitter there.
Can we not start with a mollifying comment like that,
Piers? Piers, you really are. Even in recovery, Piers is still just sparking fights. I love it. I'm glad to see. I'm so glad you're doing the show.
Joe Rogan, if I may say, in between, he had Andrew Wilson on a couple of days ago, and in between mocking me for my injury and suggesting I have a 10-year lifespan now as a result of having a new hip put in, and saying I was in no shape and that's why this happened to me. Notwithstanding that, he did say that I'm the best cat wrangler in the world, by which he meant I bring guys like you together and I wrangle as you go at it. And so starting from such a peaceful position doesn't appeal, Dave, to my cat wrangling skills.
Well, I second Joe and Andrew's opinion there. Not the 10 years part, the cat wrangling part. But if Tim wants to identify as a boot, I will respect his pronouns, and I will try to be respectful here. I think that look, what the Preddy shooting. Again, as we know, we've all been burned on things like this before. Sometimes there's information that isn't available, context that isn't available in the video. What we have in the video of him being shot looks about as bad as any shooting could look. He wasn't resisting arrest. He wasn't being violent in that moment. And it doesn't really matter what happened 11 days earlier. Like 8 officers have him on the ground, disarm him. Yes, one of them starts frantically yelling gun, and then they pump 9 bullets into a guy who's not a threat to anybody. So the shooting itself looks very bad. If you want to get into the details of that, the real question, which no one seems to be addressing, is what happened right before that warranted shoving a woman in that manner. For any man to ever put his hands on a woman in that manner, you better have a damn good reason for doing it. And no one's offered one, but what the administration has done is had all of its top spokespeople lie through their teeth, including the head of the FBI claiming that it's illegal to bring a gun to a protest, and the head of the Department of Homeland Security claiming that he was there to assassinate a bunch of officers and do as much damage as possible. I think it was Stephen Miller who called him a domestic terrorist. This stuff is absurd. And the broader picture that I think everyone's missing here is that ICE and Border Patrol are not doing what Tim voted for them to do. Mass deportations are not happening. Donald Trump walked away from mass deportations over a year ago when he said they won't be deporting people from hospitality and farming. Translation, in other words, big business likes the cheap labor, and they don't want those people deported, and Donald Trump backed off, as he has done basically throughout his entire 5 years of being president, sold out the American people on behalf of big business. And, this stuff in Minnesota, this is all theater. There's maybe 200,000 illegals in all of Minnesota. They sent 3,000 agents into Minneapolis. We're not getting huge numbers of people here. And instead what you're getting is left-wing activists who are looking for a fight. And then Piers, I'm sure you've seen, Tim, I'm sure you've seen, in a lot of videos, ICE and Border Patrol agents who are also looking for a fight, who are going around intimidating regular people, lying to them about what their constitutional rights are. I've seen dozens of videos where these ICE agents are telling people that it's illegal to film, threatening to put regular people on a list of domestic terrorists. Their faces are covered. They're not identifying themselves. They're grabbing people at random Walmarts and dropping them off 8 miles away. This is all we're getting out of this is a bunch of violence and a massive provocation of the worst elements of the left-wing activists.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with whether or not you think that illegal immigrants should be deported. All of us here are in favor of illegal immigrants being deported. We have no problem with illegal immigrants being deported. The dumb shit that Piers Morgan will say every time is, well, what about Obama? You didn't have anything to say about Obama. Hold on. Wait a minute. What about Obama? But like Obama was drastically different and was not the same at all. It is the process that they're using to deport these people. It's the fact that they're doing illegal things. It's the fact that when they get caught doing illegal things, they refuse to fix those. They refuse to remedy their failures, and so it's it is about that, not about whether or not they're deporting immigrants. That is not relevant.
It's a huge loss for all of us.
Yeah. And Tim, you know, what I think is so sort of weird about this is that there's not a lot of difference between Donald Trump's view of the immigration issue and Barack Obama's. And there are plenty of clips doing the rounds at the moment of Barack Obama.
Speak for yourself, Tom. I also want American citizens to be deported. Only MAGA citizens, though. Okay. I don't know how I feel about illegals' children being in cages, bro. I don't know. Wait, are you saying that to me? As though I just said something about putting children in cages? Wait, what? I don't know, Tom. I think I disagree on putting those kids in cages, bro. I don't know about that. Is that... But no? Okay, I was... Wait, what?
Talking like Donald Trump about immigration, right? Obama, as we now know, deported over 3 million people.
Hang on! That is not analogous. This is so fucking stupid. He does this every time. And he does it every time, and every time, the liberal who's sitting there, every liberal sitting there says, yeah, I don't have a problem with illegal immigrants being deported. I'm not against deportations. So every single time they say this, every single time, they're all like, yeah, I'm not against immigrants being deported. It's so fucking stupid, dude. It's so obnoxious. Like, he just keeps pushing this straw man. Whoa, hang on. Obama.
But he didn't get anything like the attention that Trump's deportation record is getting. And as Dave just said, he's not deporting anything like the same numbers. I don't understand, having had a thumping win on the southern border, Donald Trump, pretty much shutting it down after the ridiculous farce of 4 years of Biden just opening it up. Having got that big win, why he didn't just do...
Did he say 5 years?
Pretty much shutting it down after the ridiculous farce of 4 years of Biden just opening it up.
4 years.
Having got that big...
4 years? He literally had the same exact policy in place that Trump had for the first year and a half of his presidency. Title 42. They made it to where the borders were just fucking shut down because of COVID. Every fucking country just had borders completely shut down across the board. Like, what the fuck is he talking about 4 years? It wasn't even 4 years either. The 2.5 at most, and it wasn't open borders either because Biden set the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. So, and he did it in 2.5 years. So yeah, that's that is complete bullshit.
Win. Why he didn't just do what Obama did a lot of the time, which is he went to the governors of individual states and he said, right, how many illegal immigrants do you have in prisons who've committed other crimes? We're going to deport them all. And that's apparently a large number of the people that he deported were those types of people. Most Americans would agree with that. If Trump just did a deal with every individual state governor to deport undocumented people in prison for other crimes, I think most Americans would agree with that. So why is he allowed himself, I think, by people in his administration like Stephen Miller and others, to be sucked into a much wider, much more problematic program?
He's allowing himself to be sucked. That cannot stand. That cannot stand. Donald Trump is not supposed to allow himself to be sucked. He is supposed to do the sucking. Bill Clinton, Bubba would be very disappointed to find out that Donald Trump was allowing himself to be sucked. Can't happen.
Why is he allowed himself, I think, by people in his administration like Stephen Miller and others, to be sucked into a much wider, much more problematic program of masked ICE agents running around like a bunch of fascists, as many people have called them, you know, just bashing doors down, running into Home Depot, seizing anyone who might be there undocumented. That's a far more complex thing and far less popular.
There's a lot to break down just with what David said and now what you have said, and I'll say.
Great setup you got there, Tim. I gotta say, great setup you got there. Great mic. Great camera. Really putting all those donos to work.
Start here with you mentioning the masks. I had heavily criticized.
So is he in hiding after what he said? Is he in hiding now that he's said that he's the boot? He had a bunch more bullets come into his house, or what?
The DHS and the Trump administration going back to the election, saying that we should not live in a country where our law enforcement are masking up and we can't see their faces. We don't want to live in a country like that. The argument I got largely from Trump supporters is that, well, they're threatened by domestic terrorists. They'll come to their homes, they'll kill their family. And my response is, guys, if we are actually at the point where you genuinely believe leftists are going to show up to the homes of ICE agents and murder their families.
Bro, this is the most long-winded way of just saying, yeah, I don't agree with them wearing masks and not being identifiable. Like, why can't you don't have to give this fucking whole speech of like, people say, and their argument is this, and their justification is that. But I say back, I'm like, bro, you know, I don't think that like that's really necessary in the scenario. Bro, just say, I disagree with that. Pretty simple.
Then the problem of immigration is much smaller, right? We're in civil war at this point, and there are some arguments that we have seen in Minnesota. They went to the homes of suspected federal agents. They smashed vehicles. They stole weapons. So all of those things are pushing us to this point where the hardcore Trump side is never going to give up on, you know what, we're fighting a demonic force or whatever. We're going to mask up and do these things. I think that's a dangerous prospect. I will say then, to your point about Trump cutting deals with the governors, I believe that was actually the point of contention with Minnesota. In many of these other states, Trump just cut a deal with these governors. And I believe the reason for the initial deployment was a combination to Minnesota was a combination of the Somali fraud story being massive. Trump probably wanted to win. Stephen Miller probably wanted to win some kind of show of force, but also that Minnesota was not cooperating in the same way.
I am the captain.
So the supposed drawdown, which I don't know we're actually getting, where he brings out Bovino, he reassigns Kristi Noem, was predicated upon, okay, Tim Walz called me on the phone and we're going to try and work out a deal. Homan said, just give us the criminals from the jails and then we can be done with this. So what I will then say to all of Dave's point is 90% agree. Trump, I said Trump needs to stand down or suit up. These half measures are ridiculous. You're getting these videos of ICE agents falling for.
Bro, what is he doing right now? Like, this is just, he's just rambling. What the fuck is he doing right now?
For leftist agitprop, making these perfect PSAs to make Trump look bad. And quite honestly, DHS is looking bad. When, as Dave pointed out, these guys are saying, I'm going to put you on a domestic terror watch list. I watched one video where a guy was filming an immigration stop.
The last time that I was live, the game and and Chrome were both coming through the same exact audio ports for some reason. They were both coming through the same exact ones. They weren't separated like they're supposed to be. This time they actually are. They are. I didn't even do anything. I didn't change them. I didn't touch shit. Now they're separated. They're back to being where they're supposed to be. I don't get it.
From his porch, and an ICE agent, or it might have been CBP, walks up down to his porch to stop him from filming. I mean, these go way over the line. So yes, Trump.
But killing somebody totally unnecessarily, that one's fine. There's no big deal there. That's totally different.
He needed to either just stop the protests, cut a big deal, or Insurrection Act, none of this stupid stuff, or just back off. And I think either play works. I think the backing off wholly would be good. My proposal to Trump actually was very, very simple. not literally to Trump, but just in general, and that's visit Minneapolis, visit the Twin Cities. No Insurrection Act, no DHS, no military, just literally say, I'm going to come down, have a meeting with the mayor and the governor. And what that would do is it would de facto lock down these violent protests that we're seeing, these riots. It would stop these occupations that we're seeing, where we're setting up checkpoints, because then you get a natural security presence. And Trump doesn't have to say, I'm putting the boot down. All he has to say is, I want to talk to the governor about how we tone things down.
Bro, you were just so fucking happy about the boot 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, you were so happy about the boot. Now you're like, well, you didn't have to put the boot down. This is just straight fucking moonwalking back. Just getting it, moonwalking all the way back. What the fuck?
He hasn't done that. And I also want to throw heavy criticism towards this argument that Preddy was trying to massacre people was ridiculous. I think what we saw with the Preddy situation, where I disagree with Dave, is he is clearly resisting arrest. Doesn't mean he deserves to die. It doesn't mean the agents were good. I don't think the agents were like, let's kill a guy. I think it's a crowd of people, largely the agents, overreacting. I imagine it's due to being, I think the report was 50 people had been stalking them and obstructing them that day. Preddy was just being one of them. And these guys are on edge. Now, I've made the argument, DHS, law enforcement need to be beyond above board because of the scrutiny they're going to face. I've argued they should be wearing polo shirts and khakis. They shouldn't be going out with masks and armor, because the most important thing is the American people know that we're doing this lawfully and by the book. I think these guys went out there after this ongoing campaign where, you know, if you watch the videos even from today, you've got these leftists masked up. You can't see any part of their faces, and they're pulling vehicles over.
Bro, how long is he gonna fucking cope for? How long is this cope gonna be for? Like, what the fuck?
Demanding their paper, saying, show me your IDs and prove to me you are who you are. Jorge Ventura's got a video where they walk up to a Somali driver and then ask him to confirm he's not ICE because he's in a database. So certainly I can criticize Trump, but the things these people are doing on the ground is insane. So I can imagine you got CBP agents hot on edge, terror attacks against ICE and CBP last year. People are being killed, or at least they're trying to kill, and they're overreacting. That is their responsibility. I'm not going to cut them any slack for overreacting, just to point out that they are. And the circumstance around Preddy's death was unfortunate, should have happened. I look at this from a, what ingredients have you thrown to the pot? You've got leftists organizing, creating databases, going on shift. Preddy was on a shift. Never gonna end. He was on duty. They have a list of people. You are assigned a duty. He went out there with the intention of obstructing, and conspiracy to obstruct and obstruct are felonies. Again, not saying it justifies him being killed or anything like that. The agents are on edge. Everybody's boiling over. And when you put all those ingredients into a pot, you show up with the SIG to obstruct police. When they shove you and push you and then try to arrest you, you resist. And I'm not saying he was resisting like punching cops, but he's clearly not submitting, laying down, and putting his hands behind his back. You know what? I hate to say it, but it sounds like there's a defective SIG discharge.
Yeah, you gotta cut him off at some point. Holy shit, dude. This is fucking wild. He's about to just keep going. What the hell is happening?
Which resulted in them freaking out and shooting him.
Well, we don't know that yet, and what we do know is that one of the agents took away the guy's gun. You can
wait. Did he just make the SIG claim?
I hate to say it, but it sounds like there's his hands behind his back. You know what? I hate to say it, but it sounds like there's a defective SIG discharge, which resulted in them freaking.
Yeah, that's again. Just want to be clear. That's not true. We know that's not true. We know the SIG did not go off. The DHS has never claimed the SIG went off. This is just what people are using as a cope to try to justify what happened. We know the officer shot the first shot. We know that that's what happened. There's no doubt about it. Nobody has claimed otherwise with any sort of authority. So I don't know why he keeps trying to push this fucking narrative. It is so stupid. It is so fucking stupid. Holy shit.
Out and shooting him.
Well, we don't know that yet, and what we do know is that one of the agents took away the guy's gun. You can see that before they start shooting. So the whole thing was a complete fiasco.
And he's
but we've had the benefit of watching it. Obviously,
exactly. So a shot is fired. Preddy's got a black object in his hand, and the other agents after the shooting yell, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" They just don't know.
No, it may be.
shouldn't
Look,
have happened.
I think we have to wait for that because apparently this particular.
Is the harvester the queen? Or which one's the queen? I have to give queen things to the project. Queen reactors. So do I go to harvester events or do I go to matriarch events? Yes, harvester's the queen. Okay.
A type of gun has got a track record of sometimes doing that. Let's wait and see. Others say there's been no suggestion it fired at all, but we'll see. I broadly agree with a lot of what you just said. Dave, one of the problems with this is because of these two back-to-back incidents involving ICE, a lot of ICE hatred has built up now, fermented as very predictably by the celebrity world, by Hollywood. We saw the Grammy Awards, everybody queuing up to pound ICE. But you also see people like Billie Eilish, who's a fantastic talent. I absolutely love her as a performer. But she said, no, the problem with that.
Wait, what the fuck just happened?
I absolutely love her as a performer. But she said, no, the problem with that is obviously she's got a lovely home in California. So what she's now given is anyone who wants to go in and inveigle their way into her home a license to do it because her own home is on illegal land, right? So once you take the premise that all of this land was illegally acquired, then there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant. Then you're back to the Biden era on steroids where 20 million, 30 million, 40 million can come in because actually none of this is illegal. And when you've got a major...
Yeah, there's no such thing as illegals when you're on stolen land is a insanely stupid fucking argument. And I wish people would stop fucking saying that shit or putting it on signs or any of that. It's a bad argument. Just stop. Like, it's just bad. It is. You are arguing that there cannot be any laws, that you can't uphold any sort of civilized society because the land was stolen. Like it is a horrifically bad argument. All land was taken from somebody else. This has been the case for literally all lands that have ever that currently exist. It's just a bad argument. Like, and he is right. Like, the idea would be that now, okay, so people can just come into your house because it's on stolen land, and like there's no such thing. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Major pop star saying that, to me that's really problematic. That will fly around TikTok. It will fly around where young people get their news, and before you know it, this becomes the agreed young perception of this whole issue, when in fact that is not the reality of the illegal immigration problem.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, look, she's a child, right? I mean, I don't know. How old is she? It's ridiculous what she's saying. I think that kind of look, if you take this like from a year ago to today, one of the things that was really amazing about the
Zed King tipped $5. My whole life conservatives screamed 1984 and Big Brother. Now we have the government literally lying about a murder we all witnessed. DHS using surveillance tech on people in a mercy for national security, and so many conservatives parrot the agenda. Lol.
Yep. I mean, I've always been like an establishment shill. And somebody who has always like very much defended the establishment, defended cops. I am a victim of police brutality and have still to this day suffer with consequences of my being attacked. But I still defend cops for the most part. I normally give benefit of the doubt to cops. In these cases, I can't. Even in like most of these cases, my first reaction is to say like, okay, they probably there was probably some reason for this. There was probably justified for some reason. And then every time, like once I get all the information, it's like, okay, no, this literally cannot be the case. It cannot be that this is justified. They could not have thought that they were doing the right thing here. They're fucking up my groove, dude. Like, this is killing my whole establishment shill perspective.
The Biden administration was that it moved.
Thank you, Z King, for the $5. We're at $39 to get to 50. We got to get about another $11, guys. $11. That's all we got to get. $11 to hit 50. Let's get it. Let's get it. W's in chat. Cheers in chat for Z King.
Americans further to the right on immigration than would have been previously imaginable. And a big part of this is because we had just never had such an influx of people come in such a short period of time. Just millions and millions. And no one even knows exactly. They estimate around 10 million came in, but we don't really know.
Who estimated 10 million came in under Biden? Who estimated that? Who? It's 2 million. 2 million is what the fucking Republicans put out. The Republicans themselves, they put out a fucking estimate of 2 million. Is 1.7 million to be exact. 1.7 million, and that was like the max number. The max number, 1.7 million. What are we talking about here?
No, most of that is going off of how many border apprehensions there were and then trying to figure out, well, if they got this many, how many might have come in? But so Donald Trump inherited a society when he became president for the second time where mass deportations had support of a super majority of the American people. And of course, that's reasonable because most Americans are like, yeah, you broke the law. That's not okay. We're a nation of laws. The thing is, that we also still have the United States Constitution as the supreme law of the land. So Donald Trump was always in a tricky spot here of how do you the estimates of total illegal immigration is like between 30 and 50 million. Well, how do you remove 30 to 50?
Estimates are between 15 and 17 million. 15 and 17. They were at 11 to 13 before the Biden administration. They're at 13 to 17 after the Biden administration. He is just making shit up. He's just completely talking out of his fucking ass. I don't know where the fuck he's getting this shit from. This is ridiculous.
Million people. We only have like 20,000 Border Patrol agents in total. So, okay, how do you go about doing that? And it was always, I was talking about this on my show last year. It was always a big question of like, okay, the American people support mass deportations in the abstract, but what will they really support in order to achieve that goal? What level of violence are you going to need? And so the last thing in the world you want, if you're on the side of being an immigration restrictionist, is a huge show of violence that's going to turn a lot of people off that doesn't even result in a large number of illegals being deported. So like, I think on any level, there's like no debate here. What are we talking about? If we, just to be clear, if we got every single illegal alien out of Minnesota, you wouldn't even make a dent in 1 year of Joe Biden's open border. So there's just, the juice isn't worth the squeeze here. And what you're doing essentially is you're handing a giant talking point to all those people in that ridiculous event last night to sit around where they're all worth $50 million and they're in $50,000 dress and $10,000 shoes, but they talk about the struggles of, this is their own weird psychological projection of not being able to deal with the fact that they're very, very privileged. But again, you're just
he agrees with them. He fucking agrees with them, and he's sitting here still complaining and just virtue signaling about what it is that they're saying. But he agrees with them. It is true that, yes, like, people who are in positions of power probably should speak up when bad things are happening. Like, it's probably good if you are in positions of power or in positions of influence that you actually say something when something bad happens, to where you're able to, speak. You're able to be heard better than all of us who are just gonna like sit, with 30 viewers watching on YouTube or 10 likes on Twitter or something like that. You're able to get a lot more people to hear you, and you're able to speak on behalf of all of those people who aren't going to be heard, and that is fine. Here's $1.99, but you're really twisting my balls. Okay, I didn't know if you were gonna say like twisting my words or something. I was like, why did it bleep out the That I twisted his words and what? How the fuck did I twist his words? I don't even understand. Okay.
Handed them
Thank
a
you for
talking
the
point.
199.
What's in?
Cheers
what
in
about
chat.
that? What's in
Cheers
it for
in
us?
chat for Pepe. Let's go.
Right, and we also saw, Tim Pool, the lionization over the weekend at the Grammys and the parties around the Grammys of Don Lemon, the Martin Luther King now of the modern era. What do you make of the Don Lemon saga?
Well, I read the criminal, the charges, the paperwork, and he's not just a journalist. There's a few things.
Did they put out the indictment? Did they put it out? I thought they hadn't put it out. Is it public now?
Things that he did that crossed the line. First is he provided instruction and advisement to these individuals on OPSEC. I don't want to make it sound like Don Lemon's this crazy terrorist or anything like that. No, but he violated the FACE Act. He didn't just show up to film. He told these people to stop talking, otherwise it could expose their operations, and we shouldn't say these things. He referred to himself as we. He entering this.
Why is it all the way over here? What the fuck? Oh, that's right. Okay, it's a queen, it's a harvester. I haven't done these very much, so this is different than what I'm used to, because I normally only fight the matriarch. Shit.
Mantis tipped $50. Hooray. Party face emoji.
Hey, yo, Mantis with $50. Let's fucking go, dude. Sugar Mama in the house. This is a little fucked. I don't know where the fuck to go if it's here. There's not really a good place to fight it from. Why are you hiding behind me? I'm hiding behind you. No. I'm hiding behind you.
Did people start yet?
Yeah, it looks like it. I just don't. Yeah, there. I gotta find somewhere to go. I guess I'm gonna fight it from down here.
This church, which is arguably a public accommodation. However, though it is open to the public, you don't have a right to go in and disrupt someone else's First Amendment activities. He did two other things. He obstructed the point of egress after these protesters had gone in and peppered the individuals with questions. And he approached the pastor with questions, and despite being asked to leave, refused to do so. And I think outside of the criminal allegations, the most shockingly offensive thing to me is when he gets up in the pastor's, space. I want to be reasonable. And the pastor brushes against him. He says, "Please don't push me." This guy showed utter disdain.
That was a little cringe when he said, "But please don't push me." I was like, chill, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he barely nudged you and you're telling him not to fucking push you? Like, what the fuck? That was definitely odd. I want to get up on top of something here, but not this. Oh wait, okay, I can get on top of this truck. And then no, why did they put that fucking sign there? Ah! Fuck.
For the rights of the individuals in these churches, the extremists that went in to do this, and I don't want to use protester because they're not out in the street having their voice heard. They entered a private place of worship. They obstructed access to the child daycare area. Apparently, I've heard that someone may have gotten injured. I'm not entirely sure what happened. There's children crying, And as they're trying to leave, Don Lemon is standing at the door, asking them questions, making insinuations about U.S. immigration policy. It's all very antagonistic. Now, you know, the way I put it is like this. If Don Lemon got privy to information that a group of protesters were going to block an intersection, no one would care. Don Lemon's not going to be charged for that if he filmed it and knew it was going to happen.
Ah, shit.
Even if he was giving
what
advice
the fuck?
It's a minor, petty thing. Activists get a slap on the wrist. Now let's scale up to the next extreme end. Let's say a group of people were going to rob a bank. And Don Lemon said, I have privy information to this bank robbery that's going to happen. And on the way there, he's saying, hey guys, make sure you don't talk about certain things that could expose your bank robbery. There's no way he's going to get anything other than locked up as an accomplice.
That's not true, dude. You, like, this is like, okay, if I go and I talk to, like, a gang, right? And I want to interview a gang. And I want to talk to them about, like, some of their gang activities, some of the stuff that they do, what it's like being a gangster, and what it's like, you know, having to deal with, like, people always trying to kill you and shit like that. I might, you know, give them advice first and say, like, hey, make sure you don't, like, say, I killed this person. Don't give me, like, specifics that will, like, help somebody, you know, help an investigation. Ooh, I just got a leg to fall off. I'm gonna try to go get that. Wait, why is he coming here? Fuck. Yeah, that's it. That's all pretty normal, pretty standard. That's not odd. Them acting like this is weird is fucking, or illegal, or not journalism. It's fucking stupid. The Tim Pool knows nothing about journalism if he's actually saying this shit unironically right now. Like, this is so dumb.
This at the church was not a bank robbery. That's just the extreme end. The point I'm making is that there's a line somewhere where you are not just a journalist.
I'm scared.
Anymore. And I think Don Lemon crossed that line just ever so slightly enough to where I think he deserves a slap on the wrist. Now, my argument was similar to Bill Maher's, that he should be charged with not cool, bro. I would be a little more specific and say he should go to court, he should be found guilty, and the penalty should be court supervision. It should be 6 months of court supervision. It basically means nothing, but just don't do it again. Right, for the people who actually went in and disrupted this, that violated the FACE Act, I think they should get some penalties. But I think the FACE Act itself is ridiculous.
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
It was made in '94, it's ridiculous today.
You okay?
Okay. Dave, I mean, my view is...
Did you get your shit?
I got no great truck for Don Lemon. He came on my show recently. He was a monumental dick, as I told him to his face. However, he's allowed to be, right? In a democratic society, protected by the First Amendment, he can be as big a dick as he wants. And he's building a business on his own, you know, and this will have propelled him massively in his business aspirations. But at his heart, I just really struggle. Notwithstanding, I'm sure, you know, Tim makes a lot of good points, but, you know, somebody pointed out to me the other day, if this was Alex Jones doing this in a mosque, right, would people defending it rush to defend it? It's an interesting question. In other words, does your perspective on this get determined by who it is and where they're going, right? And I just come down on the fact that I don't like seeing journalists criminalized. You can think of Don whatever you want, but to me, the protesters were the ones who were committing a crime, and Don Lemon was reporting what was happening. And the moment we start blurring that line, the whole concept of embedded journalists or journalists going to events or going inside and following these things, that starts to disintegrate. What's your view?
Well, I just fundamentally reject the premise that we're going to sit here and pretend that Don Lemon has ever been a journalist. I mean, listen, I'm not even saying that should have any implications on the legality of any of this. But Don Lemon, and I mean, Piers, I never talk like this. But I mean, genuinely, there's just nothing else. Don Lemon is the dumbest human being who's ever had a microphone put in front of him. Like, I'm genuinely blown away by it. I'm like Don Lemon is like on the level where like if he just recites a talking point, I feel like the way I do when my 4-year-old has like a long, complex sentence. And you're like, very good, Don Lemon. Like, those were the words that you were supposed. But look, in this instance, he's not really doing journalism. He's doing activism. Like, it's not as if he was interviewing the pastor and then also going up and interviewing the protesters and asking them tough questions. He was like a part of this protest. And I agree with a lot of what Tim said. I would just add in there, I think the point you made again, which I saw Tim nodding at too, is really almost the most important point here. And this is why I just...
Oh, fuck.
It's like, strategically speaking, this is really stupid for the Trump administration to go after Don Lemon like this. Because Don Lemon was an idiot at CNN, and now on the internet, he looks like an idiot who doesn't have his writers anymore. He's just out there just humiliating himself. Every appearance that you see from Don Lemon, it just goes viral because everyone's laughing at him, like his interview with Elon Musk or his interview with you or whatever, where he just embarrasses himself. And he has no audience. It's not like he's a guy like Tucker Carlson who left cable news and kept a huge audience with him. He's got nobody. So it's the Jimmy Kimmel situation all over again. The guy...
Shit. I just spent all my money on trying to fight this thing and there's nothing left. Shit, there's a bunch up here, but I don't think I can get to it. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. None of this is lootable. Well, fuck. That sucks. What about the Rocketeer? There's still more shit from the Rocketeer. Alright, well I got one core.
Is dying. He's becoming irrelevant. He's just humiliating himself in front of his tiny audience. But then the FCC chairman comes in and kind of threatens him, and now you kind of make him this free speech martyr. Now you give him giant ratings. Now you give him something to be applauded. So I just wish the right wing in America would, for once ever, get smart about these fights. Like, just this is not like art of war stuff. This is like the opposite. You're just giving your opponents wins for no reason.
I know it's not 5D chess, but let's just entertain this because I agree with you, Dave. Now imagine Trump knows Don Lemon is dumb as a box of rocks, and I feel bad saying that because it insults rocks. And he's thinking...
I saw a video. If you throw volcanic rock at the queen, it'll just stop and stare at it. Kind of like with the guitar shit. It does like a very similar thing where it just stops and stares at it. Yeah, there's volcanic rock right there. Oh. GG's, boys! Hi-ya! Yeah, I said I spent all my money on that. I didn't really spend much, and I didn't use much. Everybody was fighting it for so long that it went down with the quickness, and I did get one core out of it. One of the guys was like, "Fuck you, dude, that's mine." But I'm pretty sure the same guy had just taken out the leg that I just dropped. So Yeah, I didn't really care that he was like, that one's mine, bro. You missed the resin? No, I didn't. I grabbed it. I grabbed the resin. I grabbed everything out of... Oh, you mean out of the first one? Yes, the first one, I was just grabbing just the fucking core and getting the fuck out of there. I was... out of the others, I got the resin out of. Like, they left resin in a couple of them. So yeah, I got 2 resin there. I think I have enough time to do another one. So I still have a bunch of shit left over.
Let's make this guy the biggest personality on the left and they'll prop him up. It's almost an accidental sabotage of the left.
You know what? That could be the thinking. I want to end, Dave, just by asking you about something you and I've interacted with on X about.
I'm not going to make
this
it.
astonishing revelation that the IDF is now accepting the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry's numbers on casualties in the war. Having, I mean, in my case, pretty much every single pro-Israeli guest for the last 2 years try to muddy the waters about those numbers and say they're all massively inflated and so on. It's pretty startling that now the IDF just casually comes out and goes, oh yeah, they're kind of right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable, Piers. I mean, what can you even say? And look, it's like always like this with.
Wait, did we already move off this shit? What are we already moving off the ICE thing? Like, this is the end of the debate already. That was lame as fuck.
The war propagandists, like they have this huge talking point that's a complete lie, and then they just quietly abandon that and move on, and it's like we're supposed to forget their entire track record. Because if you remember, Pierce, me and you, I mean, you've done a lot more than me, but I've been on quite a bit. We've done so many.
I don't know what JJK is.
Any of these were, it's not just that they would say that the numbers are wrong. They'd then turn around and accuse people like me of being, you know, a Hamas supporter or something like that because you're repeating their numbers. And then just casually at the end of all of it, now that the genocide's been completed and Gaza's unlivable, and now it's just a plan of where we're going to ethnically class. Oh yeah, by the way, that was right. And the only reason why the IDF is admitting that those numbers are right is because they're much higher. They're much higher than that. These are just the numbers of identified bodies that have been pulled out of.
Wait, Mantis, didn't you say you had an extra Queen reactor that I could use? Because I only need one more.
The rubble.
Right.
The people who died from second and third
my
order
sense
effects,
is the numbers
this thing's going to be in the hundreds of thousands.
Once journalists get in there, I agree. I think once journalists get in there, the numbers will be much higher. But we'll see. But the point I kept making to people, which is so ironic now, because I did a bit of research into this, which is something that most people don't like to do in these situations. The research I did very early on was that historically the IDF had accepted the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry casualty numbers in previous skirmishes, flare-ups, and so on. They had accepted they were broadly accurate. And I kept saying to people, you do realize that the IDF historically has generally accepted these numbers that they put forward as being accurate. And I was laughed at.
I've given Mantis a ton of fucking, like, Bastion cells, Leaper cells, Racketeer drivers, like pulse units. Like I've given her tons of that shit as well. So let's calm down here, all right?
Mocked and told to be I was a Hamas stooge and so on. And yet here we have once again the IDF once again accepting the numbers are broadly accurate as they historically have invariably done. I mean, right there is one of the great ironies of this whole thing. I got to leave it
and
there,
which
guys.
One of them, who,
great to have you.
Is there one of them, Piers? Is there one of them who will admit, "Hey, I got that wrong"? Has one of them come out of all the people who came on your show? I haven't heard a single one.
Not yet. Not yet.
Well, okay. Just to be clear, I haven't heard a lot of people disagree with the numbers of deaths. The majority of people said the number of that I heard debating this, pro IDF or Israel or whatever, were never disagreeing on whether or not the number of deaths were correct. They were disagreeing on whether or not that constituted a genocide. So I don't know that this is that big of a difference, but whatever.
Yep, and I look forward to having them back. Guys, thank you both very much. I'm glad we put an end to Bootgate. It was a very civilized debate. Thank you very much.
Thanks
for having me.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly...
That was gay as fuck, dude. Okay. So within the last 24 hours, they put out 3 fucking videos. Oh, that's right. This is the other one that I wanted to watch. Okay, with Ethan Klein.
We're here to worship Jesus. Do you think Jesus would be understanding?
Christians are treated differently in this country. I think you'd be having a very different conversation if Nick Fuentes stormed into a synagogue.
My advice to you is stop being a Donald Trump.
I agree with that. But I don't think that there's a lot of people defending them running inside of the church. I actually haven't seen anybody defend them going inside the church. So I would agree that yes, like if Nick Fuentes went inside of a synagogue, it probably would be a bigger deal. But the problem is that the Trump administration is the one that changes the narrative. So where it could have just been a bunch of people condemning these leftists running inside of the church, the Trump admin makes fucks it up to where they just become the bad guys. It could have been those protesters who were the bad guys, and now Trump goes after, and they could have just arrested those people and nobody would have complained. Nobody would have said anything. But yeah, they instead, Trump has to become the bad guy and turn around and arrest journalists. And now this is the fucking conversation now, and they fucked it up. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It would have been very similar to Nick Fuentes going into a fucking synagogue if Trump hadn't fucked this up.
This is the overcriminalization of fundamental freedoms in America.
You were
Protect
sentenced
freedoms.
to 14 years for attempting to sell a Senate seat.
Read the case.
Were you in prison? Were you found guilty of corruption? I want to say fuck ICE.
It's not the Grammys where you all queue up to say fuck ICE.
What did Dan Bongino do about it? What did Cash Patel do about it? Well, they say that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. There's nothing to see here.
That evil son of a bitch should be in prison right now.
Powerful people. They can get away with anything. Found out Saturday that I'm actually in the files.
2 wrongs don't make a
one.
right. It's something we
Good
learned
one.
at the age of 5, but many recent controversies engulfing
Pretty
the
good.
Trump administration have been caused in part by repeating the mistakes which helped them to get elected. There's an overused George Orwell line from 1984, which is, again, turning up everywhere. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, it says. It was their final, most essential command. I used to hear MAGA pundits saying it about Joe Biden's team, as they called him a super fit Mensa genius with 100 years to live. Now it's all over liberal media because of the Epstein files and because of the disastrous effort to smear Alex Pretty and Renee Good. It was wrong for Biden to claim his opponents were all dangerous domestic terrorists. It's now wrong to make the same claim about everyone protesting against ICE, and the same goes for the many people using gleeful whataboutery to defend the prosecution
Whataboutery?
of Don Lemon. What about the conservative journalists who were arrested for filming on January the 6th? What about the protesters who were convicted for praying at an abortion clinic? What about the lawfare against President Trump? Yes.
He is so fucking stupid, dude. This guy, he is so fucking stupid. The lawfare against Trump. Holy shit. Donald Trump commits just an endless amount of fucking crimes, and they are proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And we're gonna sit around and say that him getting off on all of the shit is somehow lawfare. This is there was lawfare there. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay.
That was wrong. That doesn't make it right to do it all again. Not least because it will, as it did before, inevitably backfire. America's getting trapped in a vicious circle, started by Biden, in which presidents take 4-year turns in executing revenge and pardoning their mates because the other guy did it first. This won't end well. There's a simple way to break the cycle, And we also learn that when we're 5 years old. It's remembering the difference between right and wrong. Well, joining me to discuss all of this is Brian Shapiro, host of Pushing the Limits, the former Illinois governor, Rod Blagojevich, the host of the H3 podcast, Ethan Klein, and the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson. Welcome to all of you. Okay, Benny, welcome back to Uncensored, and thank you for your good wishes about my little encounter with a step that led to quite unbelievable amount of damage to my hip. But that has all been
I'm very
repaired.
sorry about that, Piers.
I'm on the road to recovery. Yeah.
So, you didn't answer this. You didn't answer this when I texted you. Are you experiencing that NHS, that quality NHS service back in the UK, or are you stateside in private care?
No, I was here, but I have private health insurance, which I made the most of. I would say about the NHS that when it's good, it's great. And if you, Benny Johnson, come to London and you fall like I did, and you break your femur, and you need a new hip, you know what you won't get? You'll get great treatment, and you won't get somebody hovering over you demanding thousands of dollars. That's the beauty of the NHS.
He sounds like he's on too many painkillers right now. Am I crazy? Or he sounds like he's on way too many painkillers, right?
You may not like it, but trust me, in that moment, you'll love it. But let's not have a debate about the NHS.
We're happy that you're on the mend. I was very sad to hear about that. Very thankful that you're okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the message. Okay, look, Don Lemon, not a great friend of either of ours, can be very annoying, clearly lapping this up now like a dairy farmer milking the udder of a very large set of cows, as you can't blame.
I wouldn't even deny that. Like, while I do think Don Lemon is like totally a victim here, he is definitely lapping this up. He is normally, like all other reporters are like, we don't want to be the news, like this is horrible, I hate being the news, I want to cover the news, blah blah blah, and he's standing there. Get your pictures. Get your pictures. What the fuck, bro?
Him, and he'll end up making him more famous, richer, and everything else. So completely cataclysmic own goal, I would argue, by the Trump administration. However, I've talked to a number of lawyers here, and it's a complex issue, actually, because Lemon's charged with violating an 1871 law originally designed to combat the Ku Klux Klan by conspiring to deprive others of their civil rights and violating the FACE Act by obstructing access to a house of worship. Now, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act of '94 is a law signed by the former President Bill Clinton that makes it a federal crime to physically obstruct entry to clinics offering reproductive health services, but has now been adapted for this. So my question for you, Benny, is, we've all watched the footage. We've all seen what happened. Don was broadcasting it. To me, there is a qualitative difference between what the protesters were doing, which almost certainly did break the law, and what Don Lemon was doing, which was reporting on what they were doing. And if we don't make that distinction, then whether you're a journalist who skews left or right or down the middle, then the precedent this would set going forward is going to be horrific. So why should we be gleeful, as many on the conservative right are, about the prosecution of Don Lemon?
So I want to take this a couple different ways here, Piers. I mean, number one, I think you'd be having a very different conversation if Nick Fuentes stormed into a synagogue, wouldn't you? And started harassing the rabbi? Wouldn't you be having a different
Bird City, brah. We're going to do Bird City. Let's go.
Conversation if Alex Jones stormed a mosque?
Sure, but that's
right. You'd be,
well, no, I would apply.
You'd be having a totally. You'd be saying this is. You'd be saying this is terrible. Like, how dare you? I'm saying that Christians are treated differently in this country, and that Don Lemon.
It's a very good question.
Was there
no, I would say this.
On.
Benny, on that point.
That's wrong,
on that point,
and I would say also that's
well, let me
wrong.
answer you.
I would say all of the above are wrong. I just
Benny,
can I just make my point? I've just been talking for like 10 seconds.
Did Don Lemon go in there and harass the
No,
let
he
Benny,
didn't.
let Benny
Did
finish
he do
his point.
that? Or did he?
But he did. I mean,
Yes.
look. Okay, so if you read did you
He
read the
did.
federal filing? Did you read the grand jury
I mean,
indictment?
I watched the video.
Right, and they used the
It was
video
all streamed,
actually.
Benny.
They watched the video in the grand jury indictment. They used his own video as the evidence against him, along with a number of other, and along with all of the evidence that was provided by the churchgoers. I'm saying that all of the above is wrong, and that you can't.
Wait, the churchgoers recorded stuff there? They got to be arrested. That cannot be allowed to stand. If they recorded stuff, then they got to be arrested. That's that violates the FACE Act. Yep.
Can't do that. That these are places of worship. These are also private property. And that Don Lemon was part of a conspiracy to do this because Don Lemon was working with the organizers. He was delivering coffee to them. He was working with the actual individuals who were planning this. He said so on his live stream. And then he went up to the front of the pulpit and started harassing the pastor there at the front of the pulpit.
No, he didn't.
Now, what was also happening, it's on video. So what was also happening here was that little children were being wrongfully imprisoned. Do you know this? Like little children were being wrongfully imprisoned. If you read the indictment, the children were being kept in their Sunday schools by the protesters, harassed, spit on, attacked. They weren't able to get to their parents. And Don Lemon says,
Wait, the children got spit on? Is that real? Did children get spit on? I truly don't know much about this. So like it's, I am totally lost as to like how much of what he's saying is true. I have no idea.
in the video, and thank you for mentioning this, Ethan, that is on video. The Don Lemon says in the video, these children look traumatized. Well, actually, that's the point. This is an exact quote from his live stream. And so if you think that that's okay to do to like little children in a church or children in a synagogue or children in a mosque, I think it's all wrong. I think that these places of worship should be off limits for people protesting or
Benny
attacking
is a
them.
Political operative.
It's not
his job is to lie.
Yeah, that's
and
not what
protect
happened.
the administration.
That's
All
what
right, let me bring Brian. Okay, hang on. Don't talk at once. Don't all talk at once. Let me get to Brian next. Brian, I do think Benny raised a good point. That's why I tried to answer his question in real time, but it was aimed at everybody, which is if that had been Alex Jones, who does a version of what Don Lemon does, but to the right, if he had gone into a mosque, for example, and he'd gone in with a group of protesters who then interrupted the worship and traumatized young Muslim kids, right, or whatever, an exact similar situation, but a mosque and it's Alex Jones, can you say with all honesty you would be out here defending Alex Jones?
Well, first,
defending Alex Jones. At what point did any of them defend the people who did this? What the fuck? Did I miss that part? Did any of them defend the people who were doing this shit?
First of all, for full disclosure, I'm friends with Don Lemon, and to answer your question, Piers, if Alex Jones wasn't protesting, because Don Lemon wasn't protesting, Benny Johnson is lying when he says that Don Lemon harassed the pastor. If Alex Jones wasn't harassing anybody and didn't disturb anybody, I would be saying the same thing I'm about to say right now. Don Lemon was not protesting. He wasn't breaking the law. Maybe you could cite him for maybe trespassing. But the fact of the matter here is that this is not...
He would have had to have been trespassed for that to be the case, though. That when the pastor goes and does an interview with him, that kind of ruins their narrative that he's trespassing. Like, that argument is no longer feasible when the pastor literally is standing and talking to him. So that's kind of moot.
Not going to hold up in court. This is a charade. This is another example of the Donald Trump administration that is weaponizing the DOJ. And yes, I do think the color of his skin, certainly his politics and his sexuality have something to do with this. But you see, people like Benny Johnson, okay, who I do believe is a right-wing shill for Donald Trump, they're the first people after January 6th that called it a tourist visit. They patriots and hostages if you beat cops. But oh my God, Don Lemon didn't storm a church, by the way. He walked into the church, he took out his cell.
Bro, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like, these...
Zed King tipped $5. Chat is asking you to play Smash or Pass Pokemon Edition lol. Not sure if you wanna do it.
Okay. Yeah, I might do that later. If you post it in the Discord, I'll try to remember. But yeah, the like when it came to like January 6th, most of these guys were saying that they were just like tourists and they were just taking a tour, and that how were they supposed to know they weren't supposed to be there? It's normally open to the public and blah blah blah. And they literally had to like run through hundreds of fucking thousands of cops to get there. And then they all played this like, oh, what? How could they know that they weren't supposed to be there? Like, did anybody tell them they weren't allowed to be there? Did anybody say you guys aren't allowed here? Like, what? How would they know? And then now with this, oh shit. Oh, fuck. No way. No fucking way. Help! No way, dude. I just got hit once. I had full health. Help! Appreciate it, man. You gotta come up the ladder over on this side. Holy shit, you're a fucking rock, man. I'm so close to dying. You are the fucking man, dude. Nah, you're fine. Here, let me give you your defib back.
Yeah, I think they buffed the Rocketeer. One killed me last, and I threw two Wolfpack
Yeah.
at him, and it didn't kill him.
Dude, yes, I hit him with the Wolfpack, and then I hit him with like 5 Seeker grenades, and he didn't die, and then he hit me once. He hit me fucking once. I had full health, full fucking shield and everything, and I died. That was insane.
Yeah, I hit him with 2 Wolfpacks last, and it killed me.
Holy shit. And I just came to do the trials or whatever, where I'm supposed to have like Rocketeer cells or some shit.
It's in the big one right here.
You can take it if you want it, man.
Oh, man, you're good. Take it.
All right, I appreciate it.
You need it for trials. I don't.
Appreciate your help, man. You rock.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Nobody had a defib the last game, and I ended up dying on top of hospital.
Yeah. Most of the time, there's just a ton of people running around me, and nobody has one. So I really appreciate you coming.
I brought one because last time nobody helped me.
Cell phone when you started recording. But to Benny, people like Benny, this is the worst thing in the world. Put him in jail. But yet when it comes to January 6th, if you beat cops, they're hostages and patriots. Benny, my advice to you is stop being a Donald Trump cuck and tell the truth and be honest for once in your life. I know you make a lot of money.
What about Steve Baker?
Every single day, but you're lying.
So wait a second. What about Steve Baker? So Steve Baker's a journalist for The Blaze. He was arrested for covering January 6th. So Steve Baker, was he just a journalist? Should he be freed? Are you in favor of Steve Baker being free? Are you advocating for Steve Baker?
You see what Benny just did? The guy, his messiah, who he supports, Donald Trump, called those who beat cops with their own batons. Some of these cops have...
No, but answer his question, though, Brian. Brian, answer his question about Steve Baker. Steve Baker was sent to jail. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplement.
I don't know who Steve Baker is, so I don't know enough about that. GG's, bro. You can get your shit first. I just want the Arc Alloy, so you can get whatever you want.
Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/Piers. And here's the best part. Use the code Piers and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code Piers.
Yes, I believe that some of those, like Baker, and I'm on the record saying this, Benny, were over-prosecuted. Absolutely. The people that I was concerned about on January 6th were those violent criminals. Don Lemon's never been arrested for a crime in his life. Don Lemon has never been charged with a crime in his life. He took out his cell phone, he recorded, he didn't storm the Capitol. Moments before, he walked into the church and he followed these people. He wasn't necessarily, quote, working with them. It's all on the live stream. And by the way,
you know the one flaw, okay, but Brian, the one flaw I think in that defense, and I broadly agree with you about this, I don't think...
I thought he was saying floor. I thought he kept saying the one floor. The floor. Well, I probably should leave. But I kind of want to try to get another Rocketeer. We'll just head this way. If we see another Rocketeer... What? Why are you screaming at me? Chill. Oh shit. The one that I shot isn't even the one that was screaming at me. Fuck. There's the bitch. You done fucked up, bitch. Yeah, take that. Take that, you fucking communist loser. Fucking fascist.
He should be prosecuted. But he does, where I think he's a bit vulnerable, he does in his own live stream repeatedly used the word we. We are
Correct.
going to go in
Correct.
here, right? Now,
Oh,
if you're trying to
shit.
paint a picture, as Benny did earlier, of a conspiracy where Don is not just a journalist reporting, but is actually an active participant in the protest group that goes in, using the phrase we are going to go in here, I think is going to be problematic for it, because it implies that he is part of the protest group.
But Piers, I hear what you're saying, okay? But here's what they're going to have to prove in court. I'm talking about the prosecutors. Was he actively protesting? Was he disturbing a church service in one way or another? And in my personal opinion, the answer is no. All he did, I repeat, is take out his cell phone and started to record, as any journalist would do. And then he conducted a few interviews. Now, at worst case scenario, you might be able to get him on a trespassing charge. But Piers, let's be honest here. And I think for the most part, we agree on this. This is
Again, I don't even think the fucking trespass charge is possible either, because nice shot. Yeah, did it get you? If I shoot it when it's next to you, does it still end up hurting you? Wait, can you hear me? Did it hurt you?
What?
Did the fireball, did it hurt you? Did you get hurt from the ball?
No.
Okay. I don't think he speaks English, so. You just keep saying, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. He said at most. I understand. But I don't think it's possible. I don't think even that at most would be true.
nonsense. It's because who Don Lemon is. This is exactly what's going on here. I find it interesting. They don't want a full investigation, people like Benny, when it comes to Jonathan Ross. When you shoot an innocent 37-year-old woman in the face, nothing to see here. But let's have a full-on investigation for a bunch of protesters.
Well,
who,
the
by
worst
the way,
thing.
I don't.
All right. Let me bring in Rod, because the worst thing, Rod, for me about this is if you could have scripted the one thing Don Lemon would have loved most to happen to him in the last few days, it would be to be arrested.
Baker pleaded guilty to 4 misdemeanor counts, including trespassing and disorderly conduct. Yeah, I don't think that anybody who went inside of the Capitol, this is not at all analogous to this, and I've said this 100 times. I'll keep saying it. The going inside the Capitol when you have to fight through 1,000 cops in order to get in there in the first place. That's 1. 2, the Capitol was closed at the time, so it was just automatically trespassing. It was not open to the public. The church, you did not have to fight through 1,000 cops to get inside. You just walked in. 2, it was open. It was open to the public. So this is not similar to the Capitol whatsoever. It's more similar to going inside of a grocery store. In the grocery store, if they want to, they can trespass anybody that they want. If people come in and they don't want them there, or they're annoying, or disturbing the customers or whatever, they can trespass those people. But you can't just say that because they went into the church that this is automatically trespassing. It's open to the public. Like, if now if the church was closed and this wasn't during open hours, then this would be similar to the Capitol. Now this would be very similar to the Capitol, because the Capitol is sometimes open to the public, but it was not at that time. It was very clearly not at that time. So yeah, it's a bit different than the church scenario. The church scenario, open to the public. The Capitol, not open to the public.
For something like this by the Trump
But
administration.
they do. I have heard a bunch of these people saying, like, oh, so you guys would be okay if a bunch of protesters came inside your house and Don Lemon followed them in? No, that's not at all the same. Again, this is private property. You can't just come inside my fucking house. But people can just go inside the church. They can do that. That is allowed. They are allowed to just walk inside that church. So not at all the same.
Turned into an instant martyr to the extent that he goes to the Clive Davis pre-Grammys party and they give him a standing ovation, right? He got a bigger cheer than some of the big superstars.
Yeah, this is very similar to, what was his name? Who's the guy who does the late night talk show? Whatever his name is. Trump tried to, Trump and his chair of this FDI or whatever it is, that they tried to get, they said that they were going to try to get the dude's show taken off the air. And all of us tuned in to his show and started showing him a lot of support, even though none of us think that guy's funny. None of us like that guy's talk show. None of us really care about that motherfucker. But we do care about freedom of speech. So, yeah, we were willing to support him in those moments where he's being threatened. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. We're willing to support Kimmel in those moments where he's being threatened by the government. We're not big fans of him, but yes, we are going to show a lot of support when the government is coming after us. And again, as much of a fucking government shill as I am not enough of a government shill to ever feel as though it's like the government, me and the government versus the people. Like, it will always be like we the people versus the government. Always, that is what our Constitution is set up for. That is what the entire idea of our Constitution is supposed to be. We the people versus the government. The government is like held accountable by us. The government is there to do our bidding. The government is there because we say so. That's it. Like, for I don't know, for them to really fuck up what it is to be a government shill is kind of pissing me off. Like, they're giving government shills a bad name right now.
This is Don Lemon's idea of a dream come true. So, if anyone thinks this is going to either silence or neuter Don Lemon, or indeed deter other people like Don Lemon from doing the same, I do think, by the way, Brian, I don't want you to respond to this, but the idea that he's being targeted because he's black or gay, I think, is ridiculous. He's annoying, whatever his skin color and sexuality.
Yeah, I don't think him being black or gay has to do, not directly, okay? I'll say this. I don't think it directly has to do with why it is that they're targeting him. But indirectly, I think that they're targeting him because MAGA hates him. Republicans hate him. And I think that one of the reasons that Republicans hate him, among, not just that he was a host at CNN. There's lots of hosts at CNN, and most of MAGA doesn't know their names. But this specific host is a black gay man who was very outspoken, and so yeah, I think it is a disconnected reason where Trump is going after Don Lemon because MAGA hates Don Lemon, and MAGA hates Don Lemon because he's a Democrat, but it adds that he's also black and gay.
But he's loving his moment because it is played right into his hands. He's going to get a load more clicks, a load more money. He's a lot more famous. So, Rod, this doesn't work for me on any level. Making Don Lemon the most famous martyr in American journalism, I'm doing it in a way that looks to most people like overreach. How does that make a win for Trump?
Well, Piers, I'm super sensitive when it comes to people who are getting arrested. I spent 2,896 days sheltering in place in prison for political things, not crimes, for conversations and telephones that were started by Obama. Those weren't crimes. That was free speech.
What was that for?
So when I
For some reason, I don't believe this guy. Something in me is telling me that he's totally incorrect on this. But I was gonna look into it. I will let Ethan handle this one.
Phones that were started by Obama, those weren't crimes. That was free speech.
What was that for?
So when I see what's happening to Don Lemon and what I see what happened to most of the people on January the 6th, This is the overcriminalization of fundamental freedoms in America. I don't like Don Lemon. I think he's not even remotely an objective journalist. And I think, what you're saying about him being martyred now in the political left is very true. He was not there to report honestly about what he was seeing. He was there propagandizing. But in a free society, we all have a right to freely propagandize, and it's up to the American people to decide whether or not you believe us or not. So I think, just as a matter of what was right or wrong, as your guest, Mr. Shapiro, says, unless he was protesting or disturbing someone and there was mob action or something involved in his time being there, if he was just reporting as a biased left-wing reporter, I don't see that being criminal. And from a practical point of view, yes, I agree. They've martyred him. Unfortunately, they elevated him. It was a bad tactical move as well. And I will say this. I think our country is in deep trouble because of the weaponization.
Well, that really is all they keep pointing out, is that he had a bias in favor of the protesters. Therefore, he's not a journalist. It's like, what? That's just not... Like... You would have to say now that just like literally everybody that works for like Fox News and CNN and all the like this, none of those are news now. None of that's journalism now. Like it's so fucking ridiculous.
That's going on. Nobody has been more weaponized than Donald Trump by Democratic prosecutors in New York and in Georgia and Jack Smith for non-crimes. It's a mistake, I think, for our country. If now the Trump people try to...
You can't have my ducks. Fuck.
They'll make up for that by being vengeful. I don't think they are. I think in this particular case, it was just a bad move by whoever the prosecutor was. But I do think it's important moving forward. I think President Trump is the type of leader who understands that we better do something about weaponization, lawfare, and protect our freedoms in America because, and I say this about my own party, no one does weaponization or lawfare more so or better than the Democratic.
See, that's a Trump line. That's a Trump line. Nobody does X better than me. Nobody does this better than me. Like, this is literally I have a shirt that says, like, nobody does treason better than me, with Trump's face on it. So yeah, this is, I thought he was actually going to say the fucking line, like, nobody does corruption or lawfare better than Trump. Like, I thought he was going to fucking say the thing, but he didn't. Okay, where does this go?
Party.
We don't want you, trust me.
Ethan,
we
you've been
no
waiting
longer
very
claim
patiently.
you as a Democrat. And the reason for that,
not
of
a
course, is that,
Trumpocrat.
Rod, respectfully,
I'm a Trumpocrat.
you're
because the
probably the
Democratic
most corrupt
Party's abused
politician in
its,
modern American history.
responsibility
I mean,
to
you were
protect
sentenced to
freedoms.
14 years for attempting to sell a Senate seat. You were caught on wiretap
By the way, that
by the
charge was
FBI.
reversed by the appellate
closest
court.
you should be allowed to a microphone is the Starbucks drink order
Conversations
announcer.
started.
Wait, he just said that was reversed by the appellate court? If that's true, then this is really fucked up for Ethan to bring it up like that. And I don't think it's below Ethan to do something like that. I don't think it's below Ethan to bring up a crime that was overturned and use it against somebody as an own. That is that is definitely something that he would do.
I mean, why are you even here, Rod? Respectfully, you are
precisely
a
the sort of thing that's
disgraced
wrong with our country.
person.
You should get your facts right, my friend.
What
Those are three
facts did I get
fundraising
wrong there,
requests
Rod?
and no quid pro quo. Read the case.
Were you in prison? Were you found guilty of corruption?
I
Were
was
you found guilty of
wrongfully
corruption, sir?
convicted for non-crimes by the use of jury instructions that were not crimes and sent to prison for 14 years, never took a penny because I fought back. And I fought back against this kind of weaponization.
You sure tried to take a
that
penny.
you, in this particular case,
You said, quote, this seat is golden about the seat you are attempting to sell
No, I said this
Sir,
seat
you
is
were caught
effing
by
gold,
the
and I'm not giving
FBI
up for
on
nothing. We're going to
tape.
make a political deal.
Wait, him saying that it's golden doesn't mean that he was trying to take money for it. What the fuck? I really, like, Ethan, I feel like lots of times, like, he's, I think it's funny when he fucks with people that we all hate, right? And it's maybe this is a guy that we all hate. I don't really know who the fuck he is, so that's maybe the case. I'm not sure. But I think he really just, like, does dumb shit where he's just too bad faith a lot of the time. I think he's just too bad faith to the point that, like, it's not even, it's like almost like illegal. Like, if it's not illegal, it probably should be, because he is, like, straight slandering people sometimes. So
Because Obama asked to make a political deal. Get your facts right. And by the way, 98% of those FBI tapes are still
The
covered up to
judge
this
got the
day.
facts right.
You don't have the facts
Listen,
right. And
you got pardoned by
go ahead.
Trump. You're out here glazing him up. We know the deal. But the truth is, don't sit here and act like you have any legitimate clout or you have no legitimacy in this world. You're a criminal, and you use the American democracy like a piggy bank. Like, again, you should. The only microphone you should be near is Starbucks order. You know.
Let me say this.
So did he overturned by an appellate court? Most convictions were not reversed. Oh, okay. So there are still charges that are upheld. Okay. I wonder which ones. That's it's going to be kind of important. Is it the one where he tried to take a bribe for a Senate seat? Was the bribery one? Oh. Shit, son. I gotta get the fuck out of here now. Is there anything here? Is that?
The name on the drink, buddy.
I would never give in to those weaponized prosecutors. What they did to me at the AAA level to a Democrat governor, the same kind of people did that same thing to President Trump at the major league level. And it's wrong if you do it to me. It's wrong if you do it to Trump. And it's wrong if you do it to Don Lemon. And it's wrong if you do it to Don Lemon. And the key to a democracy is an informed electorate.
Hold on.
You need to get your facts right, my friend, and get yourself informed.
You need to get your facts right,
Can I
sir.
add something?
I know my facts.
Not compare, hold on.
The judge said jail. The judge and jury said
you.
Jail.
They tried. Okay, they tried me twice.
That's you, buddy.
You know what?
Never been charged with a felony.
Guys.
Hang on.
I think we're drifting. We are drifting.
But that being said,
off.
Respectfully, we're drifting.
We're drifting off topic.
And I'll say,
Ethan, let's get back to the topic.
I
want to
agree.
talk about Don Lemon.
He agrees that Don Lemon shouldn't be arrested. So I'll say, even this Trump lackey is willing to make that concession, where someone like Benny here, who, let's be real, his overlords go beyond Donald Trump. He's accountable to the Russians, who paid him a nice, hefty, beautiful hundreds of thousands from tenant media. So
more than that.
Again, well, we don't know. Maybe Benny can tell us how much.
Bro, that would have been fucking hilarious if Benny was the one who said that. Bro, I made fucking millions off that, dude. Don't fucking make me sound like a bitch over here, okay? I would not have sullied my entire reputation for hundreds of thousands, okay? I got millions to lie about that shit, alright? Yeah! Yeah, son! Oh, this is gold. This is fucking gold, baby. Wait, who just fucking died? You down, bro? Where you at? Yo, where you at? I'll come pick you up. I got a defib. Where you at? I don't know where he is. Where's the dude who went down? His flare went off right here. I was coming to try to defib him. Yeah, I don't know. I saw his flare come up right around here. And now I can't find him. Oh, nice. Huh. Yeah, me too.
DOJ said the DOJ said that I was victim of a crime.
I'm sorry.
The DOJ says Merrick Garland says I am victim of a crime in that me, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and a number of others.
So which is it? Are you
like, so are you smarter than the Biden DOJ? Talk about being an overlord, having an overlord lackey.
Or are you a traitor? Are you a traitor or a fool? Those are the two options.
All right, do you know what?
Nice, that was sick, bro.
Ethan.
It's not ad hominem, Piers. That's what happened.
They're fine. Listen,
it's total ad hominem.
They are ad hominem attacks.
I'm not attacking your person.
And I don't want to spend.
Recounting what
I don't want to spend. With respect to everybody, I don't want to spend the entire panel to
Piers
talking about individuals on the panel.
Can we go back to Don Lemon?
Just give me your. Yes. Ethan, just give me your assessment.
Yeah, son, take that, fucking Rocketeer bitch. Oh, damn. You fucking Rocketeer communist bitch. Fucking Rocketeer fascist loser. Where the fuck is he? Ah, fuck.
What's happened with Don Lemon?
Gladly. So I agree with the majority on the panel that, I mean, he did nothing. He walked in there as a journalist recording. He said, you guys are very keen to talk about what he said on camera, but you forget this one, Benny. He said, quote, I'm not part of the group. I'm a journalist. Talk about we, which is like a words game. It's semantics. But again, you go back to what he actually said, and it's, quote, I am not a part of the group. I am a journalist. So, you know, I think the whole conversation is just stupid at this point because it's like, it's so obvious that this was just done as a revenge, out of spite. It's political spite.
Piers,
there's literally no question to it, and I think even Benny would agree. He's like, yeah, it's spite.
So Piers, you had Valentina, if you recall, on your show about a month ago. I think we both agree she's despicable. She's running for office in Texas. She went into a church. There's video of this a month ago, and she called the churchgoers pedophiles. They asked her to leave. Multiple people asked her to leave. I'm sure Benny's not talking about this, or he'll say, I don't know anything about that. But she didn't leave right away.
What
it's all on video. She stormed a church. She called people pedophiles. Not only is she not arrested, but
she went into an LGBTQ church and started calling all of them pedophiles. That is exactly what she did. And when they kicked her out, she made a big fucking deal about this, saying that they kicked her out for being a Christian, that they kicked her out for standing up for God, that like all of this other shit, dude. Oh shit, is this the town hall? Oh my goodness, it is. just open. Okay.
The DOJ is not even investigating this case. So this is a double standard at a minimum. Don Lemon didn't break any laws. He wasn't harassing anybody. I'm sorry if a few kids were crying and their church service was disturbed. I really am sorry about that. But I care a little bit more about Renee Good's family and the fact that her kids are growing up without a mother. But people like Benny don't want a full investigation into that. Let's call these people who were murdered domestic terrorists and assassins. But boy, that guy, Don Lemon, I can't believe he stormed a church and he did a couple interviews. Benny, give me a break.
I can, I can sit here and be logically consistent in my worldview, which is that you should not storm places of worship. Period. I don't want anybody on the left doing it. I don't want anybody on the right doing it. I'm saying you shouldn't do that.
Don Lemon
and
did
I
not
also
do that.
agree. I mean, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I also agree with probably everyone on this panel, which is that Don Lemon is a black hole narcissist. He spent 30 years in cable news. He's going to use this. He's going to use this to.
What is a
he's going
black
to use
hole
this.
narcissist?
He is a narcissist that pulls literally.
Sounds like a racial slur. Not gonna lie. Sounds like Benny's being racist right now.
Gravity in on himself. He's going to use this for further power and further popularity. And so you're gonna have to bring the receipts when it comes to prosecuting Don Lemon. Piers said this. Everyone said this. This is what happens with high-profile prosecutions. You have to be able to bring the receipts. If you actually read the grand jury testimony, which I find this remarkable.
Oh, did you finish off the bombardier? Yeah, it looks like he's finished off. Take that, fucking fascists. You think you can stick us with a matriarch, a fascist matriarch queen? No, sir.
By the way, every one of these people on the panels probably tweeted, no one's above the law. Nobody's above the law. No one's above the law. Well, it was a grand jury in dark blue Minnesota that said Don Lemon deserves to be arrested, indicted.
Trial.
It was a grand jury that did that. So is somebody above the law or not?
I want to go back to what Benny just said.
The idea that...
Sorry, what? Is this one still open? No, it is not. Fuck. Okay, there's an entrance right there. I'm out here killing communist fascist boys. Fuck! Every time I try to get the shit out of the fucking bombardier, I start floating in the air. No, I still got some shit in it. Not much, but pretty much exactly what I need, which is the mechanical components. Wait, what? Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold door! Hold door! Hodor! 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 Hodor!
That Donald Trump is sitting in his office. Donald Trump's sitting in his office, like pointing and saying, "Arrest that man."
Sure,
that's not how this
Don
works.
Lemon. Benny,
okay,
so this is my friend, and Benny,
then one
hold on
other
a second.
thing,
Benny, you just...
I find it amazing that you say, like,
Can I
children,
just
little
respond to
Christian
what you just
children.
said?
Little Christian children is, I don't care if I'm sorry that little Christian children were crying and weeping and sobbing in their church. Have you talked to the church pastor? I've spoken with the pastor of that church, Jonathan Parnell.
So let me respond. Benny just called my
these
friend Don
individuals
Lemon.
were terrorizing the little children in the church.
Okay, I know they
I
were
can't believe that
terrorizing.
you're sitting there you're sitting there in favor of this.
Benny,
you can see the
let me
photographs of the kids
respond.
crying in their
My
parents'
friend.
arms. What happened here
Benny,
was
please
immoral.
stop.
It's
Are you
despicable.
gonna let me respond?
It is indefensible. It's utterly indefensible. Places of worship should not be stormed by anyone. Period.
I'm okay with those protesters being charged, but
let me
to be
just
clear,
Piers, let
Don
me just
Lemon did
respond
not
real
do
quick,
any of
30
that.
seconds. To
All
what
right,
Piers,
Brian,
what
very
Benny
quick
just
response, and then I want to change.
Yes.
I want to change topic after Brian's very quick response to that.
First of all, I don't believe you should protest in a church or private property. I'm not condoning that behavior, number one. Number two, you just called my friend Don Lemon a narcissist. You are the same guy that is a shill for Donald Trump. So I don't want to hear somebody like Benny Johnson who supports Donald Trump no matter what
I'm
he
just
does.
like he was on
Complain about
Piers' show. Watch the
narcissism.
interview
It's
with
a joke,
Piers.
Benny.
Piers, what
It's a
was he like
joke.
on your show? Like, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. People have big egos in this profession, and it's fine. You know, it's fine. Well, I'm literally saying, that you better come correct when you're bringing the receipts and when you're charging this guy. That's all I'm saying. Is that, like, yes, you're right. I think everybody on this panel agrees that Don Lemon will then, utilize this. We saw it at the Grammys last night. For more power, fame, and I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a job back in TV. He was fired by CNN.
Benny.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got a job back in TV after this. That's all.
You have no idea what Don Lemon wants or doesn't want to do, Benny. You don't know him personally like I do. I can tell you he is not a narcissist. The narcissist is the orange turd who you support because you wear the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7. So don't talk about my friend like that.
Attacks. That's right. Got it. More pejorative attacks.
I want to talk about criminal journalists, Benny. I mean, let's start with you, buddy.
No, let's not go down those roads again.
How much they pay you? We really need to know.
Let's not get into this. I don't want to get into individual panel members. Let's try and keep.
Don Lemon will not be charged. Don Lemon will not be convicted. I guarantee you, Don Lemon will not be convicted of these crimes. He will be exonerated in a courtroom. He
I
has
think
a
you're
great
probably
attorney.
right.
He's going to be fine.
I think you're probably right, but
I had $108,000 from that run. $108,000. Killing the fucking fascists.
I think also Don Lemon, I've been watching his output. I've been watching Don's output in the last few days, and he's gone full on Trump derangement madness. I mean, it's just.
Come on, dude. Come on, bro. You've got to be kidding me. When we're talking about somebody who is being hunted by the Trump administration for fucking fake allegations that they know are not going to stick, they're just trying to harass him. You're saying that right now he's gone full on TDS? What? He's literally being persecuted by the government right now, and you're saying that him pushing back against this, him talking crap about these people, him saying, complaining about it, this is TDS? What? This is so disgusting, dude. Piers Morgan is a disgusting person for saying this right now. I cannot believe he just fucking said that. Like, I cannot believe he just said that. How fucking cucked do you have to be to say something like that? What the fuck?
He's just effing and blinding about Trump.
Don Lemon
by the way,
oh, he's anti-Trump. Oh, he's anti-Trump, guys. Well, at that point, I guess you deserve them using lawfare against you. That seems totally legit. If he's anti-Trump, I mean, not much we can say in return now. That's.
It's fine. He's making a financial play He's
Don
making a
Lemon
financial
said that
play,
he
but
went
let's be
after
under
this
no
church.
illusion.
He went on Jen Welsh's
Don's
podcast.
raison d'etre now is to be the #1 Trump hater in the world media. That's fine. But let's not pretend that's not what he's doing.
He went on Jen
didn't say
Welsh's
that.
podcast afterwards and said he's going after this church because of white supremacy, because the parishioners were white. Are you in favor of that? You know, this is like a hate crime.
Hold on. He didn't say he was going after them for white supremacy because they were white. Is that? I don't know. I'm guessing that's a fucking lie.
#1 Trump hater in the world media. That's fine. But let's not pretend that's not what he's doing.
He went on Jen
didn't say
Welsh's
that.
podcast afterwards and said he's going after this church because of white supremacy, because the parishioners were white.
That I would bet almost anything he did not say because the parishioners are white. Who wants anybody want to bet against me? Later, Zeking. Have a good night, homie. I would bet almost anything he did not say I went after them for white supremacy because they are white. Anybody willing to take that bet? Anybody wanna bet against me on this one?
Are you in favor of that? You know, this is like a hate crime.
I'll answer
right?
that.
Like,
I'll answer that.
Are you in
I'll answer
favor of that?
that.
He said it. There's multiple clips of him
You call
saying
it a black
this.
hole if you want to talk about hate crimes.
That's
So,
a
first
space
of all,
term. That's like that's a term. That's something that
is that
exists in
a-
the galaxy.
is that
You called him a black hole, dude.
Well, can I answer? Because I asked him about this because he's done my show probably 5 times in the last month. So he believes there is something in this country called white privilege, Benny. You have it and I have it. He does believe there are some cases in the church or in America where there is white supremacy. Now, I know you probably believe there isn't anything in the, like Tucker Carlson, that white privilege doesn't exist in this country and white supremacy doesn't exist. But the fact of the matter is, Benny, is that it does. Now, I would like to go back to the black hole comment. What did you mean by that when you made that statement?
I'm surprised.
All right, can we not? Can we not? Like, I know they're fucking trolling him, but holy shit, dude. MAGA is too autistic to know that this is a fucking troll. They're too autistic to know that this is a fucking joke, and they're all going to be running around now saying that the left thinks calling something a black hole is racist, and they're going to be finding all of this shit with the term black hole on it, and they're going to be finding CNN saying the term black hole, and they're going to this is going to open up a whole fucking shitstorm, dude. Holy shit.
They call him a gay black hole.
Black hole is something that it exists in space and time, and it absorbs gravity. And so it's just something that Don Lemon is going to take the gravity of the situation and use it to become more powerful. That's what I've said, and I said that the Trump administration has to be very careful in charging this, because this is what people do in these kind of circumstances.
Okay.
If you're Don
So
Lemon,
Benny, I'll tell you what he
from
won't
his
do.
background.
Sure. So, Benny, I'll tell you what Don Lemon won't do. He won't make billions of dollars in a crypto scandal. He won't build a ballroom for his own financial gain. Jared Kushner, one of his friends, won't be taking $2.1 billion from the Saudis.
He's friends with Jared Kushner? That's odd. Why is Don Lemon friends with Jared Kushner?
So if you want about taking power over and having power and taking advantage of it, sure, Don Lemon's going to be more successful because of this. But do you know why? Because of the buffoons in the White House that decided to charge this guy. And I think most of us agree on this panel, it's not going to hold up in a courtroom. So if you have anybody to blame for this, it's not Don Lemon. It's the morons like Pam Bondi and Donald Trump that did this to Don Lemon, which will help him more in the long run. But please don't talk to me and lecture me about power and then taking advantage of that when Donald Trump does it.
I find this amazing what you just admitted here, and I'm trying to be respectful as you're rambling. So you just said that it's okay that Don Lemon attacked this church because they're white?
So first of all, Don Lemon made
See that, yes, the fact that they didn't even address that part is so fucking annoying. That is like the main part of what he said, and they just rambled about the fact that white privilege exists and asked him what he meant by a black hole, and just totally ignored the fact that he just said that they attacked this church because they're white supremacists because they're white. Okay, let's go. Base.
General terms about the church. He wasn't specifically talking about an individual. He wasn't specifically talking about an individual group of people in the church. He made very generic and general claims, which I agree with him, that white supremacy in this country is a problem and white privilege in this country is a problem as well. And if you don't agree with that there is something called white privilege and that, yes, white supremacy is an issue in this country, then you can take the page from Tucker Carlson and have the blinders on and be complicit, Benny. That's up to you.
I do think it's probably worth bearing in mind that at this stage that Don is married, to a rather wealthy, privileged, elitist white man, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't deny that. That's fine, but that's not the point that Don Lemon was trying to make.
I'm just saying.
I understand.
He's a very nice chap, but he is white and privileged. Look, I want to change the subject. I want to move on.
Well, that's a point against what it is that fucking I can't remember his name. Benny Johnson just said over here, which is that he's calling them white supremacists just because they're white. If he has a white husband, he's probably not doing that. Probably not doing that. He went to the church because the pastor is ICE. I haven't actually seen anything substantiating that the pastor is ICE. Just to be clear, I know that's the claim that they've made. Then they've said that's why they're going there. But I haven't seen anything that actually substantiates him being ICE.
On to the Epstein scandal. Rod, I want to bring you in here. The Epstein scandal is raging ever bigger, but accountability is still really not moving, particularly in America. So in the UK, the human being formerly known as Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, he's been brought down. He's been finished. Lord Mandelson is probably very soon not going to be a lord and may well be facing a police investigation as we speak. In a diaper. He's finished. So a lot of British people who've been named in these files are being brought to book and dealt with. No high-profile Americans so far. Why?
Well, I mean, the wheels of justice sometimes move slowly. I think more information is coming out, and as a result of that, I think you're going to see action because some of this information has been suppressed, like the 98% of the FBI tapes on my case. So the guy with the camel.
I was just about to say, how much you guys want to bet this guy analogizes this back to his own case again?
Cap. No, I think eventually some people will be brought to justice. I mean, here again, you don't want to, over prosecute. You don't want to jump to conclusions and maybe charge somebody like a Don Lemon for something that may not be a crime. I think you got to be very careful with something like this because if you're accused of something like this, your life is destroyed. Very notable people are now caught up in Epstein, those relationships. President Clinton for one, Bill Gates for another, not just Prince Andrew, and. I was in politics. You meet a lot of people along the way. Thank goodness I never met him. But it's very likely that most of the people that intersected with.
Oh shit. Oh shit. He just said he never met Epstein. Uh-oh. I don't know that he has, but I'm just saying, every single time one of these MAGA people say that they never met Epstein, we get a, dum 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 pretty quickly.
But Epstein had nothing to do with any of that stuff. Didn't know anything about it, and so I think it's prudent that whatever.
Wait, who?
Very likely that most of the people that intersected with Epstein had nothing to do with any of that stuff. Didn't know anything about it, and so I think it's prudent that.
I think to an extent that's probably true. It is. Even like the people who are saying like even after he was convicted and was a registered sex offender, these people still hung out with him, and you can't say that they didn't know about it because he was registered, he was convicted, it was in the news. So that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody knew about it. Like when it happened, he may have just laid low for a while, probably in jail for a bit, you know, wasn't out hanging out with people, wasn't doing a bunch of public events, and so even if people heard about it, they may have even forgotten that this was a thing. They may have even forgotten that this was the case. And so yeah, it doesn't necessitate that everybody knew about this. And I don't know. It's just me defending pedophiles again. I don't know.
Whatever prosecutions come, it's done judiciously and carefully, because these are very, very serious allegations. They should be prosecuted if, in fact, there's probable cause that someone did something to a child. But again, you don't want to destroy somebody's life when you jump the gun.
Friend Donald Trump.
Okay, let me ask
Benny. I want to ask Benny.
He's got nothing else to offer.
Hang on. I want to ask Benny this. So Benny, it seems to me, I've taken a position on this from the start, that if you distanced yourself completely from Epstein after his conviction for being a pedophile, then okay, you've got plausible deniability. You didn't know what kind of guy he was. He was a big socialite, wealthy guy, mixing with the rich and famous and powerful. But then he got a conviction for a sex crime against a minor. Okay, at that point, there's no confusion about who he is. And yet we see people like Elon Musk, for example, the richest man in the world, owner of X, who has been on a sort of rampage the last few days of trying to justify why he's the knight in shining armor about all this. He blew the whistle. He's the one demanding prosecutions, but repeatedly saying, I turned down all invitations to the island, blah, 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 blah. And yet we're seeing in real time emails which directly contradict that. Not that he ever went to the island, but he certainly expressed a keenness to go there and wanted to know when the wildest parties were taking place and so on. And it just, you know, as I've said on this show already, it's the little things where, like when he was Prince Andrew, it's the little things where if they're not telling the truth about the little stuff, what else are they not telling the truth about? Are you concerned that we're seeing a lot of people who, you know, Howard Lutnick, another one, you know, I never saw him again after whatever date it was. And then we know that's not true now. A lot of the chronology that these people are trying to paint has been destroyed by the reality of the documentary evidence from these files. What do you make of that?
Yeah, you're exactly right. There is two different distinct timelines for people that were dealing with Jeffrey Epstein. There's pre-prosecution in Florida for pedophilia, child trafficking, underage abuse of young women. This is what Jeffrey Epstein was charged with. And then there's dealing with him after those prosecutions. And of course, he pled to those charges. He then was put inside of his own wing of a low security prison. He was allowed to go home on the weekends. Alex Acosta was the federal prosecutor there in the Bush era, by the way, which is frankly something that I'd really like to look into. Like, why the hell did Jeffrey Epstein get to skate on these early charges? If you stack up the charges against Jeffrey Epstein, there, it was in 2006 to 2008. George Bush was president. Robert Mueller was in charge of the FBI. These charges should have landed him in prison for the rest of his life. None of us should be having this conversation. Jeffrey Epstein should be rotting in a prison cell for his crimes that he pled to in 2006 and through 2008, his prosecution. Why the hell was all of the people that were with him given immunity, like Ghislaine Maxwell? Why did that happen? I think this is ultimately the real question, because there's a lot of people that are dragged down in this. It's scummy behavior.
It's weird that people say so. Like, there's normally two different ways of saying her name. There's three. There's Ghislaine, which is one of the more common ways of saying it. Then there's Ghislaine, which is a more, like, you know, uninformed sort of way of saying it. But Ghislaine or Ghislaine are the two. He said Ghislaine or something like that, which is kind of a mixture of those two. But both of those are incorrect. Every single time I've heard a I prefer Ghislaine. Yeah, every time I've heard one of the victims talk about her, I think they call her Elaine or Elon or something like that. But they call her like Elaine or Ghislaine. I think that's what they say, Ghislaine. So I've been saying Ghislaine because that's what most of the media was saying. But yeah, I think most of the... Yes, Ghislaine. Yeah. I say Ghislaine, but all of the victims always say Ghislaine. Yeah. Okay.
Why is Acosta on the cabinet who's the one who...
Let Benny finish, please.
And let me just finish my thought here, because, like, you know, everyone's gonna sit here and accuse me of being a shill for the Republican Party. Listen, George Bush was president during this time. Alex Acosta was working for George Bush. Alex Acosta said, don't charge Jeffrey Epstein, back off. He belongs to Intel. There's something so much deeper that is going on here. And what we're seeing in the 3 million files, photographs, and videos that have been released is certainly threads of Jeffrey Epstein on a state level, being a state actor, while running a compromise operation against some of the most powerful people, including members of royal families, heads of...
Can anybody tell me how you add the server tag to your names? I'm posting a notification in the Discord telling people that they can add it back now, or that because they're back, they have to add it back if they want it. But for me, I do it in the server settings. When I changed it to add the server tag, it says, would you like to add this to your name? And I just say yes. For you guys, where is the server tag at? I don't know. I use a DDG tag. Destiny is better. That's crazy because Destiny's DGG, not DDG. So DDG is a musician. But yeah, you can see. I think here, if you go to the Den of Fools in the top right or top left-hand corner, I think it drops down. Server tag right there. Is that where you get it? I still have my Fool's tag. Are you sure you have to re-add it? I went and checked a bunch of the people who had it before we lost it, and they just don't have a tag. Like Mantis. Mantis is one. She doesn't have a tag at all. It's not just that she doesn't have the Fool's tag. She doesn't have any tag. But when we lost it, she did have it. Click the username, bottom left, edit profile, top left. I re-added it now. Okay, so click on my username. Oh, on mobile? Okay, let me check that. That's literally what I was in the middle of doing. Okay, so that, and then edit main profile. Okay. Fuck. Okay, thank you.
Of state, Ehud Barak, a ton of other people that were all ensnared in this, very rich people.
Vladimir
and
Putin, potentially.
Be the op. But all I'm trying to say here is that, like, we shouldn't be talking about Jeffrey Epstein, because that evil son of a bitch should be in prison right now for the rest of his life, rotting in jail for the rest of his life.
But Benny, with respect,
I wish we could get back to. I wish we could get back as to who was it that prevented that from happening, because that should.
I find it interesting that Blanche is the guy that said the other day in a press conference that there's really no more investigations here. We're probably not going to find anybody else. I'm paraphrasing here. I also find it interesting that only about 50% of the files have been released. Benny, Donald Trump has called people like you and me stupid for even talking about this. He's been doing everything he can.
He said that you're not MAGA.
To try to prevent the truth from coming out. And if the defense is, well, why didn't Joe Biden do this? First of all, you mentioned Maxwell. She was under trial, open investigation, and then there was an appeal. That's number two there. And I would also go as far as to say this. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump is all over the Epstein files hundreds of times. What did Dan Bongino do about it? What did Kash Patel do about it? Well, they say that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. There's nothing to see here. We had all these people out there with binders, people like you, Benny. People out there with binders.
I didn't hold any binders.
Go ahead.
Dude, get your facts straight. Well, like, I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to defend the non-release of Epstein evidence. I'm not going to defend it. Like, I think that it was a total mistake.
Benny.
I think it was a total mistake.
Benny,
I'm really glad to see 3 million documents out. I want all of them out. I will join with you and say I want all the. I can be intellectually consistent on all of this.
Benny,
everybody who committed a crime, everyone who committed a crime, everyone who committed a crime should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I'm enraged.
Let me ask Benny a question.
I'm enraged. It does really bother me that Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to skate because, and I quote, he belongs to Intel.
One question. Benny, one quick question. Does it bother you? Hold on. Does it bother you, Benny, that Donald Trump is all over the Epstein files, regardless of whether you think there's criminal activity or not? I'm asking you, man to man, is it problematic to you? I guess that's the right word to use. That Donald Trump was his best friend for over 10 years, that Donald Trump was at least 8 times on the plane. We learned that in the Maxwell trial. He was on the flight log. Does it bother you he's all over the Epstein files at all?
What? I think it was 8 times with the first inclusion of it. I think it's somewhere around like 17 now with the new documents out. I could be wrong. Somebody in chat the other day said how many times both him and Bill Clinton had been on the plane, and I forget the exact numbers.
What criminal allegations are you talking about?
Over 1,000 times. The question isn't a criminal allegation. I'm asking Benny, pay attention. Does it bother you, and do you?
He said is no criminal allegation. What the fuck? He literally said this.
Think it's problematic.
I am paying attention.
That he associated himself. Okay. Does it bother you that Donald Trump associated himself with Jeffrey Epstein from that period of time, and he's all over the Epstein files? Because Joe Biden's not in the Epstein files. Barack Obama's not in the Epstein files. Kamala Harris isn't in the Epstein files.
Dude,
does that bother you?
Barack
Just answer the question.
Barack Obama's White House counsel, Catherine Rummler, is all over the Epstein files, including but attempting to set up meetings with Obama.
What the heck? What are you talking about? This other person is also in the Epstein files. This is like that's probably the poorest attempt at a whataboutism I've ever seen, especially when when he's already repeated the question twice now. For you to then attempt this at that point is so fucking sad. That is so So sad, dude.
Let me rephrase that question.
She was getting
Benny.
She was getting lavished with gifts. She was getting lavished with gifts.
Notice how he won't answer the question.
Lavished with gifts
Benny,
by
Benny,
Jeffrey
please,
Epstein. Yes.
let me ask you a
answer
question.
the question.
if I may.
Does it bother you?
definitive.
I would ask,
Does
okay,
it
and don't
bother
all
you?
talk at once. Don't all talk at once. I would ask Ethan this question. I'd phrase it slightly differently. I've not seen anything, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but where is the damning evidence that Donald Trump continued to consort with Epstein post his conviction? Because
Didn't we already get emails showing this? Am I misremembering this? What is the latest time we know of Trump talking to Epstein? Guess I'll change that to most recent. Based on public records and Donald Trump's own statements, the most recent confirmed or alleged direct contacts occurred between 2004 and 2007, followed by unverified claims as late as 2015. I thought those were the emails. Recent disclosures from Justice Department files include an unverified tip from an FBI informant alleging that Trump visited Epstein in the spring of 2015, shortly before announcing his first presidential run. Trump has vehemently denied any continued relationship, maintaining he cut ties in the early 2000s. Okay. In 2019, Trump stated he had not spoken to Epstein in 15 years, which points to 2004 as the year of their falling out. This timing coincides with a bidding war they had over a Palm Beach mansion de Amity, which Trump won. Mar-a-Lago records indicate Epstein's membership. Wait. Okay. Mar-a-Lago records indicate Epstein's membership account was not officially closed until October of 2007. This matches reports that Trump banned Epstein from the club that year after he allegedly harassed a member's teenage daughter. Okay, apparently, so according to this, he actually was a member. So we have those recordings of Epstein saying that he was never a member of Mar-a-Lago. According to this, he was a member. Maybe he wasn't a paid member, but he was at least on the members list. 2015, 2017, Epstein claim author Michael Wolff reported in his book, Fire and Fury, that Epstein claimed in 2017 they were still close, though no other evidence supports this, and Trump has consistently denied it. Yeah, like Epstein's not a good source of information. He's a better source of information than Donald Trump, but they're both like prolific liars. So when it's Epstein saying it or Trump saying it, you just like, it's hard to know what the fuck happened when you're talking about two of the most prolific liars of all time, and trying to figure out what the two of them did. Like, you're just kind of fucked.
because that is the line I draw with all of these high-profile people. You can say what you like, Which, I mean, for example, take Elon Musk, right? If Elon Musk said, which is entirely believable, that he had no idea about Epstein's conviction. This is what Richard Branson said. He didn't know until they did a bit of a deep dive into him. Then it emerged.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's fine to say now that you didn't know about his convictions. That's fine. I could believe that. But you lied first, saying that you didn't like him, you didn't talk to him, and he begged you to go to his island, and you refused. So, sorry, but like now to say, oh, I mean, yeah, I went to his island, but I didn't know about the other shit. It's like, okay, bro.
I didn't know Epstein at all, or that he had a conviction, for example. I never met him, never mixed in his circles, whatever. So it would have been a surprise to me. I'm just surprised that Elon Musk, rather than saying, I didn't know about that conviction, and that would have changed everything, given how strong he's been, for example, about the grooming gang scandal in the UK. But he hasn't done that. What he said is, I never accepted invitations to be on the island, when we have seen all the emails from him, pleading to go on the island. So that's the problem I have with it. So I think with Trump, I've not seen anything incriminating that happens after the conviction. So, Trump can say, as he has been, the moment I knew what he was, I ditched him like a sack of spuds. And people that took that position at least can say with some sincerity, once I knew he was a convicted pedophile, I didn't see him again.
Well, yeah, according to what we just read, I have bought the narrative the entire time that he cut ties with him in 2007 when he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. That has been substantiated, that he did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago, and that they seemed to not talk much after that. Not that they stopped talking at all. We don't know if they stopped talking at all. There's been conflicting reports as we just went over, but that they weren't best friends anymore. They weren't seen everywhere together. They weren't always, chumming it up together anymore. Now, with that said, the convictions thing, saying after the convictions, that's one thing. But the fact that, like, during the period where Epstein was doing the most pedophilic shit with the most people, that was while Trump was best friends with him. Like, all of the convictions, all of the times, that was all the period where Trump was best friends with this guy. So we're having to be like super charitable to think that he didn't know anything about any of this, especially when he's listed in court filings saying that not only was he there, but he was also taking place in raping these girls. OMG, Trump is with Epstein till his death. I mean, we don't know that. Again, we don't know that because it was under Trump that Epstein was arrested. That was Trump's DOJ. As fucking corrupt as Trump is, as much as he like handles everything and tells everybody what they can or can't do and shit like that, I think if Trump was still best friends with this guy, they would have continued covering it up and continued pushing it to the side. And yeah, I don't think he ever would have been arrested in the first place. And the not true, he gave all the dirt of the White House, told Epstein who hated whom. What? Where's evidence that he spoke to Epstein after he got into the White House? Where's evidence of it? Outside of Epstein claiming it. What up, Twisted? How's it going, homie?
Yeah, I agree with you that essentially there's no smoking gun with Trump post his conviction. I think mostly people, are rightfully concerned when you see that he appears 1,000 times throughout the leaks, right? And the guy was very close with him. There's pictures of him like looking at young girls and talking about how hot they are with a known well, he wasn't known as a trafficker then, but I think people are rightful questioning his character. That being said, there's no smoking gun that he was associated with them afterwards. For example, Elon Musk wrote him an email that said, "When is the wildest party?" Now who would ask a convicted known trafficker, when is their wildest party on their island? Right? Like even you can say, oh, I didn't know, but listen, he did know. This is Epstein. He was a socialite, a New York socialite. These people all know each other. They know. Why is he asking him to party? He knows him because he's the party guy. He's the guy, hey, I got the girls.
Yeah.
Age optional.
And I'll add something
right,
to that.
Benny?
I agree with everything you just said. There are victims and there are people that made statements to the FBI with the possibility threatened of perjury if they were lying. I tend to believe those victims, but this is a pattern of behavior with Donald Trump. The 25 plus women that have come forward that have accused him of sexual assault or rape. The hiding, not wanting to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. It's very strange. He doesn't want to talk about it. He calls everybody stupid who even brings it up. And again, I go back to E. Jean Carroll. I go back to him sexualizing his own daughter. I go back to him bragging about going into teenage girls' locker rooms on the Howard Stern show in a beauty pageant that he ran. So there is a history. Now, is the criminally? Have you proven anything in a court of law? Obviously not. But I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I absolutely believe that the 3 million files that we haven't seen yet, keep that in mind, half the files we haven't even seen yet, they've already released these files that I think are pretty damning to Donald Trump. Imagine what's left that they haven't released yet. So let's wait and see. I agree with Benny.
Okay, I don't disagree.
Say that he wants the files to be released.
I don't disagree with that.
And I mean, this is the guy who famously said, grab him by the pussy, right?
To be fair to Benny, Benny has said,
hold on.
Benny has said very clearly he thinks they should all be released. Yep. All right, look, Benny, we're running out of time. But Benny, I want to just
the record.
hang on a second,
I just want to get the take on Clinton here. I just want to get the take on Clinton.
I'll give you the take.
Because there are photos of Clinton in the hot tub. There are photos of Clinton on the plane.
Made a video yesterday defending Elon Musk. Do not let him get away from that.
I'll give you a take on Bill Clinton. Benny, you ready for this? Because I'm not a shill for anybody, Benny. I'll answer your question directly.
Go for it.
I believe that both Donald Trump and Bill Clinton have done some very bad things to young women. But here's the difference between me and you, okay? I don't defend Bill Clinton ad nauseum. You defend Donald Trump.
None of us.
I want, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, I want you held to the highest standard of the law, and I want justice for the victims. I don't play whataboutism. I agree with you that, Bill Clinton probably did some very bad things as well. But guess what? Bill Clinton is not the leader of the free world right now. Donald Trump is. And I have yet to see you actually make the case or make a claim that, Donald Trump probably did some very bad things with Jeffrey Epstein. I will admit that I wouldn't doubt the fact that Bill Clinton has done that. Are you willing to agree with me with some middle ground here and say, Donald Trump also probably did some bad things? Will you admit that right now on Piers Morgan?
No, of course not, because there's no evidence.
Of course not.
Zero.
Because you're a cop, that's why.
But you're saying that when Donald Trump was president, leader of the free world. Hold on, like when
2017 they had Thanksgiving together. Rob, this is why it's so frustrating for me watching like TikTok videos and shit like that from the left. Like, holy shit. If we just run with like every little thing without actually any sort of due diligence, why are we different from MAGA at all if we're just gonna keep like jumping to conclusions like this shit? There's no evidence. Somebody asked Epstein like who all's down there on Thanksgiving. They said, "Where are you?" He said Florida. And they said, "Who all's down there?" And he named 3 people. Trump was the last person that he named. But I think they meant in Florida. Because it was like somebody who had to do with like modeling or something like that, right? And so the people that they were naming were like people who were involved and were in Florida. On top of that, it does seem to have been confirmed that Trump was at Mar-a-Lago on Thanksgiving. So it's possible that Epstein was at Mar-a-Lago, but in the email, he says he's not at Mar-a-Lago. He says he's at his girlfriend's house in Florida. So he wouldn't be at Mar-a-Lago then. I have read they can't confirm it just because they say no evidence. Trump 8 documents. What? Why are you talking like a robot today? It's so hard for me to understand anything you're saying. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that we don't have good evidence to say that Trump and Epstein were still friends after he took the White House. Like, we just don't have good evidence for it. So even if you believe that Trump could have destroyed it, it's like, okay, but that would just still be a reason for why we don't have it. We can't then pretend that we have it because we think he destroyed it. Like, just, okay, that's just admitting that we don't have the evidence, and so we don't know.
Bill Clinton was leader of the free world. He lied under oath about cheating on his wife with his intern.
Again, nobody's
who's like
defending
their
Bill
attorneys in the
Clinton,
Oval
bro.
Office.
Nobody's defending.
Wouldn't we all, though? I mean, come on.
Like,
So I'll respond to that.
You know what I think? You know what I think?
Talking about Trump.
Guys,
this is the op. Like,
guys,
this is
here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line with Trump and Bill Clinton. I think the level of embarrassment about their association with Epstein is not dissimilar, actually. Rod, what would you like to say before I just go to Benny for one last word about your investigation in California? So, Rod.
No, I think the record should reflect that of all the people we've talked about in this conversation, Donald Trump is the only one who actually kicked Epstein out of a place and barred him from Mar-a-Lago when he learned that there were reasons to think that there was some creepy activity going on.
True.
Donald Trump did that. Bill Clinton did, and nobody else did. Yes.
I think it's a reasonable point. I just think the bottom line for Trump is he appears to have distanced himself from Epstein after the conviction, and I do think that gives him a better position for defending himself than the ones.
Is that illegal? What does illegal have to do with anything? What the fuck? Illegal? What? Is that what you think? She's accusing him of a crime? What the fuck?
To carry it on, because, you know, if you carry on seeing a guy when he's convicted of being a pedophile, it means you don't care that he abuses underage kids. Period.
Right.
Benny, I just want to end very quickly with you with this extraordinary video you put out exposing a massive fraud in.
Yeah, it's just I went over this for a while earlier, that there's a bunch of leftists pushing this conspiracy theory that Epstein was behind slash poll on 4chan, that he was like the creator of slash poll, which was the like ground zero for QAnon, Pizzagate, like tons of conspiracy theories that came from 4chan that were all about the like pedophile elites taking over, and that Trump was here to save us from the pedophile elites and all that. And they believe now that Epstein was the one who started this, that Epstein was the one who was behind this. And it's purely fabricated, like purely fabricated, completely fabricated, wholly, totally, unequivocally fabricated. Nothing to back this up, except that they had some emails between each other where they talked about meeting up between the owner of 4chan and Epstein, and that they happened to meet the day before the poll thread was created. It's really hard to believe that they would he would come up with this idea and the very next day, like they meet once and the very next day it's created. And so to all these people, like, yep, Epstein said do it. And so the next day they created this poll thread for everybody to start pushing the QAnon stuff. And so fucking stupid. There's so much stuff in the emails that matches QAnon stuff. Well, to be clear, it does seem as though Epstein did use 4chan. Like, maybe I'm just guessing, but there's stuff where he literally uses the term pizza as a code word, seemingly for girls. Like, it looks like he's literally using pizza as a code word for girls. The problem is that a bunch of people said, oh my goodness, this is like what everybody said was happening with Hillary, but it actually turns out it was Epstein the whole time who was actually doing this. The emails are from 2018. The emails where Epstein is doing this from 2018. He started doing it because of that. You would assume. You would assume he saw the whole Pizzagate thing and started using pizza as code word because he thought it was funny, as like as a meme for young girls. And then now, and so, yeah, it seems as though because all of the shit that, like, everybody says, like, oh my goodness, but it's the thing. Like, most of it happens after a lot of the, like, emails and, like, code words and shit align, but they're after it like, took off on 4chan and shit like that, that then he started using that stuff after. They planted those conspiracy theories to make their own wrongdoing seem less extreme. No. They didn't. That's literally what we're going over. They didn't plant. There's no evidence that they planted the conspiracy theories. They didn't do it. There's no evidence that they had anything to do with Slashpole. Nothing. Like, there's zero evidence for this whatsoever. There's no evidence. Like, we do not. No, it's sex acts. I'm pretty sure it was like people, because they used like there's a list of colors that means sex acts. It doesn't matter though. In the context that it was used, it sounded like they were talking about specific people. Like the way that he talked about it, where he was like, this pizza was really good. I liked the grape soda as well, but grape soda wasn't as good as the pizza. Like, it was, yeah, it sounded like it in the context that it was written in the way that it said, it seems pretty clear they're talking about people. And because he even says, are you bringing the pizza? Like, at one point, like, are you bringing a sex position? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Like, they use triangle shaped colored napkins. So, grape soda, black girl, maybe. I thought so because they're using memes, okay? He's using memes like pizza from Pizzagate. He's incorporating that into his terminology with his friends as a meme, right? I think he was doing the same with grape soda. I think that he's taking this from other memes. What's it called? Whitest kids you know. Grape.
You kids look like you could use a delicious fruity beverage! Who are you? Might I suggest Fizzy Pop's Grape Blast? The new soda from Johnson & Hedges. Open wide, kids, because I'm gonna grape you in the mouth!
This is a commercial for a grape soda. I'm pretty sure this is, and it's all about like, yeah, tying kids to radiators and graping them, and like that's the whole thing. So I think yes, they're using like they're using memes that already existed for their own purposes. I don't think I ever saw. I just recently saw the PCP one. I watched The Whitest Kids You Know when it was on television. Like, I watched every time they came out with a new episode, I was sitting there watching. I fucking loved this show, dude. And it's funny now because back then, nobody watched them. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had any idea what the fuck this was. And even the people that like would watch it back then, it was just too like odd. It was different. It wasn't like, it wasn't, there wasn't other shit like this. Like any other show that was like this was like Mad TV or SNL. And those were done in front of live audiences. And they had like, you know, music come and play it halfway through for intermission. And like, they were just, they were very different. This was like fucking YouTube before YouTube. This is Tom invented the whitest kids you know. Yes, correct. Yeah. And so they were like YouTube videos. Like they were just fucking like YouTube clips and shit like that. Quality sketch show. Oh, so fucking good, dude. So fucking good. But yeah, I recently came across the PCP video, which one of my favorites. Like this is one of my favorites. The PCP video is now one of my favorites. I don't think I'd ever seen it before, or I don't remember it. I'd almost definitely seen every single one they ever had. Just I don't remember it. But this one, the Abraham Lincoln one, the what does he say? Calm down, just calm down. Calm down, just calm down. Calm down, just calm down. I fucking love that one, dude. I laughed so fucking hard the first time I saw that clip. Holy shit. I laughed so hard. That was so funny. What? Do you not know what Whitest Kids You Know is? Do you not know what this show is that we're talking about right now? No, I'm responding to Talia. Put the colored scarf on the right, it means to do it, and the left means to receive it. The acts are awful, blank, and the... Okay. I'm sorry, Talia, I just want to, like, inform you. There's a lot of people who are going to pretend as though they know what these things mean, and they're going to try to connect them to things that they already know about to say, like, this is what makes the most sense to me. But lots of times they're just going to be blatantly wrong. And as we know, in a lot of these cases, when they're talking about bringing pizza to them, that doesn't make sense for it to be a sex position. It couldn't be that, like, that just doesn't make sense in that context. You cannot bring me this sex position. And so it's just nonsensical. Like, even what I'm saying this is what it seems to be. I don't know that's what it is. I'm not going to tell you it is. They did get these memes. They did do this. They did do that. I'm not going to make that claim. But this is what a lot of people do online so that they can pretend they are the one who has the inside information. But we see these people wrong all the fucking time. Like all the people who ran around saying that the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a groyper, right? Like, we had so many people like, inside information. I know all about the groypers, and all of the memes that were sketched into the guns and the bullets were all from the groyper, the groyper clubs and 4chan. And I saw it and read along with the email. Okay, but so I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that. How can you bring a sex act to somebody? It doesn't. It doesn't link up. Now, it's possible that, like, in some of the emails, that's the case. If they're talking to different people at different times, maybe some of them they were talking about sex acts, and other places they were talking about specific people. That's possible. It's possible that, like, yeah, they had like the same code word, but with different people. So he had like a different meme with each person or whatever. Like, it's there's a lot of things that are possible here. It's just that, yeah, in some of them it just seems obvious that isn't the case. But anyways, This is what I think this is my assumption, is that this is what he's referencing with grape soda, is this.
He's going to what them in the mouth?
He's gonna grape them.
He's going to grape them.
Yeah, in the mouth.
Right.
Sure. There's more.
No, I'm sorry. All right, well, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the catchphrase, I'm gonna grape you in the mouth for our new mascot.
Yeah,
I mean...
We're just not sure about that one. Yeah, we might want to workshop it a touch.
Really? Why? That's his thing. He grapes people. He grapes people in the mouth.
We're just not exactly sure that
He sneaks into little kids' rooms in the middle of the night, and he grapes them in the mouth.
Okay, see, because I think that the reason that I'm a little hesitant is because to me, it sounds like he's saying, he's going to rape them.
What? Oh. Oh. No. No.
They're
what?
kids.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Sir, get your mind out of the gutter. He's a grape. How is a grape gonna rape a kid? What are you talking about?
But it sounds like it's a grape commercial. I love it. He like grapes the kids. Okay, I mean, if I'm the minority here, we can keep going.
Come here, kids! I'm gonna tie you to the radiator and grape you!
Okay.
What? Why'd you stop it?
I'm gonna tie you to the radiator and grape you?
What?
I'm going to rape you! No!
It's so good, dude. It's so fucking good. Whitest Kids You Know, so fucking good, man. But yeah, the PCP one, I just came across this one the other day, and right after I saw it, I actually saw interviews with the people talking about this afterwards. And they said, one of the things that the guy said is, he's like, one of the things that I loved about Whitest Kids You Know is the simplicity of some of the sketches. Like tons of people, SNL, YouTube, TikTok, all of these people work really hard to come up with these very complex, like overly complicated sketches where there's like the punchline at some point, and it's got to drop and it's got to hit right. Whereas you guys just kind of put an elephant in the room and then make it really like hard to address. You just throw an elephant in the room and then make it just very uncomfortable for people to address. And okay. It says this was just uploaded a year ago, so maybe did they do more shit after their show ended, or because like this one where like they tell little Timmy how his mom died in the classroom by having everybody guess like how she died and like how she was decapitated, and she gives them lollipops if they get it right. Yeah, my fucking shorts feed is based as fuck, isn't it? It's like all goon shit, and then there's what's his face. No, it's a re-upload. I'm pretty sure one of the cast is dead. He is, but I don't know. I didn't know when he died. Okay, Google. When did Trevor from Whitest Kids You Know die?
Trevor Moore died on August 7th, 2021.
2021, okay. Okay. So yeah, this is the fucking clip.
Zach Kreger.
Yeah.
Trevor
Moore.
Yeah.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. I haven't seen you in like
8.
This guy, Trevor Moore.
8 years since senior year at Brown.
Right.
Yeah. It's good to see you. Look at you. You look great.
Thank
you.
Man,
What do you got there?
This is a gallon of PCP.
Wow. A gallon.
Yes. Yeah.
That's illegal, right?
Yeah, it's a felony.
It's a felony.
Yes.
Wow. And here you are with it anyway. That is
Liquid.
Wow. I didn't even know it came in liquid form.
Science.
Whoa. So do you do a lot of PCP?
Got a gallon.
Got a gallon.
I guess you do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro, the fucking like slushing around of the gallon and everything, just like slushing around and everything, so fucking funny. Just like a fucking gallon, you know? Yep, got a gallon of PCP, like yeah.
Oh, so what do you do?
I work in an investment firm downtown. It's mostly like property acquisitions.
Huh. That sounds successful.
What do you do?
I work at the Binkos.
I don't know what Binkos is.
It's a office supply store type thing.
That used to exist back in the day. I don't think Binkos is around anymore, but there were Binkos back in the day. It's kind of like a Radio Shack, Staples sort of place.
Secretary stuff?
But a gallon.
Yeah.
Here you are with a gallon. Wow. Man, do you still see Candace?
No. She passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. How long ago did that happen?
About 4.
Oh, Kinko's. That is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Kinko's. Yeah, you're right.
About 4 years ago?
No, PM.
No, he said Binkos. Just to be clear, he did say Binkos. That just, yes, I was thinking of Kinko's, but he said Binkos. All right.
4 p.m. As in today, 4 p.m. It's 5 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So that was recent. What happened?
I was at my dealer's house.
Uh-huh.
I was buying the PCP.
Of course.
And I didn't have enough money for all of the gallon.
Oh, it's expensive.
But I wanted the whole gallon.
Of course.
So I'd set up a deal where I would leave
It's the Mandoin effect.
her as collateral.
Uh-oh.
And then I would go hit an ATM and come right back.
I see problems.
But, you know, when I left, I got distracted and he cut her head off.
Whoa! Wow. And that happened today, just a little while ago. Man, are you okay? Are you doing all right?
No, yeah, I'm good. I'm pretty high right now, so.
Oh, right, because of the PCP, which
Yep. Got a gallon.
you have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, you know, I ran into Bill the other day, and he's doing really good.
I don't know Bill.
You don't? That's right. No, you wouldn't know Bill. But he's doing good.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good for Bill.
Well, it was good to see you.
It was nice seeing you.
I gotta go. I gotta pick my kids up. I'm running late.
Oh, you have kids. You are on your...
It's fucking crazy, dude. Fucking wild.
Welcome to day 2 of trying on Deadstock Halloween costumes from the 2000s and giving them to one of you guys for free. And today we have the Leg Avenue Ragdoll costume. Okay. Again, I expect to look exactly like this. The packaging is actually extremely...
I really like that she does these because I really get to get like a good idea of what Halloween costumes are going to be in style and what I might want to wear. I get to see somebody put them on ahead of time so I know what the actual product looks like. This is a very helpful channel.
Intact. We've got some stockings, a bonnet,
Got 1 million likes on it.
and of course the dress. I'm putting on the stockings first. Merry Christmas. I still need to zip her up. This is an extra small, by the way. Okay. Oh, she's not gonna zip up. I fear the 2000 sizing got me. Now I have to put on the bonnet. Wait, I'm adding a choker, obviously. Oh, the bow is supposed to be on the side. In the photo, she's wearing black patent heels.
Choker
and I
was a
have
good
these
ad.
from my Ben Franklin costume. Why did the 2000s girlies get everything? But as usual, leave a comment if you want this costume. It's super cute.
The picture had a lot more cleavage. I feel like this is a ripoff. There's a lot more
And I
cleavage
have-
there.
California. Just summarizing quickly.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the one he defended Elon Musk going associating with Epstein that he posted yesterday. I guess we got confused about which video. You can address either one, Ben.
All right, Benny.
What, as Piers just
Yeah,
said,
you defended Elon Musk
emailing
yesterday.
someone
You said
is hold on. emailing somebody isn't a crime. I think we should be focused on crimes when it comes to Epstein.
Which is the wildest party?
Like,
when is the wildest party?
It doesn't mean he doesn't mean he committed any crime. Doesn't mean he committed any
but
crime.
let's not sit there and act like this is all innocent, like Benny did in his YouTube video yesterday.
Yeah, to keep saying like we should just focus on crimes when we're talking about the fact that they lied about their associations with Epstein for the longest time, and they lied about it over and over and over. The fact that now they get caught lying, and they would, like, I bet that we can find video of. Let me see. I want to see. I want to see if I can find video of Benny Johnson defending Elon Musk, saying he never met him. In the past, I would love to see if he ever said, yeah, but they never even met. He denied him. He refused to go to his island, blah, blah, blah. Because, yeah, if we can find that, where he uses this as an argument in the past, but then once it's brought up that this argument is a lie, then he says, well, we should just focus on crimes. That would be pretty fucking amazing. Fuck. It doesn't know if I'm a human again. I don't know if I'm a fucking human again. Drag the pipe to help the duck reach the other side. So the duck is here, so it... Okay. Okay, I think I'm human this time. I am. Okay. Okay, so March. Donald Barr, also the guy happened to be groom. Jeffrey Epstein set up the entire honeypot operation. Epstein. They accuse Elon Musk of staging the dolphins. Okay, Elon Musk is going hard at Joe Biden for failing the astronaut thing. Fuck.
Epstein list was responsible for that lawsuit. LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman considering leaving U.S. after Trump victory. This is how effed this guy knew he was. He was also on the Epstein list. Here's Elon Musk talking about Reid Hoffman to Tucker Carlson, the guy who Reid Hoffman, in part, I think, got fired. I'm not sure we could say it like it's one for one, but the lawsuits that Reid Hoffman funded were directly responsible for many of our friends and many of the people that we know and loved. Bongino's one of them too.
Do you use a VPN? Yeah.
Getting fired from Fox. This guy is like he's the not only the opposite of a President Trump friend, he's a true blackened enemy of Donald Trump. And now he's with Trump in Saudi Arabia. flying, no doubt, on Air Force One with Trump in Saudi Arabia. What meetings are happening there? This is crazy. This blows the Bill Maher thing out of the water. I can't believe this. Elon Musk on how evil Reid Hoffman is and why Reid Hoffman should be in jail for what he did on Epstein's Island.
Part of why Kamala's getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of the billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes. And Gates.
And Gates.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I only ask that because you can sort of just look at them and you're like, that's a nervous person right there.
Crazy that ended up being Elon who was there. Bill Gates, sure, but Elon.
There, I don't know. I mean, I assume you know them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who Reid Hoffman is. I have no idea who this guy is.
Reid Hoffman was my vice president of business development at PayPal. Yeah. 24 years ago.
Does he seem nervous to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's terrified of the Trump victory.
Because of the disclosure that would follow?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think he's certainly ideologically in line with Trump anyway, but I think he is concerned about the Epstein situation. Like something the DOJ might actually move forward.
There are a lot of videos, apparently. Those rooms on the island, I think out in New Mexico, were wired for video.
Right.
And
where's the video? I mean, between Diddy and Epstein, it's good. There's probably several thousand hours of footage here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that the people on those videos are lecturing the rest of us about our moral failings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird.
What is that?
Well, I mean, part of how they deflect attention from themselves is by, criticizing the morals of others.
Yes.
So it's sort of like a preemptive moral strike.
Yes.
I mean, as I said, I think those who are saying Trump is a threat to democracy are themselves actually the threat to democracy.
It feels like we're getting to a place where the rest of us know too much. Is this? Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's easier to live in a society where you don't really know what the people in charge are doing or why they're doing it. But now, thanks, I would say, largely to X.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say that.
Yeah.
We do know a lot. Not everything, but we know a lot. And I wonder, where does that, like, what happens next now that we know all this? The kidnapper's shown us his face. Like, what happens?
Well, I think if Trump wins, we can do some house cleaning and shed light on things.
Okay. So that's who Reid Hoffman was. Reid Hoffman's so evil and so degenerate. Clearly, Tucker Carlson knew that it was Reid Hoffman funding the lawsuits against Fox News. That's why he's asking those questions and like digging down into who this man really is.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look around and see if I can find the clip of him.
Yesterday, as he continues to shill for either Trump or the Russians, and peddle just absolute.
Oh, I think I just found it.
Physical evidence.
I think I just found it. Here it is.
Fourth, and you can see that in the documents and in the emails. We showed them to you yesterday. There's a series of exchanges right like this where they're both going back trying to find a time to schedule a meeting.
Oh, never mind. This is from 4 days ago. Fuck. Okay, never mind.
But it always just doesn't work out. There's no physical evidence that Elon Musk ever met with Jeffrey Epstein. There's no physical evidence that Elon Musk ever went to any of Jeffrey Epstein's parties or his island or anything like that. However, the fact that they were emailing back and forth led a lot of people to suspect that maybe Elon was lying. And we said, well, what is Elon going to say about this? Because he's...
I don't know why he says physical evidence. Like, I don't know what the... If we print out the emails, is that now physical evidence? Like, what do you mean physical evidence? This is the evidence. The fact that they are planning to go there, the fact that Elon is saying he wants to go, the fact that they're talking about times, the fact that he's saying when he's going to leave because he has another thing that he has to do right after. Like, this is pretty damning evidence that he went. Like, this is pretty damning evidence. So I don't, like, no physical evidence. What the fuck? Give me a break.
What we want to know.
I want to give Benny a chance to. I want to give Benny a chance to talk about very quickly his investigation in California. Benny.
So California is the epicenter of all fraud. They spend $31 billion on their homeless crisis.
Why is a known Russian operative treated like any regular media person? There's truly no consequence in the US anymore. Known traitors are treated as regular media personalities and get invited to the halls of power. I don't think that's true. I think it's like it's a good meme. Like most of us as content creators, when we're talking about like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, like these people, we're making fun of them, but we don't actually think that any of them were actual like known paid Russian operatives. None of us actually believe that like they were knowingly taking Russian money. Except for Lauren Chen. It seems as though maybe Lauren Chen did. But Tim Pool and Benny Johnson have been at White House as journalists. Yeah, sure, but that's what I'm saying. Is that like it does seem as though they were victims in that case, that they were also being duped. But the fact that they are stupid enough to do that is the meme. Like that is the play. That's the funny part, is that they're so fucking stupid and moronic that they were able to be used as pawns for Russia. That like Russia is able to just easily manipulate these dumb fucks with just by showing them a little bit of money, and now they're able to use them for their own propaganda purposes. Like that's the thing. Not that they were actually like committing treason or they were no victims. Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna play this fucking stupid semantic game. They were victims. That whether or not they made a lot of money in the process doesn't change whether or not they were victims. If I get hit by a car and I sue the people, and afterwards I get millions of dollars by hitting from them hitting me, doesn't mean that I'm no longer a victim. Like it doesn't change anything. You're a victim of the fact that you are being used by a group unknowingly, without your permission, without your authority, without your agency being involved. Like that is the part that makes them victims. But obviously we don't feel bad for them because they're fucking idiots. They made a lot of money off of it, and they just did the dumbest shit possible. Tim Pool, Ukraine is America's #1 enemy, and Benny Johnson, Ukraine is Russian territory. We're not aware, and we're victims. They said that before they were getting paid. They said that before they got paid. Traitors plan and plain and simple. Cucking for Tim Pool is a new low. Okay, I can't tell if you're trolling or not right now. Like this is, yes, I'm not MAGA. I don't just make accusations without evidence. I don't just jump to conclusions because it aligns with what my fifis want. I don't just run around just saying libelistic things that just help me get over on the people that I don't like. There's enough for me to accuse them of. There's enough for me to criticize them of without having to make shit up. So they knew. There's no evidence that they knew. There's no evidence. You're just saying that again. You're just saying they knew. You're just claiming this, but there's no evidence that they knew. They were getting paid to say that. You're saying they got paid after they said it, though. Like they said these things, and then way after, then Tenant Media comes along and starts paying them. You should look into the timeline for this, Tom. You're absolutely wrong. Okay, I built a timeline on this. I was working on a video essay on the entire thing. I've got literally like an entire document with all of the shit on it. I have shit that shows that nobody else seemed to have gotten. I didn't see anybody else get this. There's one thing where they say they wanted somebody to put out what was it? There's one thing that is like the most damning thing out of all of this. There's one thing, and I didn't see anybody else talk about this. Nobody, not a single fucking person. There is a point in the indictment where they talk about the fact that Tenant Media had somebody who was in the Discord, and that this lady was messaging people in the Discord saying that she wanted somebody to say that the US government had come out and said that ISIS was responsible for a terrorist attack at a music festival in Russia. And they wanted somebody within this to say that it was actually probably either Ukraine or the United States, and that it wasn't ISIS, that they're just throwing ISIS under the bus to cover for their own shit. And they come back and say, okay, we've got somebody who's going to do it. And we didn't know who did it. Nobody knew who did it. I got the fucking VOD. I got the video. I actually have the fucking video, but it's on my broken hard drive over there. But I got the video. Benny Johnson is the one who does this. Now, he doesn't do what they asked him to. He says the government's claiming it's ISIS. Could it be ISIS? Sure. The United States, Ukraine, they've all been known for doing some devious shit in the past, so who knows? But we'll wait and see if more comes later. And that's about all he says. But he's the only one out of any of them who even covered the terrorist attack at the music festival and then threw that out there. But it's Lauren Chen that was asking him to do it, not the Russians. And again, it's just, yeah, like there's no evidence for these things. I don't know. Don Dota, when you're saying they knew, do you have evidence that they knew? Or
that's $170,000 per homeless person. And the result of that is that homelessness has increased exponentially.
This is not criminal court. This is civil court. Don't need beyond a reasonable doubt. Wait, what do you mean this is civil court? What does that mean? What is this?
In California, as has federal funding of the homeless crisis in California. Those dollars are being stolen in amounts that are staggering. That makes Somali fraud in Minnesota look like pennies. And it's time for a...
It seems like they knew. There's only two people in this entire situation who seemed as though they knew. And that was Lauren Chen and her husband. But supposedly even they were cleared by Biden's DOJ for seemingly not knowing that they knew that they were Russian, but they didn't know that they were like paid by the government or anything like that, or at least that they were in Russia or like things of that nature. And so the ones that I would say is most likely to know is Lauren Chen and her husband. But even that, like, I'm not positive that they knew. I think it's likely, but I'm not positive that they knew. For the rest of them, there's just no evidence that they knew. Like, there's nothing. There's no evidence that they knew. So when it said, it seems like they knew. Well, how? Where? What evidence? What evidence at all is there? Any evidence at all? Whatsoever? Any whatsoever? A single shred anywhere at all? I think it seems even the pundits knew because they doubled down on it when Tenet came along and have chilled down on that rhetoric since. But again, the majority of their fucking anti-Ukraine rhetoric came before Tenet media. The war has chilled down since. It hasn't been in the news as much since. Like, there's no way I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. You guys are trolling me right now. You have to be trolling me. This cannot be real. Their rhetoric prior to Tenet was, we shouldn't give our money to Ukraine. No! Tim Pool said they are the enemy of the United States. Hold on. Fuck. fuck, I don't think I titled my thing with all of my links correctly, so I don't have it, but there were a number of lies that I caught, like Tim on and Dave Rubin on and Benny Johnson. So a lot of things that I caught that seemingly nobody else caught because they were all just trying to like push their Russian shills narrative instead of actually like paying attention to all of the fucking actual lies that came out of this. But Tim Pool was already being paid by Tenet Media when he made that video, and everyone knew he was being paid for it. Okay, hold on. I will pull it up real quick. There's like fucking 20 clips of him saying this. Holy shit.
This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war.
Bro, he almost looked like he like practiced this and he forgot to like pound the desk and look mad.
Our enemy being funded is the enemy of this. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
It is the enemy. So fucking weird. Okay. So yeah, this came August 22nd, 2024. Tim Pool began producing content for Tenet Media around November 2023, while Tenet Media was incorporated January 2022 by Lauren Chen, Liam Donovan. They assembled their lineup, conservative influencers Tim Pool, in late 2023, according to the U.S. Department of Justice indictment unsealed September 2024, which refers to Tim Pool as the commentator 2. Okay, so that clip of him saying it was, yeah, okay, that one was in the timeline. I guess it's more so that he had already said shit like this. He had been saying shit like this. So I thought, yeah, I guess that one clip, okay, is within the time frame. He had been saying shit like this before that, so it was not all that crazy. I wish I could find my list of clips because I had like 10 fucking clips of him saying the same exact thing before this point. Let's see. That one's from August 22nd, 2024. I don't remember. I don't think this is one of them.
Yes, please.
No. This is
crazy.
This is an
Well,
excellent.
I don't hate
hold on.
crime.
This is an excellent.
I dislike
segue.
evil.
Yes, this is an excellent segue into this other story. We were initially going to lead with this one, then the Juicy Smollett stuff broke. But check this out. Reuters says Facebook temporarily allows posts on Ukraine were calling for violence against invading Russians or Putin's death. What? That to me is absolutely amazing. They say Meta platforms will allow Facebook and Instagram users in some countries to call for violence against Russians and Russian soldiers.
So civilians and
yeah,
soldiers.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
In the context of the Ukraine invasion, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Does that mean you can be like, I just plain don't like the invasion, and then say just kill civilians or something?
Like every Russian should pay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Until when? You know, and the thing that I don't understand about all of these sanctions and even just these ideas that you got to take it out on Russians. And I even saw this video that was circulating of this group in Canada that was painting. They were vandalizing a Russian community center. You know, and they were painting all over it blue and yellow. And it's just okay. If we in the West continue to assert and believe.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to go too far off on this. The point is, yes, he had been saying very similar shit about this for a while. So yes, even if I give you that one was within the timeline or within the time frame that he was working for Tenet, I guess I mixed up what it was that I had written for the video, but that yes, that is more so that he had said this thing numerous times outside of the time frame to where it didn't matter. So didn't Tim go to Ukraine at one point? I don't remember. I don't know. My favorite Tim line is, the problem is definitely not me, it's everybody else. Yes. Yep. Tom acts like they just blindly took money, never looked into where it came from, and just happens to have 100% Russian talking points. No, I don't. I act like they are probably very like money hungry losers in the first place, and they are saying things that Russia likes, and so Russians are willing to pay the people who are already pushing the propaganda that they want. They're not trying to find somebody and then saying, hey, if you just totally change your stances on this, we'll pay you to do. No, they're probably finding people who already agree with the stance they want and paying them for this. This is literally everybody's position on this. Like I've today, the only people that I've heard say that they actually think that they're being paid, like unironically, not like, you know, lots of people make jokes about it and shit like that, but unironically, like you guys are doing right now, is like TikTok people and like maybe Hassan, people like that. Like literally everybody has been pretty clear, like at Destiny, I think even Vosh, like almost everybody is pretty clear. Yes, these people were already pushing this Russian propaganda in the first place, and so Russians were willing to pay them because they're the ones that they want to amplify. They want to amplify the people who are pushing the shit that they want them to push. This is the first time outside of, yes, TikTok leftists, have I heard people act as though this is unironic. This is real. We're not even kidding. We're not joking. We're not memeing around. We're not just fucking with them. It's we're actually being serious. We actually believe this. This is the first time I've run into this one. Nah, I offered you a way of proving me wrong. He never called Ukraine your enemy before Tenet. Okay. When I get my hard drive back, I have tons of clips where he may not use that exact verbiage, but he is saying pretty much the same thing, that like Ukraine is one of the last countries we should be giving our money to because their interests are against the interests of the United States, that they are the most corrupt country in Europe, and that they I forget all the clips, but I had like a whole fucking like big line of them, and there's even streams that I have where I go over a bunch of those clips as well. So you never called them your enemy. Okay, that makes no difference to me. If to you you need exact verbiage instead of the same sentiment, then yeah, I'm not even gonna try to find that. That's kind of a ridiculous position.
Full-scale federal investigation. We were able to uncover hundreds of millions of dollars of theft. This comes on the heels of other major frauds in California, including the theft of federal funding for unemployment, COVID, and this is why you have a state that still can't repay their COVID loans. California is an absolute nightmare, and it's why they're...
Well, of course he liked it. He made millions of fucking dollars off of it. Hell yeah, he liked it. He was probably very appreciative that he was able to make that much fucking money. Like, he literally, I believe they ended up giving him almost half of what he made per episode on top of that. So normally, like we saw with a bunch of other contracts, like with Daily Wire and crap like that, is that what the money that you get, like your super chats, your ad revenue, like all of this shit ends up going to, like, you know, Tenet Media or something like that, right? But in this case, all they got was the ad revenue. That's it. He was able to keep all of the super chats, all of the memberships, all of everything else. That's it. So it was fucking like he made almost half of what he made per episode on top of that. He made like overtime, time and a half. I'm sure he was very, very happy with that.
They're going to lose 5 electoral seats in the next 2030 census because people cannot get out fast enough. Nonetheless, Gavin Newsom wants to run for president, so I think that it is, and he is absolutely already running for president right now, and so I think it's worth a heavy critical look at how he has managed what I would argue the most resource-rich and the crown jewel of America, the state of California, one of the most beautiful and gifted states, and how he's run it truly into the ground. And so that's what we're doing. We're doing a full investigation. Nick Shirley's also out there. Nick Shirley's also out there right now, and so we look forward to his investigation as well.
I'd like to respond, if
Benny,
I may.
Thank you very much. Well, finally,
thanks, guys.
Have your final word.
At a time when ICE is rolling up to people in unmarked vehicles and unmarked outfits.
Oh, there is another Bird City. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I was going to try to do one more. Is there... Oh, there's like 14 minutes left on this. Okay. Or 16 minutes. Yeah, there's 16 minutes left on this. So yeah, I'm going to do one more Bird City before I...
Carrying people off the street and taking off in a van. When we have fascism marching into America now, who gives a shit about what's going on in California?
I'm killing the fascists right now. I'm killing them right now. I got you, bro. I fucking got you. Don't worry about the fascists. I'm about to take them out right now.
Right? There's nothing more urgent than what is happening right now with ICE. There's zero accountability.
Well, you can give a shit about both. Surely, look,
you can.
I think you can give a shit about both.
I think you can.
You can give a shit about ICE and what's going on, and you can give a shit about corruption.
Yeah, but I think one is much more urgent. I think Benny is intentionally bearing the lead here. I think we're sleepwalking into fascist police overreach, and I want to say fuck ICE and get the fuck out.
Piers, can I just end by saying one quick thing, one quick statement?
Yeah, they all just keep saying, well, can I end by, because this is the third. What can I just say before we go? What can I just add one more thing? This is the third one now, so.
Well, I can't have people just endlessly making endless more statements. This isn't the Grammys.
I want to know this.
But you're going to, apparently, considering the fact that we got 16 more minutes to go.
Not the Grammys where you all queue up to say fuck ice. So I'm afraid I'm calling it there. We're allowed one fuck ice before we finish.
Piers, let me just say I'm sorry about your fall. I'm glad you're recovering. I'm glad you're feeling better. I was worried about you. We need people like you doing these kinds of shows. I respect you a lot, Piers, and I'm glad you're feeling better. We got to get you back and healthy again. So I'm glad you're better.
And thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I want to just thank you for knowing your place and piping down and not speaking too much, as your opinion is basically worth nothing. So thank you, Governor.
Why don't we end on the happier note that Brian left us with? Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Piers.
Returning to Uncensored now is Glenn Beck, the founder of Blaze Media.
Okay,
Glenn, great to have you back.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be back.
I feel like, even though we talk to each other every few months, so much happens, even in a calendar week at the moment in the news cycle. Have you ever known any period in your career where the news cycle is so frenzied?
No, I thought about that the other day. I'm approaching my 49th year in broadcast, and never have I seen anything like this. Barack Obama sped things up. He, kind of overwhelmed and short-circuited the system in a way, and I thought that was fast. This is between what Donald Trump is doing on the world stage and political.
Just to be clear, Obama took Bush policy.
Here, what is happening?
Obama took Bush policy and just continued it. Bush was doing this towards the end of his career. Obama continued that into the first 4 years. And then he did ramp this up, I believe, at the, I believe in the beginning of his second term. And then stopped into his second, like halfway into his second term, because he did get a lot of pushback from the left. He did get a lot of shit for it. Fuck, I'm lagging so much. I can't. And then, and then he made a bunch of changes. So this is like really fucking stupid the way that they keep talking about this, because he did get a lot of shit from the left and from the media, and he did make a lot of changes. You could go look it up, but there are a ton of changes that he made towards the end of his presidency. The fuck? Gotta get the goop.
The escalation of violence and these protests, I've never seen anything like it. It is, it's reminiscent of certain time periods, but nothing like this.
On the protests, let's take that first, given you've mentioned it, because I think you have quite a nuanced take on what's been happening here with both Alex Preti and Rene Gook. And I think it's probably not dissimilar to mine, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting what you've said, but my gut feeling, having watched these videos like everybody from every angle multiple times, is I don't think that these ICE agents set out to be cold-blooded murderers or assassins.
Nobody's claiming that. I don't think anybody says, like, oh, they went there looking for Alex Preti, aiming to fucking murder him on this day. Like, who the fuck is saying this? This is such a fucking stupid thing to say. That, like, this is like I forget what it was, but there was another, like, MAGA thing that they did where every time there was something, and every time that they talked about it, they're like, I don't think his whole idea, his whole plan was to go do the, like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something similar to this. Or it kind of reminds me of Candace Owens with the well, who was it? Kanye West thing? Wait, did I already do this one? No, I didn't. Where she's like, I don't think he was planning on nuking Israel and dropping an atomic bomb on them, and like fuck. So yeah, it reminds me of that. Fuck, get away from me, dude. I don't want any.
And nor do I think that the victims were entirely blameless of putting themselves into a situation which escalated. However, neither deserved to die, and the general febrile atmosphere that led to their deaths is a direct result, I think, of overreach by ICE, fueled by the administration or particular members of that administration, and that it's got completely out of control, and that Donald Trump, I think, in the last few days, recognized this and has put the reins on it.
So I think I agree with most of what you said. First of all, thank you for being an adult. A lot of people in the world, and especially
Thank you for being an adult and just making up a bunch of shit to argue against, okay? That's what we adults do. All right? We don't have honest engagements. We don't talk about things in rational ways. We don't try to be impartial. We put out the best propaganda we possibly can by just making up a position for the other side and arguing against that. So thank you. Thank you.
Cannot hold two thoughts at once anymore. You can be a protester and have a right to protest, and also, be surrounded by insurrectionists, but not be one yourself. You can be a cop and really doing your job and make a mistake and somebody dies, and doesn't make you a bad person. I mean, two thoughts.
Yes.
And that's what I believe happened at both of these things. I do believe, we expose some radical ties, and whether they themselves were radicals or not, I'm not sure, but I know the ties were there to, these Turtle Island Marxist kind of things. And I'm not saying they either.
Do you guys know about this? Like, Turtle Island is a term that's been used by indigenous people for a long time to refer to the United States, and it's always like it is. They are Marxist. Most of the time, they are very radical. Hey, yo. You ready to kill the fucking fascists? They're trying to have us get run by a fucking matriarch. I'm not letting these fascists win. Oh, they can't hear me. You ready to kill the fascists? The fascists trying to make us be ruled by a matriarch? I'm not doing it! I'm not doing it! So yeah, anyways, I totally forgot what I was saying.
Either one of them believed in it, but they were tied to those organizations and were involved with those organizations. And Turtle Island is basically a way.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, so indigenous people call the United States Turtle Island because the United States is the term that the colonizers gave it or whatever. But they are like a fairly like a communist sorts of people often enough, but it's a new thing. It's a new like dog whistle that right-wingers are focusing on now. It's a new thing that they're all like paying attention to. And so now anytime they hear somebody say Turtle Island, they all, oh, it's one of them. It's one of those.
Of saying America is not legitimate. It belongs to the Native American, and the white man should have never been here, and it all should be wiped off. There's very few people actually believe that, but I think those are the radicals that are actually in charge. And then most people on the streets,
the ones
I
in
think,
charge.
are either some of them good intention because they think that something is wrong, or wildly misinformed and a useful idiot. I think the administration made some wrong moves on the way they handled after Renee Good was killed. I think the way they came out again about that, I think, was a mistake. That only riled things up more. But you also have to look at the political situation in Minnesota. There is more fraud in Minnesota with the
fraud.
state government, and the governor knew about it. There's more fraud than I think we've ever found in American history.
Yeah, that's why Minnesota was charging and convicting all of these people involved in these crimes. That's why they made sure to hold all of these people accountable, is because they were involved. Okay? Of course, they're going to charge the people that they're working with because they're afraid that those people are gonna rat them out. So they had to get them first. I mean, you know, that's what you would do.
History in a state and a program, and nobody's talking about that. So I think there are also some very powerful political forces that are trying to do everything they can to stop people from talking about that. But as you said, I'm glad to see that the president, I think he did turn a corner. He's got a very tough road to walk here. He can't be weak on it, but he can't make things worse. You know, this is going to take
make things
the
worse.
best of his ability to get through. Because I think we are in.
Well, what I imagine would be frustrating to him is that what he's achieved on the southern border, for example, has been staggeringly successful and has almost universal approval, right? What he's achieved when he says, look, we want to kick all the undocumented people.
This is just blatantly untrue. This is completely untrue. The polling on the way that Donald Trump has handled immigration and the border has been unequivocally denounced by the entirety of the populace. It is something that is so unpopular that even MAGA is not thrilled with the way that Trump has been dealing with this. So,
in the United States who then commit crimes unconnected to their status, everyone broadly agrees with that too. The flashpoint is, and I keep talking about this because I think it's what the real flashpoint is here, is I think the majority of Americans that I know, and it's reflected in the polls, they're compassionate people, they're people of common sense, and they have looked at people, for example, who've come here into the United States undocumented, but then built lives for themselves where they've had kids, they've got jobs, they've paid taxes, they've contributed to society, they don't commit other crimes, they're law-abiding citizens for all intents and purposes without actually being citizens. And they don't like the optics of masked ICE agents seemingly rampaging around into Home Depot and other places and grabbing people like that and trying to throw them out of the country.
I would tell you that the president agrees with what you just said. That is one of the things he made very, very clear. We are going after the criminals. We're going after the people who are dangerous.
Dude, when you say that's something he's made very clear, that is a very, very odd way of saying it. It's something he's made very clear. He said it. He hasn't done it. He's been doing something very different. But he did say it. So he made it very clear, guys. He's been very, very clear on this thing that he said. He doesn't seem to say it genuinely, but he said it in a way that is clear. And we all understood what it was he was pretending he was going to do. So
dangerous, raped our children, raped our wives, our daughters, etc., etc., murdered people. Those people are the ones they're going after. The mask is a tough one because, again, I don't like our police in masks either. I don't like anybody in masks. I had a problem with it during COVID. I don't like the mask idea. It's very impersonal. And especially when it comes to good guys and bad guys, why are you wearing a mask? But you don't understand that in America, these people are being targeted. And
everybody knows I didn't like masks. Just remember what I said during COVID. Remember that? Like, okay? So you know I'm not in favor of masks. I made that clear during COVID. Damn, I'm really pushing it here, dude. I've got a lot of fucking ducks. I should just get the fuck out of here, but I'm too greedy. I'm too greedy. I can't just let it go.
and their families. People are.
Oh
going
yeah,
to
I
their
get it. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
the problem is chicken and the egg. You've got to stop the violence. You have to stop people. If the left would come out, if Walls would come out and say, enough of this, stop it.
What? Are you kidding me? What world do these people live in, bro? Like, is it that they're this dishonest, or is it that they really just don't pay attention to the news, the thing that they cover for a living? Like, which one is it? How is it possible that every single fucking right-wing loser has no idea that Walls has called for an end to the violence and told people to be peaceful and done all of the shit that they're all whining and crying saying that he should do? How is it possible that they have no idea that he has done all of these things? Like, how the fuck?
Stop it. Respect them. We've worked out a deal with President Trump. We're going to turn over these people, et cetera, et cetera. This would all go away. But there's not that honest negotiation.
No, I agree. And actually, the most
pleasing
moment of a very difficult week, I think, was when Trump did pick the phone up to Waltz, and they had what apparently was a very constructive conversation.
Trump was again on the losing side of this, though. Like, he had to take numerous optical L's in order for him to finally do what it is that he should have done from the beginning. And all he did was just, like, turn around and get Walls to do all of the things that Walls was already doing before Trump ever picked up the phone in the first place. So, like, it made absolutely no difference as far as, like, what was being done, what was going to get done. There was no deal. There was no negotiation. It was just Walls being like, hey, yeah, so we've this entire time agreed to give you guys X, Y, and Z, and we will continue to do that, okay? Trump, all right, base, I'm going to go pretend that you just now agreed to this for the very first time and that you haven't been doing this. That's all it was.
That should have happened a long time before. Now, the idea that the governor was not allowing the local cops to do their job on the streets to police crowds and was leaving it to what were, in my opinion, clearly poorly trained ICE.
Well, okay, again, they did show up a couple of times. I don't know if it was the same state, but I do know that there's been numerous states who have claimed that they went to help ICE agents. They were called and asked to come help, and when they showed up, they got maced and pepper sprayed by the ICE agents and were screamed at and told to leave. And so yeah, I really wish I'd kept that one of those fucking necklaces now, because I've gotten so many of them that I could have stacked those up pretty easily. Shit. All right, last roof. I think this is the last one I'm gonna do.
Agents in crowd control. That was a major factor in what was happening.
Yeah, that's not what they do. That's not what the National Guard is even supposed to do. That's a local policing issue. But, you know, we're in this situation where if the local police and the Attorney General of the state won't do their job, won't prosecute, won't arrest, won't stand in the middle and play the referee, then what do you have? I mean, you can't let lawlessness rule. And our Constitution is very clear. If the state government refuses to do its job, if they refuse or impede federal agents or federal agents are in danger, then the government has the right to say, this is an insurrection, yada, yada, and put it down. Trump doesn't want to do that. Trump does not want to do that. That will only inflame everything. But he has the right to do it. And they're kind of backing him into this kind of South Korea corner where he's like, what do you want me to do? You want me? I'll go take over. But that's a bad idea. And that'll only just throw gasoline on the fire.
Hold the
And
door.
I
I'm
believe that's what
coming.
the
I'm
left
coming. I'm
wants.
coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
We're
I
looking
agree.
at,
I agree, and I think
you know you guys went through it in '68 in Paris and in England. I mean, this is the same kind of coordinated Marxist effort. It is separate from people who honestly are looking at the situation and judging it as an adult and saying this is wrong, this is right.
Yeah.
But most of this is coordinated by Marxists.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I want to talk about the Epstein scandal. It's never ending, this scandal, and it's bringing down a lot of scalps in the UK. You know, the former Prince Andrew brought down, Lord Mandelson, he's been brought down. A lot of people falling here. We're not seeing the same thing happening in the United States yet. What's your view of this, Glenn? I mean, again, what pretty unprecedented scandal in terms of the reach of high-profile, famous, rich, powerful people dragged into the net of one.
Rob Noor would tell them, if you guys actually have a problem with the police not handling these crowds, why don't you go out there and do crowd control yourself? That's what Rob Noor would say. Tom Smasher Pass. Okay, did you put it in the Discord? Okay.
Guy, and we still don't really know who got up to bad stuff with him and who was just part of the social whirl and is mentioned in these files, and therefore people want to find them guilty by association.
I found out Saturday that I'm actually in the files. One
I saw that,
clients, one of his clients said, you know, I'm having to meet with some Glenn Beck fans, and you know what they're like, or something like that. So it's the only good way to be in those files. The problem with this, Piers, I think this is the biggest scandal we've ever faced, and because it shows how deep the deep state and powerful people they can get away with it.
You've got to be kidding me. How brain broken do you have to be to turn around and say that it's the deep state? How brain broken do you have to be? Like, holy shit, dude. Donald Trump has said on numerous occasions that this is a hoax, that this is fake, that nobody cares, that the people who care about this aren't MAGA, that this is a conspiracy theory from the Democrats, that like this is not the deep state. This is Donald Trump. This is Trump. Donald Trump. This is not deep fucking state. Holy shit. To say it's fucking deep state at this juncture. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck?
But I don't think we're ever going to have the answer. You know, both parties have had these files.
Again, not really. Not really. What the stuff just all of the court cases just concluded. All right. Mantis.
Yeah.
They want me to do smash or pass Pokemon real quick. Now, it's gonna be stupid because it's probably not just the original Pokemon, and if it's not the original, it's like I'm gonna be annoyed, but hopefully Hitmonlee's in here though, or Hitmonchamp. I don't remember which one. Hitmonlee.
Well, take your time. Think really hard about your decisions here, because
Oh, brother,
our
because you're gonna
relationship
be looking
is
at
riding
it.
on the
So,
line.
yeah, well, that Pokemon looks very different from me. So what the fuck?
I'm just
I don't
saying.
see it. I don't see it. You say you
There-
added me. I'm scrolling through like every fucking channel right now, and I don't see anything.
Be careful, all right? Just be careful. Think it through.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Don't fuck it up. Don't pick
Okay.
the wrong one, or we're over. It's over
Okay.
between you and me.
Okay. All right. I got it up. All right. Smash or pass. Swipe right to smash. Swipe left to pass. See how your choices compare with others. Okay. All right. Wait, what is it again? Right to smash. So, oh, I can just press the button. Okay, pass. Pass. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna smash. Okay. Pass. Okay, Pidgey, pass. Ducklet. Ducklet do have a whole lot of shake with them fries. I'm gonna have to pass. Okay. So far, each one that I've answered, like 90% of the community has agreed with me so far. So, Skullvillain Mega, pass. Swalot, pass.
Swallow it. Ooh. Don't you like a Pokemon that can swallow it?
Shut up. Waddle, pass. Cryogonal, pass. Robska, pass. Marini. It's like a 50-50 there. I'll go ahead and go smash. Oh, okay, that's one that I've answered that 90% was more like 70% on that one, but was on the other side.
Because that's a child. Tom.
Well, what that's... That's supposed to change my... Okay. Electros, Mega, pass. Totodile, pass. Pumpkaboo, AV. That one's pretty close as well. I'm gonna put pass on that one. Aggron, pass. Mousehold family. Wait, is the whole family? Is it like one or the whole family?
Why would, if it was the whole family, would that increase your chances of passing?
No, it's the other way around. Like, yeah, if I get a 5-sum out of this, that's fucking based.
Interesting.
Okay. Cast form Rainy. Pass.
Poliwhirl. All right, finally we got like our third real Pokemon here. Pass. Zakane. Huh. Not gonna lie. It's looking very masculine, but very beautiful at the same time. I might have to go with Smash on that one. Oh yeah, that one's like 45, 55. Okay. Latios. Pass. Oh, that one's kind of close too. Okay. Blitzel. Pass. Dragolge. Mega.
It's a drag queen.
I can't even see anything here. I just see fucking lines. Oh, okay, now I see it. It's like a sea dragon. Okay. Oh, that one was almost 50-50. Sheesh. Oricorio Pow. Yeah, definitely smashing that one. Damn, okay, that's Simipore. See, if it said Simpor, Simp would have had me, but nope. Pass. Alright. Murkrow, pass. Zatu, pass. Huh. Curledge.
Tom likes the freaks. He wants to
I'm gonna say
smash.
pass. Oh, the
He has
majority
a
said
type.
smash on that one. Gouging Fire, pass. Excadrill, Mega, pass. Phalanx, pass. Yeah, we're just gonna find one more smash and then I'm done with this. Terrapagos, Terrestrial, pass. Vikavolt, pass. Horsey, pass. Dragonite, pass. Oh, that one's almost 50-50. Sheesh. Tauros, pass. Oricorio Bailey, pass. Squavet, pass. Prinplup, pass. Stuffle, pass. Scyther.
Stuffle.
Pass.
Scyther used to be my favorite.
Yeah, Scyther's a good one. Okay, there we go. This is a good one. Gorgeous. Let's fucking go. We got the last we got the last smash.
You would smash that?
Do you see that thing sticking out back here?
Okay.
Oh yeah. All right. Yep. Everybody's smashing. Everybody in the club gonna smash it. Everybody in the club gonna smash it. And I'll smash that one too, just for the hell of it. I'm smashing them all. All right. We smashed. We passed.
That game could go on forever. How many Pokemon are there now?
It's thousands. Maybe even millions. Nobody even knows.
Well, you
anymore.
picked all of the kids in that game. You picked all of the children.
There used to
Interesting.
be like, I think the original were like 250 or something like that. But yeah, now there's
Yeah, Kyle said there's like 1,500. Sheesh, dude. Like, that's not even fun. Mantis trying to tell us something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something!
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Wait, let me tell you something. Okay.
What are we doing? It's getting late.
I don't know.
For me.
You still need Rocketeers?
I'm on the last page of the project.
Okay.
I need Geiger counters
We still only...
and
I
3
only have...
bombardier cells.
I only have 2 stars on... Oh, fuck. I totally forgot. Oh, yeah. Ground-based arc enemies is a thing. So, damage hornets is a thing. And I only have 2,519. What do you have on that?
I have nothing in anything.
No,
I've only
you
got 1
do.
star in 3 of them, and nothing in the others.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I haven't been doing them.
Yeah, but even just like killing hornets, like I didn't even try to kill hornets. I didn't even try
Yeah, I've
to
got
do this. I just...
2,280.
Okay, so you do. Okay, so all right.
But that's only 1 star.
Yeah. I have 2,519, so I'm barely 2 stars. So I have 9 snitch cells. So we can go and just...
I've got 2 as well.
You got 2, okay. So we can go and just kill these things.
Okay.
I
Let's
can
just do
even
hornets.
bring a hull cracker. And... Well, actually, no. I don't think I'm able to make any more hull cracker ammo. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I could buy some. Nah. I want a challenge. That would be too easy.
Okay, so I've got 5 seekers,
Yeah, I
3
was about to
snap
say,
blasts.
make sure you have a bunch of seekers this time.
What else? I might switch my augments.
Oh wait, we have to have a double XP event. What the fuck? Oh, you're the host. You have to check the events.
Yeah, there's only locked gate and hidden bunker on right now.
Fuck. How long are those going for?
Hang on. Let me just craft a... Like 38 minutes.
Fuck.
I know.
Yeah, I don't want to... Like, we got killed the last time that we tried to do the shit on one of those.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do any on them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is there anything else, like a matriarch or...
There is...
Oh wait, you said you do have a queen for me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, never mind. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Then what do you want to do?
Crap. I don't know. Where do we deliver carryables?
Again, I think that, like, Buried City is the best one for that, but I tried doing them yesterday, and they moved the batteries now. So before, they were always in the same exact place. Every single time, no matter what, they were always in the same place. And I could always just go right to where the batteries were, pick them up, take them to the field depot, and I could do 3 in a single match. And if it was double XP, I could get... But now they moved them. So at least I think they did. I couldn't find them yesterday.
The next 2 things coming up will be a night raid on Dam Battlegrounds and one in Stellamontis.
Dam Battlegrounds would be perfect for killing ground shit or for doing Hornets. You said it was a night raid on Dam Battlegrounds, not a storm or anything?
Yeah, night raid.
Okay.
So shit, we can't really do anything.
Yeah. Until that.
I mean, unless we just waste time and try and open arc probes all around the place.
Oh, yeah. Well...
Or I need to kill...
Like, we want to have double XP, so... But we can go do the other things. Like, we do need Rocketeer stuff still, right? So, we can just go... We can go get some Rocketeers.
I don't need any of that. I need a Bombardier. I need 3 Bombardier cells.
Bombardier cells. Okay. We can go do Bombardiers. Do you have a deadline?
I do.
If you bring a deadline, I'll go jump on top of the Bombardier and put it on it, or run behind it.
Okay.
Because I don't have one. I need explosive compound, and I'm completely out of it. And I can. Okay, I thought earlier I checked to see if I can refine it, and I couldn't. And yeah, okay, weird. I don't think that was there, but alright, whatever. Well, I might make a wolf pack then for a Rocketeer. Oh shit.
I'll bring a wolf pack as well.
Okay, I don't think I have enough. I don't have enough chemicals to make a wolf pack. I only have 17 chemicals, so.
Okay, I'll bring 2.
Okay.
And I'm bringing a queen reactor. Or should I save that for another run?
Yeah, you can bring that. I'll put it in my safe pocket.
Okay. So I have 2 wolf packs of Deadline, 3 Snap Blasts, 5 Seekers, and then some stims and health stuff.
Okay. Also, from what I checked, I looked it up last night. Apparently, your shield is the same no matter what. If it's at 1 durability or 100 durability, it makes no difference to the shield's ability to shield you. Just the same with guns. Guns durability doesn't mean anything outside of the fact that when it gets to 0, it's unusable. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So
well, that makes it better, like, don't have to repair.
Correct.
When it's above 50.
Yeah. Like, I after you said that, I was like, fuck, I've been spending a lot of arc circuitry when I'm at like 99 or like 93, like fixing it each time. And so then I went and looked it up just to make sure. So I'm like, I'm running out of arc circuitry so fucking fast.
Should we go to Buried City then?
Sure.
Oh, damn.
I'm getting rid of my shotgun now and putting the hull cracker back.
Okay.
Popsy love, Popsy love, Popsy coffee song, Popsy top and Popsy so, for the business of the oh,
So Buried City?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, ready.
Is it still on Bird City right now?
No.
No? Okay. I'm gonna buy some hull cracker ammo real quick then, because I don't really have
have much.
I almost have 2 million.
Oh, really? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm at 400,000 right now. You saw earlier I left with like 140,000 in after I got all those ducks. I have one duck spot that is worth 42,000 for the familiar duck.
Jeez.
Yup. Just that one spot. If I clicked on it,
Are you gonna
click
sell it?
Probably not. Probably not. Probably should. But I've got tons of other ducks that I could sell first and still make about the same amount of money.
Yeah. I'm just keeping mine because they stack, and when they get full, I'll consider selling. But
yeah, I'll probably get 15 of each and then start selling outside of
yeah.
that.
But I just want my money up for the expedition. But I'm pretty sure it includes everything in your inventory and your cash. So even if they're in the inventory, it still counts.
I got ducks on the floor now.
Nice.
Yep.
Alright, hurry up.
In my pants. Alright. I'm gonna run and grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
The game of disharmony. It's a shame Tom wants to play so late because it's basically my bedtime right now. I am exhausted.
Oh shit. Hold on. Fuck.
Hello? What in the hell are you doing?
Well. Did she just say the F slur? Do that again? Oh. I thought she said fag.
That's what I like to think she says.
Well, yeah, I need chemicals, so you see them. Oh wait, aren't they normally in the back of these buses? Don't they normally have chemicals in them?
Not usually.
I feel like they normally have like oil or chemicals in the little doors. Where the fuck are the Rocketeers?
Can't see Rocketeers, and I'm looking for a Bombardier right now.
Why
every time we need Rocketeers here, we can't find them. But every time I come here to do Bird City, we're fucking surrounded by them.
Oh, there's raiders.
I see them.
He got cooked.
Yup.
All right. Let's go get us a bombardier.
Wait, oh shit, you went down there. Fuck.
Well, it's normally around here.
The Bombardier? No, that's the Bastion. The Bombardier
No.
is over at the... What do you mean, no? Yes. You, me, and Ryan just killed a Bombardier here the other day.
I can hear it.
A Bastion here the other day.
There it is. The
Bombardier
spotters. It is
in
down
the-
here.
Yes, okay, in the park, yeah.
Oh, it's seen me.
That's the Sentinel.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that on top? Where is the Sentinel? Is that it? I can't see it.
Where are you? There's someone in here with me.
I'm right by you. Okay, well, just remember I have a... what do you call it?
Hullcracker?
Yeah, on my back. People can see it, so...
Okay, well.
Oh, here's the Bombardier.
Oh, wait. Do you want Queen Reactor and shit?
Yeah.
And here's the deadline.
Okay. Alright. You might have to get the spotters away from it.
There it is. I mean, we can bring it over here, I guess. Bring the spotters over here?
Yeah, I need them kind of far away from it. Because if I'm on top of it and they start shooting it, then...
There's a Rocketeer up there, too.
Oh, what?
And the Sentinel. And the Sentinel's up there.
Oh, I forgot about the Sentinel. Wait, where is the Sentinel? Can you mark it? Okay, I'm gonna shoot it with the Hullcracker.
I got one.
Fuck. I'm missing every fucking shot with the Hullcracker. I can't tell if somebody just shot at me or not.
Should we just go up to the Bombardier?
Fuck, I'm missing every shot at the Sentinel with the Hullcracker. I've shot like 10 shots and missed all of them. I've got a snitch on me right now.
Is someone killing?
No, I'm shooting a wasp.
Who's dying?
I don't know. There's people over by the Bombardier that are getting killed. Okay, the snitch just spotted me, so I gotta wait.
Did you get the Sentinel thing?
No, I missed every single shot. Like literally every single one. I shot at it like 10
It
times.
doesn't look like it's there anymore.
Can you
I
mark
think
it?
it's gone. It's gone. There's someone in the building like right next to me. I'm a bit concerned about it.
Okay. Well, I have to hide for a second because there's Ark all on top of me and this. I'm hiding in the little shop.
Well, I killed one.
Nice. Okay. Alright. I don't see the bombardier anymore. Oh, there it is. Damn, it's all the way over there now? Fuck.
We can call it.
Not really. You'll only call the things. Wait, why are you over here? You're supposed to be bringing the spotters to you.
I just killed them. We need to go somewhere where there's a bit more cover.
Fuck. You got its attention and now it won't look away from
There's a guy shooting me.
Is there really?
Yes.
Did he hit you?
Yep.
Okay. Where is he? He said, we don't have a shield, so just go. Fuck, the spotters are back.
Come down here.
Fuck. I'm trying to get this
Come to
fucking
me.
thing. I can't. I'm right up against him. I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna
What
die.
is happening?
I can't. I'm trying to get the fucking bombardier.
I'm getting shot by people.
Okay, fuck. Run and heal up.
I have like no health left.
Yeah, I know. Run and heal up. I'm about to die. They're shooting at me now. They got me. I'm down out here.
Okay, well.
They're thirsting me. They're right here. 2 of them. Just throw a grenade at them. Fuck, never mind. Okay, we'll just get out now. They're coming
Where
in,
are
it
they?
sounds like.
In this place?
Sounds like it.
I can't hear shit. Okay, well.
Well, heal up. What are you doing?
I don't have fucking anything left, basically.
Whoa. Sheesh, okay. Yep, there they come.
Is he gonna run out? I don't have any fucking bullets.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't even try.
You had weren't you just holding an automatic gun?
Nope. Oh, the other one was, yeah.
Yeah,
But I switched it.
Sheesh. I was thinking, oh fuck, she's got him. And then you just switched guns. I was like, wait. That was like the last thing I would have done.
Sorry, I wasn't really planning on escaping that. I thought I had the stitcher in my hand, like the anvil, and I was swapping it to the stitcher. Well, we can't really do this shit in your lobbies.
You're the host.
Yeah, but
And
when you're in it with me, it's like
that
the
has nothing to
aggression
do with it.
increases by like 1,000.
I don't think so. I've had friendly lobbies all day, and
So it's just duos?
yeah, it's just duos. Like duos, like I said, it's like half the people are friendly, half of them want to fight, and then in trios, everybody wants to fight. So yeah, I if you had stayed where you were at the beginning, that would have been a whole lot easier. But
Where was that?
Space travel. You were in the or not. I don't know if you were in the space travel building, but you were. Yeah, I think you were in the space travel building, and
Yeah, but there was people in there. There was like 2 people coming. I said that.
Yeah, I know. I just there's people all around the map.
Yeah, so either way,
either
it doesn't
coming
really...
to me or being in that area. But like once you went to the other side, it's like, okay, so now when she's getting shot at, I have to run all the way past a bombardier now to try to get to her and help her with these guys, and I'm just kind of fucked even getting around everything.
I feel like maybe it's not like necessary to put a deadline on something. I feel like we can just kill a bombardier with like wolf packs and grenades and shooting it.
We can, but
which is what I thought we were gonna do.
That's kind of the thing, though, is that when we're standing both facing a bombardier shooting at it, then we are just kind of like a lot more in the open, especially with a hull cracker where I can't turn with the hull cracker and shoot a person with it. And so, yeah, it's just that like either you didn't say anything, so we either could have just shot it and killed it or put the deadline on it. But once you gave me the deadline to go do it, that's what I thought we were doing.
I didn't know. I thought you were just trying to... I just totally forgot about the deadline, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, once you gave it to me, that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna put the deadline on it, try to get the spotters on you so I can do it. And the second that I got to it, yeah, it was weird. It was doing the thing. I don't think I've ever seen it do that before, but it was doing the thing that the Leaper does, where it does the like it charges up and then blasts and knocks you back.
Yeah.
That's what it was doing.
Does it not normally do that?
I've never seen it do that before. I've only ever seen the Leaper do that. It like charges up and the bombardier was knocking me back.
I thought it did that.
Yeah, maybe you knew that, but I didn't know that it did that. I've never seen that before.
So I always get confused when I hear that sound because I'm like, oh, that could be one of, like, it's either a Leaper, and usually I'll run over and it's not. It's a fucking bombardier. Bombaclot.
I shot, oh my goodness, I shot so many fucking things at the Sentinel and missed every single one of them. That was insane.
How did it die?
I don't know. I
Someone
don't know
else
that
must
it
have got
died.
it.
It looked like it was still there to me, so.
It wasn't. It was gone.
Hmm.
Someone else must have shot it.
4 more. Okay.
Ugh, I'm already too tired for this.
Okay, well, we don't have to do this. You can just go to sleep.
We need to get trials done though.
Okay, well then, are there night raids now?
Not yet. 11 minutes.
Sheesh, dude, what the fuck? Fuck, I'm so fucked.
Hey. Perfect.
Let's see.
Did you forget something? Thanks, Reaper.
All right. Don't think. Yeah, I think I'm just completely out of chemicals. Oh no, nice. I've got arc coolant that gives me 32 more chemicals. Sweet. Okay. Because yeah, I don't have any grenades, so I needed dams. Alright. I'm ready.
Okay, there's 6.5 minutes until everything else, so what would you like to do?
I don't care. Whatever.
Well, let's not do Buried City again. Let's go to Dam.
Okay. What do you want to do there?
Well, I just need a bombardier. If we're not going to be able to do trials, I need a bombardier. That's all I need.
Okay. I need Rocketeers still, but I don't want to bring another hull cracker. I don't really have grenades for shit. So yeah, if you have a bunch of grenades and stuff that you can bring, then that would be fine, but I'm not really capable of fighting shit without grenades.
Well, I've got Trailblazers, Seekers, and Snaps, and then I've got a Wolf Pack.
Okay. All right. Let me get a zip line if we're going to Dam.
Looking sharp today. It's a deal.
Oh, I keep forgetting I can buy grenades. All right, I got a zip line. Okay, so we're doing Bombardier or Rocketeer, or just Bombardier. Okay. I was so the other day, I talked about this on stream, but my bank account got blocked, and because somebody stole my card information, and then my Prime, or sorry, yeah, my YouTube Prime membership expired because I wasn't paying for the membership, and so I lost my Prime, and they started giving me commercials on stuff. And so the other day when I was doing the panel, holy shit, I cannot believe how many fucking commercials came up while my panel was going. Like, it's literally like every 3 minutes during a live stream, I have commercials popping up.
Okay. Where do they pop up? I don't understand what that means.
Ads, commercials on YouTube, on
Yeah.
my stream. Every 3 minutes.
For other people? For your viewers?
Yes, my viewers end up watching commercials if they don't pay for YouTube. They get commercials like every 3 minutes.
Damn, that sucks. Right, where's the thing gonna be?
It's over here. Literally on the opposite end. I hear a raider cache.
Same, this is uncovered caches, so there's gonna be tons of them.
Oh, okay.
There's a gas grenade in there if you want it.
Sure, why not? Oh, I do want the antiseptic. Hell yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's just stay far to the outside. Normally I would say not to do that, but because everything's like so foggy right now, it's hard for people to snipe us or hit us from far away. So being out in the open isn't so bad right now. Oh wait, I don't have any stems. I lost them all.
Neither.
Okay.
I always see a video of people saying like, this is where some of the best places to get guns are. And there's a thing that's like one of these like big like chunks.
Yeah, there
hanging
are
off
guns
like
in
that.
there whenever I look.
Yeah, I've never found them. And I don't think that's even the right one.
There's an ammo bag in here and a rate of cash outside.
Oh, there's somebody here, somebody here. It's fine, we're not taking any of the shit. You can, yeah, you can have it.
And some medium ammo in there if you want it.
I can get the medium ammo for one. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have all the stuff.
Go for it.
Hold on, don't go anywhere, don't go anywhere. Okay. Damn, that wasn't smart. I was saying don't go anywhere. I'm thinking stay there in case these guys start shooting me. Like, just...
Bro, there's so much
Watch what
shit in
I'm-
these rate of caches.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, I need this. Okay, perfect. You just got bitch slapped. Whoa, where was that?
Where are you going?
I was gonna try to go up somewhere, like this way. But I also wanted to see who that wasp was just shooting at over here.
Is there guys? No?
It might be, it might not be. I have no idea. Because it seemed like they were shooting the opposite direction. The other wasp that I just killed, they were shooting over there. So it seemed like they were on the opposite end. Where is it? There it is. Wait, is that it? I don't see it.
There, they're sliding down the hill.
Sorry, I'm looking for the sentinel that just womp is somewhere over here on our side. Here, come up this ladder right here. The bombardier should be like right over where that blue marker is. Whoa. Did a bullet just fly
Yep.
past me? Were they shooting at me or?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they were fighting something else and they were just flybys. Hold on, I want to see if somebody's over that way. I think the people who were just shooting, they were shooting from over that way, so it's possible they're deciding to like flank us from up here, so.
Well, they've seen us now.
Okay. Okay. So I think the bombardier is normally to the right, isn't he? From here to the extract.
I have no idea. Sometimes, yes.
Yeah, so he normally roams around from here to the extract. Fuck.
What?
The fucking sensor catching me. I don't even see the...
Let's just kill them.
Hear another cashier.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I'm gooped
Okay,
up.
hold on. I want to open this. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Well, I don't see a fucking bombardier where it normally is, so that's really annoying. It's probably down at the dome.
Normally the bastion's down there. Oh, there's a laser. Surveyor.
Do you want it?
I do want the metal, but let's go farther over towards the extract. Whoa. I thought that was a bullet. Wait, where are you?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are, okay. Fuck, where is he?
Probably at the dome or down there. Somewhere down there.
I think someone's shooting the surveyor. Oh, these are unopened. Okay, well, wait. Did you just press that?
Nope. Someone else is there.
I was about to say, maybe we should just extract since the night raids are ready now.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm all the way over here, so let me get to you. Okay, come on.
They're in that building
friendly,
just there.
friendly. To the left.
Yeah.
I just want to extract, that's all.
Let's go, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. GG's. You should have said, I'm not a boy. Tom, can I use your likeness to produce the game Bear vs. Bald, which will obviously be a fighting game where you play as popular balding men and you fight a tournament style bracket of bears. Of course, I don't think anybody who has hair is man enough to actually fight bears. Like, it would have to be bald men. If you guys watch, if you ever see the Russian guy videos and YouTube videos of Russian guys fighting bears out in the woods and crap, they're always bald because they're the only ones who are capable. So you would have to assume it would have to be a bald person in order to. Yeah, let's do it. You can only use the likeness of my head though, not my face. Well, my inventory filled up.
All right, so we're going to this damn battlegrounds night raid.
Yup. Ah, yup. And do you want to bring a zip line as well?
Sure.
Sure. You said that I'm gonna need the matriarch reactor later in the thing as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I really need processors as well. There's a place on Dam where you can get tons of processors. So if we run through there, I really need to pry open those doors and get those processors. Because if I die one more time, I don't have another one of these augments. And I am completely out of processors. I had to just buy all the processors from Celeste and completely bought her out.
Okay.
That reminds me, I need to buy the guitar. I haven't bought it today.
Make it quick. Yeah, sure.
Right.
Oh, am I bringing snitch scanners? Or
It depends what we're doing. If we're doing bombardiers and stuff, probably not. We'll save it for the next time.
okay.
But if you want to do trials, we can.
Bombardiers are on the trials. They count as ground arc. So I don't know where we are with ground arc though. Only 2,207.
Yeah, let's pick a trial and just focus on that.
Okay, well, what do you want to do?
Let's do ground arc this time.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna bring 2 wolf packs.
Yeah, just remember, I really need chemicals. So, like, anything that you see, like, you know, oil, crude explosives, whatever, like even grenades and shit, I'm grabbing all of them and recycling them into chemicals.
Okay.
Which reminds me, I need to grab more ammo.
I'm falling asleep.
I did not have Red Bull today. And when I started stream, I'd asked somebody to get me Red Bull. They couldn't get it. And so I kind of had like a mini panic attack. Like, oh shit, I'm so fucked if I don't have any Red Bull. Like, this is going to be horrible. Then I ordered the Red Bull. And then just a little bit ago when I came back and sat down, and I was like, oh shit, hold on, I'll be right back, and left again. It's because I realized, oh wait, the Red Bull's been sitting outside the whole time, and I totally forgot about it. And so I thought, as I was rushing up there, I'm like, damn, I was like freaking out that I didn't have Red Bull earlier, but I ended up being all right without it. I totally forgot about it. But then once I got up there, it wasn't there. And I guess they didn't get it. And so once I got there and realized they didn't get it, I had my mini panic attack again. I started freaking out again.
Cool story. Fuck? We're right next to something.
Oh yeah, we are. That's the Bombardier.
Okay.
All right. Oh wait, this is where the processors are too, isn't it?
Potentially, yeah.
Like there's all those like metal cases with that you have to pry open. Oh no. Fuck.
Crap.
Somebody already getting it.
Okay, let's go.
I'm trying. I don't.
Where did they get it?
I don't know where to go. Yeah. Okay. Now it sounds like they got it. Fuck.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
Well.
That's fucking
Where
annoying.
Do you want
to go? You didn't bring your snitch scanners?
No.
Well, shit.
Sounds like people are coming. Oh no, they're right above us.
I hear something else though. That sounds like a leaper.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it does sound like a leaper. Okay, come on. Let me check this building out real quick. Why don't you just go running in? Damn, I got 2 key cards.
Nice.
I got the Buried City Residential Master Key and Damn Staff Room Key. Where did it go?
Down there, I think.
Fuck.
Damn it. Other people are doing it.
That was probably it. Hold on, don't move. Yep. Yep, that was it.
I guess we can just open arc probes or deliver carryables or do hornets. or just leave and come back.
It's up to you.
I don't know. I'm gonna go to bed, honestly.
Sheesh, I'm finding prickly pears all over the place.
Do you need them?
I need seeds. I always need seeds. Like, great way to sell shit and get more money. It's a snitch.
Snitches are dumb.
Oh, somebody else. Oh no, they're just looking at the extract. They just went right past us. That was based.
Kind of stupid. Should we just kill him?
Sure. Alright, let me loot these real quick. Okay, never mind. I don't see the other one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now I've got a full inventory again.
Already?
Yep. I'm telling you, I need everything right now, especially chemicals, so I'm in dire straits. Every time we go out and we do shit like that, and I take like all of my fucking grenades and then die, I'm fucked afterwards.
Damn.
Let's try one more time, and then if it doesn't work, we'll give up on it. Nah. I was gonna say I'll bring the damn staff room key that I just got, just in case we have, you know, we don't have a whole lot of luck, but there's no way that room's still gonna be there. If we go look at other stuff first, we would have to go straight there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some stims real quick.
You got stims?
Yeah.
You got stimmied? Ready to stimmy it up a little bit, maybe?
I've got the Fent.
You got the what?
Fent.
You got the Fent?
Mm.
You just admitted to a felony on stream.
Well, I'm gonna shoot it up.
Well. Yeah, I still want to watch this video. I had like a true crime thing up about like a high school prank that went horribly wrong apparently. What happened? Of course, we're on the opposite side again. We might be able to just go to the domes first and just try to get the bastion. So what was up with you in the music earlier?
What?
You were telling me something about music earlier?
I was just watching music stuff. People I like, and watching people review them and stuff.
Okay. Oh wait, you hear it? Leaper.
Yeah.
He's over there somewhere.
Oh, we got a turret on us. And some arc.
Okay, I'm running back.
Where can we hide to get this leaper?
I had just turned my gamma way up on my computer so that I can actually see the leaper.
Okay, let's find some cover somewhere so that we can kill it. We can move on.
This is not a good spot to fight a leaper from. Oh, there's a rocketeer up there.
Looks like is there a room down here?
Yeah, there's a building down there. Oh, this one.
Okay. Okay, let's.
Okay, check that one real quick. No,
Someone
oh
just
wait, no,
died.
not there. Down here.
Yeah, I'm calling the leaper.
Oh, okay. I would wait till the rocketeer's clear.
Oh, let's just get both of them.
Okay, you're good. Oh wait, is there another one? It sounds like there's another one, like right. Yes, there is. Holy shit, he's right here. Holy shit.
Okay.
Holy fucking shit.
What should we do then? Because I can't find the leaper. I need to get into that room. He's about to see me. Don't come?
Yeah, I was thinking stay stay over there.
Alright. Should we get it? Should we just kill it?
Yeah, if you want. I still need the rocket. Oh no, did he just see me? Yeah, if you're gonna do it, do it. I've got my my seekers out ready, so. Fuck, it won't run. I'm down. Don't come out. Do not come out. Don't come out. Somebody else got him. Or wait,
I got
is that
him.
you? Oh, okay. Wait, seriously?
Are you down? Where were you? I thought you were coming to this building.
No, not with the Rocketeer staring right at the fucking building. Hell no.
Well, then you can just get inside and it doesn't matter. There's a bunch of explosive compound and stuff that you need in there.
So that's literally what I was doing. I was trying to get inside, and he killed me. So, when you threw the wolf pack, I immediately threw 2 seekers at him and started running here. And yeah, there's no way I was gonna make it that far. My guy kept running into fucking like every bush and tree and rock, and there's just nothing I could do to keep running. So, all right, keep an eye out while I. Okay, got one. Okay, do you want anything from this?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, let's try to get that leaper now. Oh, I haven't healed up yet.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I hear him.
Let's
too.
get him up. Run back to the room.
Okay, I'm going. I gotta heal up first, so. Whoop.
Can't see shit. There he is.
Oh, what the fuck? Heal up. Put your shield back on. Wait, was that a Rocketeer? There's a.
Nope,
I
that
think
was
there's
me.
a Rocketeer. I think there's a Rocketeer out there. Yeah, I think there's a Rocketeer.
Yeah, he's ages away.
Okay. Oh, that was close.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, that's why I turned my gamma up. Put your shield back on.
You're in the way every fucking time.
Yeah, so are you. Oh, we got a snitch on us now and a couple flying arc.
It's almost done. He's dead.
Got him. Okay, you want to get this one?
Alright, just close this. I don't really need anything from the Leaper.
You hear those people shooting?
Yep.
Okay.
There's an explosive compound in here.
Nice. I could just hear the cell pop up on your thing. Echoing back through.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's everything.
Alright.
I keep thinking I'm hearing somebody walk. Was that you?
That was me.
What was that explosion sound?
There's people up here.
Okay, well, I only have two.
Is that a rate of flare?
Where?
Just there, up in the sky there. It was like
No.
coming from down here.
Hold on. Yeah, it's a supply flare.
Okay.
I
Alright,
only
should we go get
have-
something else?
Yeah, I only have 2 bandages left, so I can. No, I don't have fabric either, so.
Here. I can drop you at least one.
Okay. Okay. Where do you want to go? I would assume the Sentinel doesn't count as ground flare. Yeah, but that's where my blue marker is. And I don't know where the fuck that Sentinel is. Okay, that was really close. I think it's like right there. Oh, it's up there. That's where that just exploded. Did the Sentinel just see you?
No.
Okay. Okay, it sounds like it's on the other side, so. You have your zipline?
I do. Where should I put it?
I mean, right here, if we're going down, then. Or wait, is there a.
What?
Aren't we going down? To the domes?
So where do can you see where your blue marker is?
Yeah.
What way do you want to go? You want to go all the way around?
It's up to you. I don't care. It's just it's.
No, let's just
we'd
go
have to
to
go up and through.
There's a rocketeer here.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, is that a dead body?
Yep.
Did you goop him?
There's band-aids on here.
Oh,
And
nice.
and another light shield. I hear something stomping around upstairs.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
should get
I
it
was
before
just
they
about
do.
to do it. Like. Shotgun out. All right, right here. There's the bombardier. You're out of wolf packs, right?
Yep.
I'm out of seeker grenades. I've got 2.
I've got 5 seekers and a heavy fuse. That's all I've got.
Okay, I have 2 trigger nades. I have a trailblazer and a blaze grenade.
Where should we go? Is there somewhere near there?
Well, the main thing right now is that we got first take out his spotters. Fuck, they're chasing me. I'm gonna go inside this thing. The stairwell.
Yeah, good idea.
Oh yeah. Okay, bombardier's coming back.
Got it. Got the spotter.
Okay.
Ready? Throw.
Ooh, milestone. 2 stars. I'm just coming to make sure both of the bridges are up on the bottom. Alright, moving my blaze grenade and trailblazer in to my quick use. Okay, there we go. Fuck, it was like a second late. It would have gotten the fucking spotters as well.
I've still got a couple, 2 seekers. I just don't want to waste them on spotters.
Oh, is that the last of my shotgun ammo? It is.
Bro, I can't. I can't see anything with the
Yeah,
smoke.
I can't either.
It's actually so fucking annoying.
I'm just shooting at the light. Wait, where the fuck did he go?
He's way over there.
Okay, I just hit him.
There's a rocketeer above us.
Oh, yeah.
There's another room up there, I think, we can hide in.
Up there? Where's up there?
Right where he is.
Okay, well, we gotta hit him quick. The spotters aren't here right now, so... Are we... Oh, the room... Okay. I thought you meant like a second floor room or something like that. Okay, his spotters are back.
Watch out. That didn't even blow up.
Oof. Let's go.
Okay, I need to get the processors out of these.
Right, I need the cells.
Okay.
These people.
Yeah, I hear them.
Well,
Maybe take
don't
a
let
minute.
them steal our fucking
yeah,
shit.
hold on. Don't go out yet. Okay. All right, I'm ready. I don't know where they are. Do you?
Cells? I've got 2 already.
No, the people.
They're probably just going to the elevator.
Is that where you saw them? I just heard the explosions, so I have no idea where they are. Okay, so we got 5,571. We are at 3 stars right now for ground-based arc enemies. Do we want to go for a bastion, or do we want to get the fuck out?
We could.
Yeah, I forgot how many fucking spots these things have. Ooh. I need the launcher ammo.
Yeah, there's launcher ammos. I've left all that, like, I've left a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to move some shit because I'm out of space. Okay, well, we can just go. There's only 7 minutes left, and we probably don't have time to get to another place and come back to the extract, so.
True. Okay.
Oh shit, I'm almost dead.
Yeah. Where's the extract?
Right over there. Is that you?
Nope.
You didn't just say, hey, Raider?
Nope. Someone's coming.
Okay. They're right next to me, aren't they?
Alright. What do you want to do?
They
I
were
think I
literally
put...
running right next to me. Where the... I think he's right there. Nah, appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, you guys did the showstopper. Yeah, we were trying to get points. We're trying to get points. So yeah, so preferably it kind of hurts for other people to hit it, but I appreciate the sentiment either way.
Showstopper, so okay, I'm not gonna lie. I threw the showstopper. I don't need that. You can take it. I just wanted that probe, and it kept looking at
Nice.
you, and I got scared it was gonna look at me. So then I was like, I'll go showstopper for you.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Thanks, buddy.
We're leaving, right?
Yeah, we're heading out too. Hold on, slow down.
Yeah, we're gonna get out.
Okay, you already marked it. All right, I think there's this. I needed to open one of these things here, but I thought it was this. All right, fuck it. Let's go. Oh, it's this one. Yep, it's this one. I'm opening.
If we come across anything
I'm opening
else...
this real quick. Sorry, I gotta break this shit down into chemicals and crap. Okay. Fuck! There's more shit on the
Whoa.
ground, but I don't want to wait forever to get
There's
it.
2 arc coming. Oh, spotter relay.
Oh yeah, we have like 5 spotters over here.
How the fuck do we get there?
Zipline? Rocketeer coming, Rocketeer coming, Rocketeer coming.
Well, fuck. I've already caught the zip line.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I mean... Yeah, I'm fucked.
Why?
Because I can't get past him.
Fuck, well, I don't know what to do. There's a zip line, and you can get down.
Yeah, but the zipline's literally right next to him, so I just did my own. And now he'll probably shoot me, but... Yep, he's shooting me. Oh no, he de-aggroed. Holy shit.
Okay,
he
good.
Fucking de-aggroed. Oh, there's another zipline here to go up. Down here.
Okay, do you know where I am? Can you see where I
Yes.
am on the map?
Yeah, come back here.
There's a thing shooting
Yeah, I
me.
just killed it. I'm out of ammo, so... Oh, no, I'm not. Never mind. I just couldn't reload on the zipline. Nice shot. Everybody's taking all the processors. Oh, it's a Hornet. Ah! We gotta go. Seeker grenades.
2 minutes left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
I'm gonna go press the button. Do you have seekers?
Nope.
No? Fuck, okay. Well, I'm probably gonna get down, so just be prepared to get in as fast as possible. There's also a dead Rocketeer here, so...
Just get inside the house when you're done.
Oh, shit, there's a person here. There's 2 people here. I was like, oh shit, there's a dead Rocketeer here, but I guess that's y'all's.
Oh, you guys can have it. We didn't kill him.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
I'm gonna look in the Rocketeer. I need shit, so...
We're
Alright.
waiting for everybody. Hold on.
Oh, nice.
There's one more coming.
Is your... Yeah? You guys are the ones we were just with like 2 minutes ago, right? You? We were just... Oh, no?
We're good. We're good.
I thought we just saw you guys like 2 minutes ago. Okay.
We did probably. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay.
We're just
Yeah.
seen the land. Come on, dance to us, Mark.
Cool, cool, cool. GG's. That was good. That was good. We fucking killed it on
Yep.
that one.
Yep.
There's Wasted. Wow, 6 people are all standing there dancing. He's in chat saying the game of disharmony rewards disharmony. Not this
does.
time. We all got rewarded for being harmonious, and we all made it out because of it.
Yay!
My shield's at 40. I got a fucking Rocketeer cell out of that. Or Rocketeer driver.
The only thing I need now are the 3 Geiger counters. So you're going to need these bombardier cells.
You talking about gyros?
No, Geiger counters.
What are Geiger counters?
Just something.
I have no idea what that is.
Do you need Leaper Pulse units?
I don't know. Let me check. Oh, nice. What did I get? I got a tactical MK3 healing and a Renegade 1. Nice. We got 3 stars. Let's go.
Yeah.
So I went from 7,800 to 11,200.
I've got 9,100, but I'm positioned 64th.
Yeah, it's about where I am as well. Okay, let me check and see if I need Leapers.
And do you need Bombardier cells? You probably do.
Wait, no, I finished Leapers in the last one. I need Rocketeers in this one. Magnetic accelerators and arc synthetic resin. I already finished the Queen reactor. And so yeah, I just need the other 3. Rocketeer driver, magnetic accelerator, arc resin.
Okay.
5 fucking...
How many magnetic
wolf
accelerators
packs.
do you need?
5.
Okay.
I had 6. And I just sold 3 of them like 2 days ago. I've had
got
like
5.
6 for the longest time, just always sitting in my
I've got 5
stash.
left.
You have 5 left to do on the Wolfpack?
No. I've got 5 magnetic accelerators left. Like, in
your
my
stash?
inventory.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've
And I've
ever
got-
used them before.
How many Bombardier cells do you have?
I don't have any. I don't. You mean left? Again, Bombardier cells were on the last one.
Yeah, I know, but you should, if you know that they're coming up, you should grab whatever you can for future things, so that when it happens, you can
Are they
give
coming
it to
up
it.
again? A second time?
Yes.
On the same thing? Oh shit.
Okay, I hate how you always get Bastion and Bombardier totally mixed up.
Oh yeah.
So the Bombardier cells are that's what I was just needing, because they're in the last page. You need 8 of them, and you need 3 matriarch reactors. You need 5 Exodus modules, and you need 3 Geiger counters.
Okay. I'm not gonna remember any of that, and I never heard of a Geiger counter before, so I'm gonna have to look
It's in
that up.
Stella, Montes.
I saw somebody get something earlier. I was watching Tifu play for a little bit, which he is fucking amazing. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's really good.
Holy fucking shit, he is amazing. I've watched a lot of PvP players, and I'm like, wow, they're good. This guy is otherworldly. He's a fucking alien. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's like he's shooting people and things that I don't even see, and just like doing it from 1 second to the next. The one
Yeah,
time I
he's
saw
crazy.
him die was when he was fighting 3 people and getting shot by a turret all at the same time.
Yep, he's fucking insane. He plays with Burnt Peanut sometimes.
Yeah, he's the one that I was talking about yesterday when I was saying that Peanut has a friend that has ended up in the same lobby as him, and then he's also ended up in the same lobby as Ninja as well. And so I was saying I think they're like, I think you're capable of getting in the same lobbies as your friends, because Ninja and Peanut have both ended up in the same lobby as Tipu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I think I got one processor that whole time. One motherfucking processor.
Well, it wasn't really a processor run.
Well, true, but I went into like 6 things that needed the processors, and I still only got 1 out of it, and that sucks because yeah, I need them. So like my augment I think takes 3 processors. I'm sorry, you're echoing so badly. It's like hard for me to think as I'm talking. Yeah, my augment takes I think 3 processors, and so if I lose this one, I had to buy the other ones just to have enough to make this one after we died on Buried City. So now if I die again, yeah, I'm just kind of fucked.
Well. Okay, I'm jumping off.
All right. Well, thanks for coming to play.
Thanks for the play party.
We only died 1 time today, so that's not so bad. I didn't lose too much.
Yeah, I took dumb stuff in for that round, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, I'm glad for you. So glad.
I mean, I took a lot of grenades in. And I lost a wolf pack, but like,
yeah,
I can just make them, so.
Yeah, I can make wolf packs as well, but I lost like everything that I had for chemicals, so normally if you kill a bombardier, you get I forget what it is that it comes with that has all the chemicals in it. What is it called?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it comes with like a chemical case that recycles into oil, which recycles into chemicals. And yeah, and was hoping if I killed it with all of my grenades that I would be able to get all of my stuff back with that. Which I did get some of it out of the one that we just killed, but losing all of those grenades just totally fucked me. Okay. All right. Well,
okay.
We got super lucky with that Rocketeer. Holy shit, dude! Right at the end. Oh my goodness, we were so lucky. But it was also really weird when we got to the extract. I pressed the button and then ran around to the other side, and there's 2 people just standing there. I thought, what? Why didn't you guys press the button? Like, there's less than a minute left. Coming. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, probably. We were fighting a lot of shit as we were running up and shooting a bunch, so.
Okay.
Alright. Well, have a good night, Mantis. I will, I might have to play 1 more just to, like, get some chemicals, and then
I don't mind.
I'll probably head out.
We play, I kind of lose the will by about like 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. And every time I've gotten on to play Trials with you, it's like we haven't actually gotten into a game until like 10:30. And by then I'm just fucked. I'm like so tired and I don't really concentrate. So,
okay.
I know you have to stream, but
yeah,
if you don't have to stream, maybe we could do Trials earlier.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Night, Mantis.
Night.
Tom, when are you going to play Slither.io bit with gambling? Oh, but with gambling. I don't know how that would work. Also, I don't think I would ever gamble with Slither because the high rate of stream sniping. Like, you can literally just see which server I'm on and join that server, and that's obnoxious. So now they made it. Oh, they made a gambling version of Slither. One thing though I think would be pretty cool is if we challenged another streamer to a Slither off, and all of us go to the same server, and my team all starts off, we like 5 of us with the same colors, the same looking slithers, and then or snacks, and then they go, and like 5 of them, all the same color slithers, all the same color snacks, and then the game is just, once you die, you don't come back, you don't start over, and whoever has a player in the end wins. Now, the only problem with this is that it would be really, really hard to police. So we would probably have to make it whichever streamer lasts the longest. So we could have like let's say like we got Wick, right? We're like, all right, Wick, you and your fans, you get 5 of your viewers, and then me and 5 of my viewers will all go in, but one of us has, whichever one of us lasts longer wins, and we can put some money on the line. Just that way stream sniping is encouraged. Yeah, Snow, I don't think you were around back when we did this, but we did a bunch of like team games here where we had we did paper, and we would do a bunch of like everybody would go and play paper together. Not team games, but like community games where we all played paper together. And we would all get in Discord sometimes and play together, or we would just Mantis would create a group and bring everybody in, and we would all play together on those in like private rooms or private servers. It would have to be honor system. Well, so that's why I'm saying if we did it with streamers, that there wouldn't be an honor system. It would just be like either Wick has to win or I have to win. The viewers are there to just be like guardians for the team, you know, and they can keep respawning, they can keep coming back in, but just me and Wick cannot. One of us would have to, whichever one of us dies, because obviously if we're streaming it, then everybody can see whether or not we died, and so that's the and yeah, we could do it to where it would be like $5 per game, so that it would literally be like, okay, I won $5. Oh, I won again. $10. Wait, you won? Okay, $5 again. Wait, I won $10 again. Wait, you won? Okay, $5 again. Wait, you won? Okay, $0. Okay, you won? Now you get $5. Like, and it would just keep kind of moving that way. Yeah, we've done a bunch of poker nights as well. We had one of my mods, he held a couple of like poker nights where he would invite people like me, Stardust, Erudite, Rob Nor, like all these different people, and we would get there and we would play poker, and then we would like and we would gamble real money, and then also debate while we're playing and talk shit, and it was some fun. Yeah, there's a number of like different game things that we've done. Paper is one of my favorite fucking games ever. Like it doesn't have the excitement now that I've like won pretty easily a bunch. Towards the end, I was trying, if you guys remember, before I started playing Call of Duty, I had this like line like I have to kill, 100 before I can win. So I'm not even allowed to win until I've killed 100 other people. And it's just like it's just not even that like challenging or fun anymore. But it took me like 2 fucking months to win once. It took me like playing like 10, 15 times a day, every fucking stream, to even win once. It was a long fucking one, dude. Holy shit. That was rough. I'm talking about the first, like, just originally playing. Having a bunch of streamers play Jackbox. We've done that a couple of times.
Got something for me? Enjoy that.
Enjoy that.
Did you need something?
There's all of these like spam things on here where it seems as though they send bots into the games just to like have players come near them, and then when the player comes near them, then because you're able to go into recent and see like all players that came near you, so they just go into a game just to be near people, and then they send friend requests to all of those people. And it doesn't seem as though, I don't know if they're actually trying to do anything outside of just sending a friend request so you can see their website. And so it's like igx.gg_WTS_BP, which those are probably slashes, not underscores. Then there's mmotg.com/items. Like there's all of this shit where they Destiny and Andrew Wilson to play Jackbox yet? No. Pretty sure Destiny's still mad at me for having him debate Rob Noor the last time. So I don't think the best call here is to turn around and have him not only be around Andrew Wilson, but play a game with him. Yeah, no, that would be rough. You guys notice my camera is like skipping a lot today, like a lot. I don't know what the issue is. Oh wait, I have a warning on my security system. App and browser control. The settings to block potentially unwanted apps are turned off. Your device may be vulnerable. Okay. Well, I was gonna try to run a scan disk, but I don't see where I can do that anymore. I could just search it, but oh yeah, there we go. Quick scan. What's Jackbox?
it's like a bunch of different games that are pretty like general games, but I think the main one is where you like draw something, it tells you what to draw, and then I think it's based on the drawing. Everybody has to guess, I think, what it is or who did it or something like that. But I think, yeah. We did a couple of streams doing it back in the day that I could probably pull up if I wanted to. There was what's the game called where you're supposed to like get rid of the bomb? It's like don't blink or don't think or something like that. Yeah, me and Sassafras played that one time. I almost fucking killed somebody. Holy shit. Like, I am a fairly specific communicator. I didn't know this. I didn't know that was the case until meeting Mantis. When I talk to Mantis, she seems to say everything in the most general way possible, that then I have to ask like 4 or 5 questions to find out what it was she's trying to say. And then she's like, oh my goodness, you're autistic. Like, you should understand this from the beginning. But I don't have this problem with like most people. But with Sassafras, she was somebody who was just a very bad communicator, and it was really hard, like trying to get her to tell me what the fuck she wanted, or what the fuck I was supposed to do, or what is the game called? The bomb game. My girl is autistic and understands everything I say, but most exes hated the way that I communicate. So that's what her past partners were autistic. So I do wonder. Later, Snow.
Was this an accident? There's always two sides of every story.
I'm not liking this.
I don't like this from day one.
I don't like it either.
Neither does the family of the lady that...
Excuse me, I know that. I have felt very bad about that. That is sickening to me. And I have even said this is a horrible thing, that for you to sit here and say that he had something to do with this. You know, I feel really bad for this lady that's gone in her family. And this is not good to do to our family. This is going to rip my family apart. I'm going to lose my job. I love that toy more than anything.
Tammy, I know.
Monday, September 2nd, 2019. It's Labor Day in Logan, Ohio, and 44-year-old photographer Victoria Schaefer is taking advantage of the beautiful day at Hocking Hills State Park to capture 6 high school students for their senior portraits. Schaefer has just finished taking the photos and is walking back up the staircase when the students hear an unforgettable, loud cracking sound. When they look back, Schaefer is in a heap on the staircase, not moving. Lying nearby is a large log that must have tumbled from the cliff above. The crack they heard was the log landing on Schaefer's head. One of the students runs up the staircase to grab her cell phone.
911, where's your emergency? Okay. And you tell this lady if you got to. Okay, take a breath. You're at Old Man's Cave? Yes. Okay, and what happened? A tree branch fell on her. A tree branch fell on someone. Yes. Okay. What back, please?
When rescue crews arrive, they find Schaefer, a mother of 4, dead, most likely killed instantly by the falling log. Since this is a state park, officers with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources are the first investigators on the scene.
Detective Robinson, Hocking County Sheriff's Office. Today's date, September 3rd, 2019. Time is now approximately 11:29. Presence myself with Detective Investigator Troy Newman with ODNR.
As they inspect the scene, they notice the log that killed Schaefer is almost exactly 6 feet long, weighing approximately 75 pounds. It appears to be weathered with clean cuts. This tells them it didn't just fall off a dead tree. They head to the top of the cliff to try to find out where the log came from.
We're right above the top of Old Man's Cave is what I know this as. On top of here to my left there's a walkway where the tunnel would be located. In front of us is where the tree stump was located, and we'll be doing a walk through here.
Up top, they see other cut logs, the same size, in a pile, 44 feet away from the cliff, nowhere near the edge, and certainly not close enough that they could roll off on their own.
What we believe.
It's so fucking stupid. The DoorDasher who went and got my order, they didn't even message me, dude. So they said apparently the place was out of Red Bull, so they just took it off the list. They were out of the Red Bull case, and they just took it off the list instead of asking me, like, hey, would you like something else or something like that? Because I would have just told them to get me like a couple of cans or something so that I actually have some Red Bull and I don't die. But whatever.
Is here, located in this section, is where the approximately 6-foot log was located at, which you can still kind of see where the log was located with discoloration, or it's been there for quite some time.
They begin to form the theory that someone must have moved the log from the pile over to the cliff.
From there, it was carried over approximately about where Nicole and Rose is at, where they're getting ready to go off the side. They're going to do a exact measurement from the edge down to where the female deceased was found.
The ODNR investigators determined the log.
Fuck, dude. I have 3 keys for Buried City. There's a night raid there right now. All of them are Buried City residential master keys. There's 3 doors. I could possibly go to all 3. I've only ever been to 1. There's only 1 that I go to every time. I don't even give a fuck about the other doors. I only ever go to 1 because the YouTube videos that I've watched said this is the only one that's even half decent. All of the others suck. And even this one's not so great. So I guess we'll try that one.
The log fell 76 feet, about the height of a 6-story building. And with the log weighing 75...
Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? 75 feet? That is a big fucking log, dude. Oh my goodness. What? How is that even possible? What?
We're going to do a exact measurement from the edge down to where the female deceased was found.
The ODNR investigators determined the log fell 76 feet, about the height of a 6-story building. And with the log weighing 75 pounds, they begin to suspect that it would have taken more than 1 person to get the log from the pile to the edge of the cliff and then eventually over it.
My ex would say things with 100 variables. The fear of making a mistake was irritating. That's the thing, is that like lots of times, like when we're talking about me being fair, right? A lot of times it's that somebody says something and there is an obvious like implication from what it is they say, but there's other possibilities of what it is they could have meant. And so every time I hear things and people are like, oh yeah, see, they said it, and I'm like, oh, they could have meant this, like, they didn't necessarily mean that. I agree that's most likely, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they were saying. And so while I know what the most likely thing is, I don't want, same thing, I don't want to make an assumption. I don't want to assume what it is you mean. And so I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure. I want to double check. And I've been through this where, like, obviously through, like, you know, some of my own dramas, people interpreted things that I said that I guess I left a little bit open-ended, very differently than how I meant it. And so then I got very, like, uber specific on every little thing, to where I would give like a 20-30-minute story on something that would normally take like 30 seconds, because I want to make sure there's no other interpretation for this, no open-ended aspects to it. It's just crystal clear. This is what I said. This is what happened. Like, just leave it at that. And so yeah, I just like you said, I don't want to assume. I don't want to get it wrong. And so I just want to clarify and make sure, so that I know that I know.
They determined Schaefer's death is suspicious, and they call in homicide investigators from the Hocking County Sheriff's Office. Hocking Hills is a popular local hiking spot, and this being Labor Day, the park is filled with families and hikers. Who would throw a heavy log over a cliff on a busy day in the park, knowing someone could have likely been standing below? Over the next several weeks, detectives speak with witnesses who were at the park that day. They learned people were spotted on the cliff before the log tumbled over, but so far they are no closer to figuring out who threw the log.
I wonder if it's gonna be that the boys who were up there were playing a prank. I wonder.
Finally, on October 8th, a month after Schaefer's death, a call comes in to the Hocking County Sheriff's Office.
Hello?
Hi, is this Deb?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Deb. This is Lieutenant Robinson from the Hocking County Sheriff's Office. I had a message to give you a call.
Yeah. Okay, my daughter's a student at Logan High School, and she has a friend that she rides the bus with. And this friend's boyfriend had admitted to her that he took part in the death of, I'm trying to think of what her name was, Miss Schaefer. Yeah, at the state park. Actually, I'm going to have you speak to my daughter. She can give you the information a little bit better than what I can, okay?
All right.
Hello?
Hi.
So, a girl at the bus with her now ex-boyfriend, Jordan Buckley, apparently was one of the two boys at the park who partook in the branch falling down and hitting Miss Schaefer. I didn't know about this until this morning on the bus when told me, but she has a message on her phone. I don't know if she's deleted it now that she's told me or not, but of him saying that there's something serious happened. It was right after apparently the incident at the park, that something serious happened at the park and that he needs to talk to her, but he can't send it over text. And then apparently on the 3rd at school, he told her what happened. Apparently, according to what he told, he and one other boy, apparently the other boy's a junior, but I don't know his name. They were at the park and they were messing around with the branch, and that's how it fell and hit Miss Schaefer.
Do you have a phone number for Jordan?
I do not, and I don't know his social media. I'm not allowed to have social media myself, so.
What grade is he in?
10th.
Hocking County Sheriff's Detective Dustin Robeson and ODNR investigator Troy Newman head to Jordan Buckley's high school.
It'd be a lot cooler if it was Robitussin.
School and bring him into a conference room for questioning. The first thing they notice is that he has an injury to his hand.
Trying to
Check your left hand too. Yeah. So you wrecked your scooter? Yeah. That's the only thing that happened? Yeah. It was, well, I do like tricks and stuff on a scooter, like at skate parks and stuff. And, well, this actually was not a skate park. I was just riding my scooter through town at this point. And I live over by the Carlin house, and I was riding down the hill, and I fell, and my thumb went.
The investigators move on to reading Jordan his Miranda rights, and he quickly seems ready to talk.
Now that I know what this is about,
It's a little weird that they ask him about his injury and then read him his Miranda rights.
this is. I was there that day. I think. I don't remember what day it was, but I know it's in like September. So, it was last month. Me and my friends were.
I know you're nervous and you're going to get it all out. And that's great. We want you to get it all out. Just let me finish up a few things right here, and we'll let you talk as much as you want to talk.
Nothing really happened.
The detectives finish reading Jordan his rights, then they get down to business.
Obviously, you're ready to start rambling. Let us, talk. You want to hear. Well, we're wanting to listen, so spill it.
Well, so.
So they keep like, I don't, though. Oh my goodness, I landed right here. Hell yes. The way that they're saying this is really fucking stupid, because if I heard cops say stuff to me like that, where they're like, oh, so you're ready to start rambling, so I mean, go ahead and spill the beans, okay, apparently I should not be talking as much as I am, Fuck, dude. Fuck. Wait, am I in the wrong building again? Fuck, I am. Damn it, dude. I spawned right next to it. And I'm still not going to get in first. Hey, are you, Wait. Fuck. Shit. Trying to find the key room. How did I end up? So wait, so it was the other building. I was at the right fucking building the first time. Tom is so sus around people? Yeah, because they're fucking sus. Of course I'm gonna be sus when they're sus. Yeah, if you're too friendly, that's when I'm worried about you. Like, if you're coming up just, like, acting... I've started to realize, like, those are the people that seem to... like, be super problematic, or the ones who are, like, acting like they're not even worried about anything. What the fuck, dude? It won't let me put it on. Hold on, bro. Hold on. There's a key room. I'm trying to fucking lock it up. Yeah, it won't let me lock it up. Okay.
That day, me and my friends, I don't know if you guys want me to give you their names or not. Oh yeah. It doesn't really matter. Jaden Churches was with me. Miranda Spencer, and I don't know his last name. How old are they? Miranda is 19, Jaden is 16 or 17. I know he's a junior. We were just walking around, bored. So we were like, let's go on a hike, and we just went on a hike. Where'd you hike at? You know when you go down, you cross the bridge, and you go up? So you was at Old Man's Cave? Yeah, we were at Old Man's Cave. That's where we went. And then when we went there, nothing was happening, but we went up, like on the back side of the hill. And then we came back because some guy told us that some woman got smashed by a branch. So we turned around and we went down towards the bottom part. And then we came back up and there was a bunch of like EMS people running past us and sirens and everything. Really? Yeah, so we just left.
But Jordan appears to be leaving out some details. The investigators call him out on it.
This is the time to come clean because there's some allegations been brought against you.
What were they?
Well, you was there. You confirmed that you was there. We knew that you was there. So there's more to this story. Tell us about the branch being up on top.
Well, that I didn't do anything. Like I just don't like snitching on people. That's the problem.
Now, Jordan's story starts to change.
This is the time.
I know,
this is not about snitching. This is about telling the truth. And telling the truth gets you farther than not telling the truth.
So me and Jaden walked all the way farther down, like clear to the end, not where the metal bridge is. This guy did say that to us, but we did end up going back down. But I skipped a part of what we did. We walked all the way down to the end of this, and Jaden kicked off a branch. Not a branch, it was a log. It was a big log, like probably this wide, this long, and he kicked it, and it rolled off the cliff, and it made a loud bang, so we ran. I don't know if I wasn't like paying attention to what he was doing, so I don't know if he intentionally kicked it or if he like stumbled on it.
Did he pick it up first and carry it?
No, he didn't pick it up at all, not that I saw.
How did he get on the other side of the tree?
I have no idea.
Based on what the witness told them, the investigators know Jordan is lying, and soon his story begins to fall apart.
You've been following this on TV?
Following what?
This story on TV. You seen anything on TV? Social media?
I haven't seen anything about it.
Nothing. You don't even know what happened that day?
No, I just didn't acknowledge any of it.
You didn't acknowledge any of it?
Yeah, I just didn't like think anything of it.
So you know what happened?
Not really.
You had no idea?
Not really.
So when you sent a text to your girlfriend at the time?
I mean, yeah, I knew what happened, but I didn't know what happened to cause that, like completely what happened. Like I was there with my friends, but I wasn't the one that did it. And I know that it killed the woman when it fell down on her, and I heard the loud bang, and I saw Jaden run, and I was running with Jaden.
So why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you do anything?
Because I was freaking out, and I thought I was going to get in trouble for it.
Okay.
And I didn't want to get charges pressed against me for like involuntary manslaughter or something.
So you have researched this?
Yeah.
No, I just...
Yes. Oh, yeah, dude. A kid his age does not know, like, the term involuntary manslaughter just off the fucking cuff like that. He has looked into this shit, and he knows. He knows. He definitely fucking looked this shit up, bro.
No, a lot. Because I've been in trouble with cops before. And
For manslaughter?
It's not fun. So I tried to, like, not even like, deal with it at all.
So you just wanted to block it out?
Yeah, basically.
Act like it never happened.
Jordan's lies tumble out one by one, but nothing gets past the investigators.
You and Jane talked any more about this?
Nope.
and said you got to keep this a secret.
Well, yeah, we did say that. That's why I told you that story. But then after I realized the severity of it, I could get in a lot more trouble for his actions if I'm the one not doing anything. Because I was tipped off already that this was going to happen, but I didn't. Someone told me that told you guys about all this, so I kind of knew what it was about. So I kind of texted Jaden and was like, dude, something's going to happen. We're going to get caught. I said, I don't know what you want me to say, but I'm not getting in trouble for you. I said I won't tell them, but if they ask me, I'm not going to completely lie and get myself in trouble. And then he said, okay, I'm not really worried about it.
At this point, the school has brought Jaden Churchhouse and his mother into another room to wait while they talk to Jordan.
So, when you guys talk to Jaden, he's probably going to come in here and plead the fifth.
So what's pleading the fifth?
Like, he might not say anything. He might say nothing happened.
So he'll say this was you that did it?
No, he won't say that because he knows I didn't do it.
If he's in trouble, why wouldn't he say that you did it?
I don't know. If he says I did it, I'll be like, no, I did not do that.
Did Jaden say you did it?
Yeah, Jaden's told me that he did it before.
What did the girl say?
Yeah, he said that in front of me.
Okay. So the girl would say...
He said I already caught a body by the age of 16. So he more thought of it as funny.
He said what?
I already got a body at the age of 16.
You think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny. I think that's the only reason why I'm telling you all this, because I think it's serious.
The only reason I'm telling
someone
you
lost their life for someone being stupid and messing around.
After talking to Jordan for nearly an hour, the detectives leave. Jordan seems unbothered while he waits. When the investigators come back in, Jordan wants to show them what he was wearing that day. He tells them he and Jaden took a selfie while they were at the park, but they noticed something unsettling about the photo.
Was that before or after?
That was after he did it.
Their day was so eventful, it would seem, that they wanted to remember it with a selfie. Then, as Jordan is showing the detectives where he was standing when Jaden kicked the log over the ledge, he says something even more disturbing.
I have to say something because this is just I was just being retarded. I told that I did do this with him, but I did not. I was just trying to act cool in front of her because I thought it was cool, but it's not after I realized the severity of it. And
you know what police want to get you?
Charges.
Charged with murder.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. If it comes down to it, I would literally take a lie detector test for this. Like, if you guys do not believe me, I will 100% take a lie detector test, and I 100% will prove to you that I had nothing to do with it, and I did not kick or touch that log.
Why didn't you stick and say something?
Because I don't know. I was freaked out about it because I thought it was just all going to go away and everybody would have forgot about it.
You're going to forget about a death?
No, I don't know.
You ever see what a woman looks like with her head bashed open?
No.
You want to see it?
No.
Yeah, that's the thing. Irresponsible act.
I know.
4 kids without a mom. Husband without a wife. Grow up. It's time to grow up right now.
Did you touch that wall?
Come on.
Wait a second. When I was standing in front of him, he said...
Wait a minute. Before you answer, I want to tell you something. You know what DNA is?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I know what DNA is. So I touched the log to move it out of the area. But
To move it out of the area.
To move it, it was right in between these trees and
See, so them saying, you know what DNA is first, makes it to where, like, he has to now at least say he touched it for a reason. And the more he changes his story, the more obvious it is that, like, he had something to do with this. Like, the more, so just adding that, you know what DNA is? Yeah, I know what DNA is. So I did touch the log at one point. Like, it's all coming together.
he pushed it out. And then I helped him push it out, but he kicked it down. I didn't kick it. So I did touch the wall.
So you helped him.
No, I didn't know he was going to kick it off. But I helped him pull it out, yeah.
Around 2:20 p.m., detectives get word that Jordan's mom, who had been notified at work that her son is being interviewed by police, is on the phone in the school resource office, and they head there to let her know what's going on.
Were you a part of it, Jordan?
I didn't, push it off, but I moved the log with him. I pulled it out. I didn't know he was going to kick it off, though.
But a woman died. Why did you not tell Chris and I this?
Because I freaked out, Mom. I freaked out.
It doesn't matter. I've taught you to do right, Jordan. A woman lost her life and you knew it. Always coming first is what you do.
As Jordan's mom makes her way to the school, back in the conference room, Jordan makes an offer.
If I get permission from my parents, could you guys take me there? Let me show you everything that happened. To Old Man's Cave and me take you there. Can I do that? I would much rather do that because I can clearly explain everything that happened in perfect detail, and I will tell you everything.
I think
we can do that. I think that's a good idea.
Before they leave the school, they want to talk to Jaden, but investigators have one more question for Jordan.
What do you think would happen? You know there's trails throughout. People walk trails.
Yeah.
You know, Hocking Hills has 3.5 million visitors a year.
Yeah.
Somebody
So what's
always
the
shoots
odds
me when I
that
come
you think
through
somebody's
here.
underneath that edge right now? Not right this second, but back here. What's the odds?
Pretty high.
Pretty high.
But
How high?
probably 60-70% that someone's probably gonna be right there. Because there was a good bit of people there that day.
Yeah, it was packed.
Yeah. That was
Probably couldn't find a parking place.
no, it was packed.
So you know it was packed.
Yeah, but I didn't know he was gonna throw it off. I swear on everything, I had no idea he was gonna throw it off.
They collect a DNA swab from Jordan and make plans to bring him back to the park later that day. Next, they bring Jaden and his mother into the conference room, and Jaden's mom is already fired up.
I was in a good mood when I got here. I sat in here for 2 hours.
Yeah, we're sorry.
You were in there.
Are you kidding me? I've been sitting in there for 2 hours waiting on you guys.
Oh, we were busy doing something.
I know.
Talking to somebody else. So
I gotta be
if
at work in 15
if I do
minutes.
that,
About Jordan.
Jordan. He's my friend. Which Jordan though? I know a lot of Jordans.
Jordan. Buckley.
Buckley.
I mean, he's a great under me and I've hung out with him before.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
With me sometimes.
All right.
It quickly becomes clear Jaden has no intention of telling the detectives what happened that day.
Well, Jaden, we've been beating around the bush. I'm just going to get straight to it. There was an incident at Hocking Hill State Park. I know that you was there on September 2nd. Am I right?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. Tell me about that day.
We pulled up and we were about to go hike and go down.
Everyone is sus when you're scared? No, it's all in your head. People are chill because they stay in chill lobbies. I'm sorry, that's just that, like, that's way too simplistic. I get shot at a couple of times a day. Like yesterday, I think there were 3 games where I got shot. And I didn't die in any of them. I don't think I killed anybody either yesterday, but yeah, I got shot in a couple. But the problem is that when you play trios, everybody's all like shoot on sight. Like in trios, everything is just shoot on sight. And so then even though I don't ever shoot anybody first in trios, still the fighting in trios seems to up my aggression. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't ever shoot people first, except for rare occasions. And yeah, I get shot numerous times a day. Like, I would say in at least like half my matches, I'll have one person who shoots. And it's like, we know that people are always purposefully trying to get downgraded in aggression, so they keep going into matches completely naked and just like running around pressing don't shoot over and over. And then either people shoot them and they die, or they just eventually leave and then do it again. And they do it over and over and over, trying to get into less aggressive lobbies so that it's easier for them to just run around killing the people who aren't aggressive. And so yeah, it's not in my head. It's I have numerous videos on my channel of us being super chill in both solos and trios, and I can go sometimes a whole day without getting shot at, and then out of nowhere in the last couple, I'll get killed from behind. Like, I don't get shot at, I don't shoot anybody, just go a whole fucking day with like 6-7 games in a row, no shooting anybody, no getting shot at, and then all of a sudden, like the other day, the last game that I played was on Stella Montes. As soon as I walked in, I was dead within 30 seconds. Like, they're just... So yeah, it has nothing to do with like how chill you are. People are purposely trying to get into chill lobbies so that they can kill people who are chill. Like, they want to have easier targets. They want to see a bunch of people who run around without their guns out, and so they get easy kills on them. And Mantis and I got killed earlier in the first game that we played. Yeah.
And look around, and then some dude comes running past, and he's like, somebody just got hit with something, and we think she's dead. So we're like, what? And we turn around and we leave because we don't even want to go down there and see it or anything. And then once we're walking out, there's like ambulances.
Well, they never claimed that they had DNA. They just asked him, do you know what DNA is? So they're trying to put it in his head that they'll have DNA. So it's like they didn't even make a claim that they have DNA. They're just saying, do you know what DNA is? So that he thinks, oh shit, okay, my DNA's on the log, so I have to at least add to my story that I touched it.
Pulling up and all this. And
before we come in here, we already have all the answers. Might be one or two that we don't know. We've already talked to people.
Okay.
I know about your Instagram. We got intel. A lot of things. A lot of serious accusations been brought against you. And this is the time to tell the truth, to help yourself. Because right now, it's really serious. Really, really serious.
As detectives begin to push Jaden, his mom decides she's had enough.
You need to be honest and upfront, because we know a lot more than what you think. All right?
Then you need to talk to me, sir, in private.
Was this an accident?
Because he's underage. He's underage, and it sounds like you know exactly what happened. So maybe you should go tell me exactly what happened, and then I will talk to him. Because I don't like you saying that you knew what happened.
Yes,
and
we do know.
okay, then you know who did it and what happened. So good, then we'll go in the other room and you can tell me if he participated in this.
This is not how this is going to work.
It's not?
No, not at all. Your son did something that resulted in the death of a lady.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
I can prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Then somebody ought to be proving it to me before they're saying something like that to him, because that is very upsetting
What
to
we
me.
want to know, was this an accident? There's always two
I'm
sides of
not
every story.
liking this.
I don't like this from day one.
I don't like it either.
Neither does the family of the lady that...
Excuse me, I know that. I have felt very bad about that. That is sickening to me. And I have even said this is a horrible thing, that for you to sit here and say that he had something to do with this.
Detectives push on.
Well, from this point, we already know he had something to do with this. Like, currently, we know he had something to do with it. How much he had to do with it, we're not sure. But yeah, even them, like, throwing out, like, it could be an accident, they don't believe that, like, it could be an accident. When they say that, they are not giving him an opportunity to explain how it was an accident. They're saying this just to get him to give more details about what happened, so that if he can say, yeah, I pushed it, like I did that, it was an accident or something like that, now they're just gonna arrest him. Like, the second he says that, like, they'll put him in cuffs. It's not it's not that they actually think there's like a possibility this was an accident. They do not think that, or even if they do, like, it wouldn't matter. It would still be some sort of like manslaughter charge. But they're not giving him an opportunity to explain it being an accident. They're giving him an opportunity to say it's an accident so that they can say, okay, we got him.
And this time, Jaden chooses a different path.
But I want to know, was this an accident, or is this something that you meant to do? Because that's a big difference. If this is an accident, or you weren't trying to do this, is one thing.
I didn't do it. I was there.
Okay. So tell me what happened, step by step.
Like, basically what I was saying. When we walked up by the stairs, I'm not gonna say names.
You have to say names.
Jordan walks, like, we were walking, and then there was this log, and he kicks it, and it starts to slide.
Okay. So you're saying Jordan kicked it?
And then it slid, and then we left.
Did you touch the log? Because we talked to Jordan, Miranda, and they all said you're the one that did it.
I grabbed the log.
Okay, so you touched the log.
I touched it, but I did not kick it off or throw it off.
Then what happened to it? How did that smash a lady?
He got kicked off the edge.
Who kicked it?
Jordan.
Jordan kicked it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
We talked to Miranda.
I know this. I know this.
I know about your pact with Jordan. You guys already had this rehearsed. It took him about 30 seconds to break down. Same thing with Miranda and they're pissed. They don't want anything to do with this.
I get this.
We know where they were standing.
We gotta be completely honest with ourselves and others here. You touched it.
Yes.
When did you touch it?
When?
Yes.
Before it fell off.
So now, Jaden points the finger at Jordan. Jaden tells investigators that Jordan flipped the log around a tree in front of the cliff.
So you flipped it over.
They haven't talked to any of those other kids, right? They just made that up, right? Did I miss that? They haven't talked to any other kids. It's just him, right?
Jordan kicked it. Why did you flip it over?
I flipped it over.
Why?
Oh, wait. This is a different kid. Holy shit. Holy shit. I thought this was the same fucking kid the whole time. Oh my goodness. I thought this was the same fucking kid this entire time. Fuck.
Because we was going
They sound so much alike.
to take it off. Because we just wanted to be like, oh, this will be fun, right?
You should not to the girls.
So I flipped it, then I was like, second thoughts. But there is.
Also, bragging about it to your girlfriend was dumb. I mean, they're in fucking, like, middle school or high school. It's... Almost every kid would do that at that age. That's...
And then we kicked it, and there, boom. And what'd you do? I left.
Do you know what? You guys, I'm being very patient with this, but it sounds like you're trying to talk him into saying something that he's being honest with
I'm
you.
trying to talk him into telling me the truth.
But he just told you what
No,
happened.
that's not the truth. I did.
So you're trying to get him to say something that...
I'm trying to get him to tell us the truth, is what I'm trying to do.
But Jaden's mom is not done trying to shut down the...
I can't believe his mom hasn't, like, asked for a lawyer yet. this is kind of ridiculous. It really is. It is ridiculous that she has not like said like, hold on, wait, we need to get a lawyer. I'm super blown away by this. I really am. I'm blown away that this is not, that this hasn't happened yet. How the fuck? Like, how the fuck are you allowing him to be interrogated like this for this long? And you don't stop it and say, okay, we're getting a lawyer. How the fuck, dude? Holy shit. What is wrong with you? You're a fucking adult. You're the adult here. You are the only adult in the fucking room. How the fuck?
The interview.
Do you think I would let you arrest him? Like Jordan Spears would let you arrest Jordan without a lie detector test? You don't have a choice.
Without a lie detector test. Oh. Oh no. Okay. That's how. Okay, that's how. I think I just got my answer. That's how. She's fucking stupid. She's a fucking idiot. All right. Got my answer pretty quick there.
In the United States, there's a thing called probable cause.
You know what? I do have a choice. So, you're gonna have to you're just gonna have to talk. I just have to get an attorney with a minimum wage, 2 jobs that I work, because you know what? We do have choices.
Yes, we have choices. We have a choice.
Okay.
That
Well, when
happened,
you
and a
get
lady died.
I know this lady died. When you get the lie detector test set up for him, then you'll just have to contact me. As for now, Jaden and I will be leaving.
And that's
If
not
you're
correct. You
finished.
can leave. Jaden's going to be placed under arrest.
No, he can't be. He's 16 years old.
So, it doesn't matter. He did something that resulted in the death of Miss Schaefer.
Where are you think you're gonna take him?
Juvenile detention.
No.
Yes, ma'am. That's how serious this is. There's evidence. There's DNA evidence. There's evidence of what happened. So, in the meantime, you guys both touched it. It both resulted into the death of another. You're both going to go for a homicide. Unless there's anything you want to tell me.
I told you everything that happened. I told you who kicked it off. I told you who flipped it.
Is that the story you're going to stick with?
The investigators leave the room, and when they return, they take Jaden's DNA. They leave the room once again, and when they come back, another officer joins them.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I'm getting like, this is gonna fucking piss me off, dude. I feel like, wow, I feel bad like for the you know, the teacher and the family and everything. Holy shit, dude. They let him fucking take DNA just now. Holy fucking shit, bro. What the fuck? Why don't you have a fucking lawyer, dude? Why don't you have a fucking lawyer here? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing to this fucking kid? Why don't you have a fucking lawyer? What the fuck? They legally can't talk to him alone. Well, no, they did talk to him alone. They talked to both kids alone. They can't talk to him alone without permission. Oh, I guess okay. So they didn't talk to him. Okay, I thought they did talk to him alone. Okay, when I heard her saying, "I've been waiting out there for 2 hours," like I thought they had just gotten there, but or sorry, I thought that she just got there, and I thought he was in there already. But yeah, like this is actually pissing me off, dude. I don't know. I don't even know what to say here. This is actually fucking pissing me off.
What Jaden's mom says next.
His mom withdrew permission. The first kid? The second kid. You mean just a second ago when she said, like, you're done talking to us, you're saying that's her withdrawing permission. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, currently they're not talking to him, but they've already said that he's under arrest, so. No, you have to explicitly state you want a lawyer. Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, we're talking about talking without a parent. Yeah.
Shocks Hocking County Detective Dustin Robeson.
We have enough evidence in your statements and your Jordan's statements. All right? You're going to be arrested for right now. You're going to be detained. We're going to take you down to JVC.
Yes, ma'am. The prosecutor and the judge already signed off. We have time. But you got to think about this. We have.
You know what that's doing to me? That's hitting me in the head with a log. You cannot do that.
Well, why would you say
because
something like
you can't
that?
take him to jail. There's bad people there.
Well, there's not good.
Yeah, there might be killers there.
What jail?
There's bad people there.
Why did you say
can't
hitting the log in the head?
Because you're trying to take him away for something that you can't take.
Again, this is not me. This is the prosecutor's office. This is the actual prosecutor and the juvenile court judge. This is out of my hands. These are the elected officials doing this.
You're just gonna take him out of here with him right now through this school? How's that make you feel?
It hasn't made me feel very good at all since the beginning of this, September 2nd at 6:20 when I got that phone call and I seen that lady. It has not made me feel good at all. This doesn't make me feel good.
Do you know what? I have raised this boy for 17 years by myself, and this does not make me feel good. Why would you take him out of the school like this in front of these people?
There's no one. There's a car right there waiting.
He's never been away from me.
Okay, this is not my decision.
He's never been away from me. You can't just take him down there.
Yes, ma'am, we can. So stand up for me, please.
No, you guys.
Well, you're going to have a court date tomorrow, today's Thursday. So Friday he'll be in front of the juvenile court judge for his arraignment. And I told Don that he needs to what he needs to do, the options he has.
You guys, please don't take him.
Listen to me. Tomorrow the arraignment will be at the juvenile court. You know where that's at?
No, I
You know
don't.
where the courthouse is? It's the second floor.
The older courthouse.
And I'll find out what time it is and I'll let you know what time you'll be there.
Detectives take Jaden away.
This is gonna rip my family apart. I'm gonna lose my job.
Around 8 p.m., they head to Hocking Hills State Park with Jordan, his mother, and stepfather. But when they get there,
She just say she's gonna lose her job? Is she a teacher? What job does she have that she's gonna lose because of this? This is I don't know how it is for you guys, but like teachers here have like really fucking strict rules like all around them for all sorts of crazy shit. And they like the teachers are always like in fear of getting fired for some shit. Oh no, I meant to do the electromagnetic storm. Fuck. Okay, I did the wrong thing. I've never done this key before. The last time I tried to do it, somebody else used it. Okay, so that door is unlocked. What about this one? Oh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, fuck, somebody else is here. Trying to see where the fuck he's running off to, because I don't want him to come in from behind, but it now almost sounds like he went on top. Whoa. The fuck was that? It sounds like he might have used a zip line to go up on top. And if he did, he's waiting at that door now. Okay.
Jordan changes his story several times. Sometimes he says he was looking at Miranda Spencer and the other teenage girl who was with them and didn't see Jaden throw or kick the log. Other times he says he can't remember.
Just heard somebody talking. Oh, I already put one on each of these? Fucking base, dude. I don't know why I had two. Weird. Okay.
What Jaden did. Investigators quickly begin to poke holes in his version of events.
Hey there, I want to come down here. Alright, I want you to watch it. This is going to be you. I'm standing here. How you said you were like this, right?
Yeah, and then I turned around and looked completely at them.
You looked at them?
Yeah, and I was talking to them. I was having a conversation
You know
with
what
Miranda.
peripheral vision is?
Yeah.
I can see everything he's doing right now.
Remember what you did.
Not only that, there's twigs and branches and everything right here that made noise that would have caught your attention. I mean, if Chris is here and I kicked this, or was it one of these?
Would it? But
so
would
did
it make
Jaden turn around and grab it? You got your back hand? That's a clear path.
No, I did not. I did not pick that log up. Like if I would have picked it up.
Get your story straight, because right now this is what we need to know.
I know. I'm trying to tell you. Like.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. If he threw it, it wouldn't have bounced. If we would have threw it like that, it wouldn't have bounced like that anyway. So if he would have kicked it, it would have bounced. Or if he would have pushed it, it would have bounced. But I don't know if he did any of that, is what I'm saying.
So can you hear that baby right now?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a bit of a baby crying.
I know.
You didn't hear anybody screaming?
No.
Nobody yelling?
Jaden and them were yelling at me to run with them, and then we ran.
Before this incident, 3,000 people here. I hear people down there right now. You didn't hear nobody down there?
Maybe 20 here.
I wasn't really paying attention. I was more just talking to all them.
Jordan tells them that he turned his head when he heard Jaden say he was going to throw the log over, and then he saw the log bounce over the edge.
You heard what sounded like a gunshot?
Yeah, I stopped, and I saw him run up there, and I wasn't thinking anything of it, because, like, I didn't think anybody was going to get hurt that afterwards anyway.
That gunshot sound was her head splitting away, and that was her skull crushing.
I know, it scared me. It sounded like a bomb, like a loud, like an AR or a bomb exploded.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when I saw him right there, he turned around and said, "Jordan, come on," and then he ran.
As they're trying to work through the details, Jordan has a question of his own.
But what did he tell you happened?
He said you did it.
He said I did it?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm dead serious. Like I told Chris and your mom.
Alright.
I believe you. I mean,
like,
I think you're being honest.
I want to take...
That's why I want to make sure that this was not here.
Yeah, I never touched a logger here.
I'm not saying you, but did Jaden ever grab anything from there?
Not that I recall.
Jordan insists he only moved the log a little with his foot because his hand was injured, and it was Jaden who sent the log over the edge. But the investigators' suspicions are raised again when Jordan walks them through what they did after the log went over the edge. Jordan says they walked past EMS as they arrived to help Victoria Schaefer, then stopped to take a selfie. It seems they didn't just run out of the park and back to their car.
Miranda was mad at us the whole time.
For what?
For
From
us.
this?
Yeah, for this. Because she knew that someone got hurt.
How did she know?
Because that guy told us. And that's why she got mad. And
so she was fine until that happened.
Yeah, and then like right up around here, she wouldn't even talk to us. She kept telling us.
So do these doors go to the roof? I haven't, again, I haven't been to this building before. And there's 2 doors here. I'm assuming they go to the roof, but... I don't want to open them with the chance that, because I heard that guy using a zipline just a little bit ago, he could have been ziplining somewhere else, but he also could have ziplined on top, waiting for me to come out the doors, so. It just sounded like somebody was fighting Ark on top of this building a second ago. And I just got a volcano blueprint, which is a blueprint that I do not have. So it's in my safe pocket. I'll be able to make it out one way or the other.
Attention raiders, the north antenna has been activated.
Oh, I'm on hidden bunker. Oh, shit. Okay. I thought I was on... I thought that I was clicking on a fucking electromagnetic storm. That's why when I got here, I was like, fuck, I did the wrong thing.
Let's just leave her alone. And then once we got into her car, she said, guys, we need to talk about this. And then we talked about it. And she dropped me and Jaden off in town. told us to get out because she didn't want to deal with it.
Where did she drop you off at?
Right in front of Jaden's house. And we went over there. He went, we ate cookies, drank some tea, and then we went and rode our scooters around town for a little bit, and then
Yep.
I went home.
See? 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 Somebody already came up here. Fuck. How the fuck did they get in here? How the fuck did they get in here? This is some fucking bullshit, dude. This is some fucking bullshit, bro. You gotta be kidding me. How the fuck did they get in here? That is so fucked up.
They ate cookies and rode scooters. In October 2019, 16-year-olds Jaden Churchhouse and Jordan Buckley are charged with reckless homicide. At a probable cause hearing, their friend Miranda testifies that Jordan is the one who moved the log from the pile 40 feet away from the ledge, and that Jaden is the one who kicked the log over. She says that Jordan told Jaden there was no one below, even though Miranda herself knew there must be and told Jaden not to do it. The judge sends the boys to adult court and charges them with murder, involuntary manslaughter, and felonious assault. In
Yep,
September 2020, both...
There's the zip line. I fucking knew it, dude. Fuck. That is so fucked up, bro. That is so fucked up. I knew it, dude. I fucking knew it. Shit. That's so fucked up, dude.
Both boys, now 17 years old, plead guilty to involuntary manslaughter. The judge sends them back to juvenile court for sentencing, and in October 2020, they're sentenced to 3 years in juvenile detention. Miranda Spencer, one of the other teens present the day Victoria Schaefer was killed, pleaded guilty to obstructing official business and was handed down a suspended 90-day jail sentence. A senseless act forever changed countless lives and left 4 children without a mother, all for a fleeting thrill. For Law and Crime Investigates, I'm Kristen Thorne.
Damn, dude. Probably some disharmonious. No, dude. This Kanuko doesn't ever have any disharmony on this game. It's all, it's all. Everybody's friendly. Everybody gets along. They all help each other out and play music. Yeah, so this is one of those scenarios. If I knew he was doing that, I would have killed him. That is the one time where I shoot first, is when I go into a what do you call it? A key room, and somebody else comes in and starts trying to take stuff from the key room. I will definitely shoot those people. That's why I put shit like blocking it all and making sure nobody else can get in and all of that. Because yeah, if I'm spending a key card to get stuff, and then you come and try to take stuff from that key card room, well, I'm paying with a key card, so you're gonna pay with your life. Now, both times, 2 times I've shot somebody for coming into the key room. Okay, both times I offered them a defib. The second time, the guy took it. So yeah, if you guys go watch my channel, Tom Bottery, where I post all the clips of this shit, you can see both times that this happened. But the first time, the guy, I guess, didn't even speak English or something. I don't know what the fuck that was, but all right. Shit. I don't like any of these. Fuck. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. All right, we'll try this one.
Let's head home at the west elevator.
There's likely gonna be rats waiting there, so we're probably gonna have a battle here. Where's... Oh, shit. Alright, I gotta go that way, so yeah. I think I killed a sentinel earlier over there. I don't think that was a regular turret, so I'm gonna try to go back and see if there's like sentinel parts there. That I can get out of it. Oh, I also should probably pick up my all the stuff that I laid down here. They stole your goop? They did steal my goop. They did steal my goop. Alright, we'll get rid of that. Oh, wait. I can't pick those back up, so I'll just grab this. There's a chance this guy's like waiting over here for me to come out. So yeah, now I know next time I do this, I'm gonna go straight up there and wait for somebody to try to come in. Yep, Sentinel firing core, let's go. Ah, fuck. Another Rocketeer. Fuck, dude. I'm so fucking screwed. Ah, shit. I thought this was going to be a door to go down into the tunnels. Are there any around here? Feels like there should be one here, but I don't see it. Okay, so somebody just got killed by that extract. The exact one that I'm going to. So I'm going to have to go to the extract and just camp it out and wait for the last minute and then go in. You gotta be kidding me. What is that? Ah, fuck, dude. This Rocketeer is killing me. How long do I have left? Like 4 minutes? 6 minutes? Okay. Oh shit, that scared the fucking shit out of me. Holy fuck. Are you kidding me? Is that another Sentinel? That, please tell me that's not another fucking Sentinel, dude.
Where's my marker? Okay. Fuck, move, move, move. Please, for the love of fucking God, move. No! Well, now that I announced my presence to whoever's camping this shit, let them know that I'm here. Made as much noise as possible. Yeah, see, I'm not letting that guy stand behind me. No fucking shot is he standing behind me. Every fucking time. Every fucking time I let somebody stand behind me, they fucking kill me. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh shit. What the fuck? How did you close that so fast? What was that? How did they do that? That was a glitch. They're cheating, right? They had to be cheating, right? They had to be cheating, right? There's no way. That's like a... I almost didn't get in. What the fuck was that? Volcano blueprint. Let's go. For some reason, I thought I already had that one, but I guess not. Oh, yeah. All right. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. That worked out all right. It's a little annoying that that guy stole half my shit. Kind of gay. In a gay way. What it is, what it is.
This seems as though the people who made the game did that on purpose so that you can take shit up there because they have doors, right? They have doors that are locked so that you can't get in. They just put some of the stuff outside of the doors and some of the stuff inside the doors. So you can, like, they made it so that you could do that on purpose. Sheesh. All right. Well, I will have to remember that if I do that one again. Yeah, Hidden Bunker is the only special event right now. All right. I'm debating whether I want to do another one. One of the things that I have to do is download information inside the bunker, which I have no idea how to fucking do that. I've never done this shit before, and yeah, I have no idea. So I've been making a big deal about the secret grenades recently, saying like you gotta have secret grenades, like you gotta have a bunch of them on you every single time you go out. You can't leave without fucking secret grenades. And this is just true. Like, this is something that I have realized and that I live by now. You gotta have secret grenades, like minimum 3, best with 5, but you gotta have a bunch of them. Out of nowhere, I've been coming across a bunch of other YouTube videos that are saying, like, low-key, the most underrated weapon in the game, secret grenades. Like, you gotta have them. Like, yes, yes. Everybody else is starting to recognize, like, you got to have these. They are an essential because they don't do a super, like, large amount of damage, but Hornets are the flying arc that are, like, a bit harder to kill. Wasps, you can shoot them once or twice with the anvil, they're fucking dead. Sometimes they die on one shot, but Hornets, those things will never die on one shot. You got to hit those things like 5 times sometimes. So just a minute ago, I threw 2 secret grenades at the Hornet and then still had to shoot it. Whereas like Wasps and shit like that, you hit them with 1 secret grenade, they're done. They are donezo. So yeah, it makes it a lot easier when you're running to 2 good shots and a hammer. Well, I mean, even most of the time my shots won't even take off a wing. Like, they'll take off the cover of the wing, and then I have to do a second shot to take off the wing. Then another shot to take off the cover of the other wing, and another shot to take off the wing. And so normally it's at minimum like 4 shots. But also on top of that, most of the time, if I do get the first wing off and they start like spinning down, they go flying off to the side to where I can't get my hammer out and chase after it and get to it before it starts correcting itself. So I just stopped even trying to bother, because I used to try to do it all the time, but it was like 50-50, And on the other half where I didn't hit it, I put myself in a horrible scenario. So I instead just try to stay close to something that I can walk around and get like cover from for when they shoot, and just like make that the priority. Just make sure stay close to something that I can get behind. That is the main thing. Oh wait, what is this? Oh shit, I was about to say, is that Bird City? I would love to do another Bird City, but it's uncovered caches, which actually would be that's not bad. I can do some uncovered caches. I need some stuff. And yeah, especially grenades and stuff like that. So that seems to be what, when Mantis and I did it just a little bit ago, she was finding a bunch of grenades every time she went in. Like earlier, it's sometimes it's crazy how strong Hornets are. Like sometimes I'm blown away at how many fucking hits we have to get. Like there was one time we had to shoot them like 10 times with the anvil. But there's also been times where earlier I hit one with a hull cracker, and then immediately, and it didn't die. So then I hit it again with another hull cracker, and it again didn't die. Like 2 fucking shots? Are you kidding me? No way, bro. That's insane. 2 shots? Why? Like, why? Why would you have to hit him twice? That's just... That seems like overkill, but... Nope. It's apparently just enough to kill him. I want to find these Raiders caches. I don't hear one right now. Oh, I should probably turn my sound up if I'm just playing this. Yesterday, Mantis and I were playing, and I moved off the game for a minute to go check something, and as soon as I clicked off the game, I started getting shot. And I didn't know where from or anything because I was clicked off the game, but all I knew is that I could see the fucking red popping up on the screen. It turns my audio off when I'm not playing as well, so I can't even hear like shots popping off or anything. Yeah, I don't hear any more Raiders caches. Alright, I'm gonna go to the gun spot and see if I can find some guns over here. Gotta make sure I got a shotgun out when I go, because if I land on there, somebody else is already there. They might start shooting me the second I land, so. I think that's the first time I've ever landed and somebody was already there. Yeah, I'm just gonna head over here. Supposedly there's more guns in these buildings that I haven't seen before, so. Okay. No gun here today. Okay. Yeah, and sometimes there's a gun here, but these are pretty good, like, rooms to get some stuff out of. There's sometimes 4 drawers there, and they almost always have some good stuff. And then, yes, there's these drawers here as well. And then the room next to this normally also has the potential for some stuff in it, so. Okay. Later, homie. Have a good one. Oh wait, I already came into this one. Fuck, move. Canister. Oh, hello. Love to see it. Love to see it. This is one of my favorite things, the vertical grip 3. Like, sheesh, brah. Sheesh, brah. Those things are nice. We gotta find, I think there's normally, wait, is this it? There's like a spot where there's a bunch of things. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay. It's always hard for me to remember where this door is, but thankfully I got it this time. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Oh wait, yes, it is this one. Okay, so they have 2 blocked off doors that you have to pry open. And somebody already went in. Okay, fuck. Yeah, they always have really good shit in here. This is like a key card room that you don't need a key for. So, well, it looks like you didn't take much. Damn, another defo. Okay. There's normally like more stuff here and normally 2 bags here and here, but I guess they I guess they're closed today.
Let's head home at the southern station. Let's go to that metro.
Oh, what the heck? Ever since the update, these things are glitching all the time. They're always stuck in the ground. There's people who are like randomly catching on fire all the time, and I'm pretty sure it's because the arc is stuck in the ground and they're getting fireballed. Damn, are they still fighting that leaper? What the fuck? I haven't found another cache. Oh, shut the fuck up. Yep, there's the fucking Hornet. Wait, is that a battery? It is a battery. No, never mind. That's not it. That's the cache that I opened when I first spawned. Okay. I think I just heard somebody die, but I didn't see a raider flare. Is homie down over here? I got a defib. I thought I heard some flare go off in this direction, but I was trying to find where he was.
Oh, we got it.
I didn't see him.
Oh, you picked him up? Okay.
No, I didn't.
Alright, hopefully this didn't close. What the fuck? What the hell? Yeah, I get it. I got it. Oh shit, I didn't even realize I have a thing where I'm supposed to open arc probes for the thing. You're good, I just wanted to kill some of the rollers. You can go ahead and close it.
Cool.
GG's, bro.
GG's.
Octologic. What's that guy's name? Alright, Bluegate electromagnetic storm. We'll probably have a lot of those things to open up arc probes. But I'm also more likely to get shot. In electromagnetic storms, so we're gonna get ready to fight. Get all our shit together so that if anybody tries me, I'll fuck them up. Alright. Oh, out of ammo. Okay. I've been super short on metal lately. I finally have a good bit of metal. I don't think I've had more than like 150 for the last week. Now I have close to 250. So. Oh, I have 252. Okay. Oh, and I got a lot of arc out. Holy moly. Okay, based. That is inspiring. Oh, I need voltage converters. Okay. I'm so short on chemicals. I can never get chemicals. Holy moly. Alright. Arc probes. Here we come.
You think the Alex Preddy shooting? You think that was a justified one?
Yeah. So let's open up that can of worms. Legally justified, morally horrific. So we need to peel that apart, I suppose.
Okay.
So where do you
this...
want to start there?
I'm not. When you say legally and ethically are like very different, how are you separating these so much in your mind? I guess, or why do you separate these so much in your mind?
Yeah. So maybe I'm using these terms incorrectly. I'm using.
The way that I understand like morals is like for individuals, ethics are based on like group settings. It's more socialized. And it's more about like, so like when you talk about ethics, you're talking about different scenarios, different places. So let's say work. When you're at work, there are like work ethics based on like the practice and the way that you're supposed to do things there. That may not apply to other things, but in these scenarios. So like, for a lawyer, his ethics might be that he should lie in certain scenarios when it comes to defending his client. Morally, we would say this is wrong, but the ethics for this scenario would say otherwise. And so that is how I understand it. And so when he's saying like, well, morally this, but ethically that, I'm thinking he's talking about like ethics of an ICE officer or being a police officer or something like that. That this is that he's talking about like the ethics on the job.
Lay understandings, but I would say morality is like personal conduct, good or bad analysis. I would say ethics is the same thing, but it carries like a social connotation, like a social prescription connotation. And then I would say that legal, in my opinion, is just like, it is enshrined ethics or enshrined morality, but we also tolerate a bunch of things that are unethical but still legal. We haven't codified every unethical behavior as illegal, so there's a differentiation there.
Okay, sure, but I think when we're talking about like...
Oh, that's his fucking game. Holy shit. I was like, I know I just heard somebody's fucking charger go off. I don't know where the fuck they are, but they're hiding, because... Yeah, I was like, I know I just heard a shield charger. Dude. Somebody's fucking around. I'm about to go hunt them down, but nope. That was just his game.
Murder and killing, I think we're probably in the realm of legality here, like easily, more so than...
Yeah, sure. So I think that once again, I would bet dollars to donuts. You know, $50 they're not even charged. $50 they're, if charged, they're not convicted. I would do the same thing on the Preddy shooting.
Okay, looking at, so walking through the Preddy shooting.
What up, brother?
So I guess on the first thing...
Do you want to start with the initial interaction from the first officer?
Initial interaction from the first officer.
Like the officer who pushed the woman and pepper sprayed?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of walking through. And that interaction, do you feel like should the officer have pushed that lady? Was there a reason to do that?
I don't... Okay. 90% he had sand in it. I need you to hear this and I need your chat to hear it. 90% that guy had sand in his vagina. Okay? That's what happened. However, the remaining 10% could be argued and will be argued successfully in court that those women could have been detained or dispersed based off of 18 USC 111.
Has there ever been an example of this type of disbursement happening when it's just a single person standing in front of you?
Absolutely. This is actually something that I wanted to talk to you about, that I have a specific anecdote for.
Well, wait. I'm just curious. Can you differentiate between this? How could I not say that a cop could literally attack anybody that he wants and just say that he's dispersing them?
Because you have to have an inciting crime.
So what was the lady doing that...
Well, there has to be a purpose, obviously. Like, but the dispersing somebody doesn't... You have to have, like... You can't just use force any fucking time you feel like it. It's got, like, there has to be some... Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to pick up the volcanic rock. Don't worry, I'm not throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a volcanic rock. No worries, no worries, no worries. Hey, hey, hey. Lots of times I'll bend down next to something as though I'm looking into it to try to make people think I'm looking in it, because lots of times that's when they shoot you, is when you're looking inside of something. So if I can make them think I'm looking in it and then they shoot me, I'll actually be prepared to like turn around and shoot them. Whereas, yeah, if I'm actually inside of it, looking at something, it's like impossible to back out and shoot somebody in time. It's just a perfect time to just really fuck somebody over.
Necessitated her being pushed into the snowbank.
18 USC 111, which is like...
Yeah, that's what I started to say that, like, it has to be like justified. It has to have some sort of purpose for it. Like, you can't just shove somebody just because you want them to move, right? That's not good enough. Like, there has to be more than that. You can't just say like, oh, well, no, I wanted this person to move, so I just shoved them. But that's assault. Well, no, it's not assault if I want them to move. Now it's perfectly justified because I wanted them to get out of the way. Hey, yo.
Hello, hello.
So yeah, there's got to be more to it than just like you're in the. I think he said like there has to be an ensuing crime, meaning that like they are arresting somebody and you're getting too close to the arrest, so now they get to shoot you. But I think even that's still way too simplistic. Fuck, spinning. I hate when they spin like that after you hit the fucking wing, because then they're really hard to hit. Bro, this guy's doing backflips and everything, dude. How the fuck am I supposed to deal with a fucking Olympian? You got Olympic level fucking wasps over here. Okay. Oh shit, there's the Leaper.
A Leaper, the ruined homestead.
I am mainly looking for. If that guy doesn't leave pretty quickly, we might go up there and kill him. Because oh no, that's not an extract. Never mind. I was about to say that. I'm pretty sure he's just camping an extract right now. Oh shit. Fuck. That the Leaper seems agitated, but I don't know if he saw me or somebody else.
Like the forcibly obstructing, impeding, intimidating,
what was she,
whatever.
Yeah, so what was she doing at that point? When she's walking?
I would say that the two ladies were standing 6 feet away from a law enforcement vehicle in the middle of the roadway, yelling insults at, ICE personnel, and also potentially obstructing their vehicle if they wanted to go in reverse.
Okay, so I don't think that's the case. I think.
Well, do you think that they would be able to say that and then detain those people under 18 U.S.C. 111?
No,
Even
because
if it was ultimately thrown out.
Well, so at the point that he shoves her, she's literally on the other side of the street.
Yeah, after he's already given them lawful orders to disperse and gotten them out of the street.
Mm-hmm. So she's been dispersed.
No, she's not out of the roadway.
She's walking. She's on the other side of the street. She's no longer anywhere near any of the ICE people.
Is she out of the roadway? I actually had to pull up a picture of a road in order to fight my...
At the point when he shoves her, she's not completely out of the roadway. But standing in the street there is not a crime. And
and she's on her way out of the roadway. So like she's literally walking away as he shoves her. So it doesn't make any sense to then shove her as she's walking out of the road. Like that's insane. Absolutely insane. No fucking shot you can justify this. Like I said, like it would have to be necessary somehow. And when you're telling me somebody's walking in a direction and you decide to shove them onto their ass, you're not helping them get there faster. If anything, you're making it slower. You're making it to where it's going to take longer. It's going to be a much longer period for them to now, gather themselves, stand back up, on ice and snow and shit like that, and now get back to their feet and get out. Like, no way. Fuck. I just saw another one land, but it's like way out there, and I have no idea how far it is or where it is. Oh, shit. And now I'm kind of losing my direction here because I know it was straight ahead of me when I first started running, but now that I've had to jump out of the way of lightning, I'm not sure where straight in front of me was at the time. $6,000 points for arcs. Okay. So I'm starting to think, even if somebody else opens one, I might be able to just search it and still get the points for it. I'm not sure, but... What up, homie?
Hey,
oh, is this the... This is what I was looking for. Oh, is this yours? Did you call this?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Sorry, oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. That was close. I didn't want to take it from somebody if they called it over here. Ah, shit.
That's it.
Yeah, that one got me. Have a good one. Yeah, this is not the one that landed. Oh, there it is. There's another person there. Oi! Okay, so I just searched that one. Did I go up? I did. I fucking went up. So it's still counting it every time I look inside of one, even if somebody else already opened it. All I have to do is just look inside. And then...
Raider flare.
Oh, that's a Raider flare. Okay. Alright. Okay, and there's another leaper there. So shit, so she opened the one that I was going to. I just ran all the way across the map for that thing, and she already got it. What up, homie? Watch out for the leaper, he's over there. I think I have a defib. Can you crawl over towards the bushes over here? Yeah, I got one. Wait, where did he go? Bro, where are you? Oh, there you are. Shit. Do you not speak English? Hello? I'm checking your vitals.
Want to team up?
No, thank you.
Want to team up?
No, thank you. That dude was lucky as fuck. Still no. Keeps asking me if I want to team up. He keeps saying, want to team up? No. Want to team up? Still no. Hey, want to team up? Nope. Still don't want to team up. But do you want to team up? No. No, I do not.
You can't be shoved by a
or
cop.
is it not? Is it a local crime? Is it a federal crime? Or is it not a crime at all?
I don't believe that walking in the street is a crime.
No, walking across the street isn't a crime. But
Okay.
walking across the street not at a designated crosswalk area is jaywalking.
Is that defined in every single thing as jaywalking? How are you able to get to your car how can you get to your car to get into the driver's seat or whatever if you have to go across into the street a little bit? Is that jaywalking?
No. As a matter of fact, we could look up like the Minnesota jaywalking statute. Sure. Additionally, what your chat is already going to do, so I'm going to preempt the argumentation, is that federal officers can't enforce traffic
not
laws.
just the argument.
So I can preempt that.
Sure.
They can call local law enforcement in order to enforce said traffic laws, but they themselves can't enforce local traffic laws.
Sure. So
but I'm trying to make the distinction that you're saying, like, no, you can just walk into the middle of the roadway. That's just
she's not. Okay, hold on, wait. Fuck. Can somebody find the video? Because I don't want to mince words. She's not in the middle of the street. She's like standing in front of another car that's parked. Is my understanding. I think it's parked.
By the double yellow. Like when the interaction first starts, she's in the middle with the double yellow.
We're not talking. He's talking about a different woman at that point. There's a different woman who he's talking to. She is walking around from like another car. She's walking around it, and yeah, this is these are, I don't know if you saw, like she is in the middle, yes, but he's not even talking to her at that point, so.
About when the interaction. Okay, hold on.
Is directing traffic in the center
When
of the
you
roadway.
talk like this makes me think that you know that you're wrong because you're starting to mince words. You just said when the interaction starts. I didn't say when the interaction starts. I said at the point when the officer shoves her, she's no longer in the middle of the street. He shoves her.
If she's being told to get onto the sidewalk and she's still in the roadway, how is being in the parking area of said roadway like being dispersed?
If a cop tells you to cross to get out of the road and you turn around and you start walking to the sidewalk and then the cop runs up behind you and he shoves you into the ground, do you think the cop is in the right to do that?
Is that what happened?
Well, first I'm just asking that question. That is what happened, yes. But do you think the
No, it's not what happened.
It is what happened.
And this is where we can start fighting a little bit. I'll be gentle. We can spar a little. So you think that what happened was, well, and by the way, this might be straw man, but I want to illustrate how it's differentiating from your narrativization. So the cop says,
Narrativization. You guys remember I said the other day that like a lot of times people will like add in Asian. Actually, I think I might have been talking about him. When we did this, but somebody said argumentation, and I was like, sometimes it's a little weird. People will add in like Asian to the end of a statement to make it like sound smarter, or like make the word sound like a bigger word or some shit, and it just seems totally unnecessary, but they'll just throw Asian in there like argumentation, and yeah, that's that's exactly what's happening here. Damn, dude.
Hey, you're too close to my fucking car. You're impeding on my ability to perform my duties. You need to disperse and get the fuck out of the roadway. And then these ladies said, yes, sir. And they turned around and walked to the sidewalk, and then the officer just shoved them for no fucking reason?
Yes. That's from what I remember watching. Okay, well then let's find the video. Hold on, I'm trying to find the...
Do you walk backwards towards sidewalks from the roadway? Is that how you walk?
You're talking.
I mean, if I'm still shouting at somebody, I might.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't push somebody for shouting at you. That's not illegal.
Okay, but you can push somebody if you're trying to get them to disperse for committing a previous crime, 18 U.S.C. 111.
I don't even know if they were committing a previous crime at that point. I'm not sure if that's been established, but
You might say it's not established, but do you think that that officer believed that he had the right to detain or disperse them based on that statute?
No.
Okay, so he's doing it for fun. He just likes...
He's doing it because he's mad.
Okay.
So like here's this. I'm linking you this here. Okay. This is a fucking.
Are you sending it to me in a direct message?
Yeah, this is a dog shit short video, but I'm just because it shows the start here. If you can find the full one or whatever. But like, this is my understanding of the first like big shove when Freddy puts himself.
Fuck. So there's another arc probe here. I have to make it here in the next 6 fucking minutes, and I've got a Bastion just standing over me right now. Did I bring smokes? I didn't. I took them out. I have these. And this. How the fuck? Earlier there was a... So there's a Bastion here too? Oh, that's not a Bastion. Okay. Okay, so where was the crashed arc probe? Right here?
Let's go to that arc probe.
No. No, 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 no. Fuck.
In front of her. At this point, like, she's standing, like, there's a car. I don't know. I think that car is parked. There's like a car behind her. This car looks like it's parked here. Like, what is he dispersing her from? He's mad because she's still shouting at him. What is that? That's her standing in the.
Bro, I fucking swear if lightning strikes right here, right now, I'm going to fucking kill this. I'm going to fucking break something. I fucking swear if lightning strikes right here, that this is gonna fucking, it's gonna piss me off so badly. Yep, there it is. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, nice. Okay.
All raiders, we have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Fuck, are you kidding me? There's 2? Why are there 2? Okay, where am I going? I got 4 minutes to get here. This is fucking impossible. This is gonna... Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? No fucking way. Oh, I'm so fucked. Yeah. Dude, fuck. Fuck this game. Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this stupid game. Fuck you! Stupid game! Help! Help me! Help me! Please! Somebody! Oh, fuck. I fucking hate this game so much, dude. This is such bullshit. Such bullshit! I get hit by fucking lightning! You gotta be kidding me! Why? Now, of course. So yeah, so I have a leaper right here. I got a fucking Rocketeer right there. I fucking hate this game. This is the worst game of all time. 2 Rocketeers. Okay, so 2 Rocketeers. So even if somebody could help me, even if there's just happened to be somebody around who was able to come and defib me, they're making sure that there's not a shot in fucking hell that they would even chance it, because they're gonna cover me with all of this shit.
2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
Last I checked, the Bombardier was here. Okay? Here. And heading this direction. He was heading over here and over here. How the fuck does he shoot from here all the way to here and kill me? That's that bullshit. That's what that is. That is that bullshit. And I used all of my fucking seekers. Now I think I need to bring 10 seekers with me. I always need to have 10 on me at all times. Okay, I thought 5 was enough. 10. Gotta have 10. Fuck. I had like 10,000 fucking points. I had so much shit that I needed. Why is it? Okay. So yeah, I had 8,000 points. I went in with 2,000. I could have left with 8,000 if they didn't decide to just royally fuck me in the butthole at the end. I could have I have a feeling that like the people who are, because I'm apparently the last person left in the game as well. There's nobody else left in the game. I didn't hear anybody trying to open the extract. I didn't hear anybody run. Nothing. So I was the last person left in the game, and the people at Embark who created this game, they all decided, hey guys, we're all just watching this one guy, you know, fucking kill it right now. Let's fuck him as much as humanly possible. Let's make sure we just really, really fuck him. I kind of want to try it again now. I was going to get off. I kind of want to try it again. It's got 17 minutes. We got some time on this debate.
The roadway.
We'll try it again.
Yes. If
Like
it's
it.
concrete, it's a road. You see how there's like a car there? Like where cars travel?
It's
and
parked.
It's a
I think that
roadway?
car is parked.
And does that make it not a road anymore?
Is it like whack-a-mole? If I park on the side of the street and a cop is standing there, when I get out, do I have to like run as quickly as possible? Because as soon as I start with the car, the cop could run and shove me?
No. But is there a substantive difference? This is where I do feel like we're just going to get wrapped in an axle, but that's okay.
Well, she's no longer obstructing. Well, if we talk about 18, if we talk about 18 USC, no, it's gonna be a wacky hypothetical. If we talk about your 18 USC 111 or whatever, right? What is she obstructing at this point? He's not. He's on the other side of the road.
She's been given a lawful order to disperse.
And she did.
No, she didn't. She's still in the fucking roadway.
She's not being told disperse from all roadways. She's being told if she was.
You don't know what she was ordered to do because we haven't fucking heard it.
Then why are you making the claim that she was told to disperse? Why are you claiming this then? What am I crazy? Is he not making a claim as to what it was she was told? Is he not doing that right now? What?
Do you think he could have ordered her walk until you die?
No, but I think he could say fuck off and get out of the road.
I don't think. Why the fuck would he have the right to say that as a fucking federal officer?
Because if we take a look at it, so I know Officer Nasty is saying, well, forcible, according to the 8th Circuit, applies to all the terms, and therefore, you know, they don't have a detention authority at all. But if we actually look up the statute, it says, like, forcibly impede, instruct, resist, intimidate,
yeah, he is,
et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And if we can agree, I know you're smart enough that I could isolate these subcomponents, okay? So we could agree, well, hold on.
Even Destiny's having glitch problems with this. He's skipping. And he looks like he's turned his graphics way down.
Let's just see if we can make it further then. So at that point, if we have impede, intimidate, obstruct, whatever, ICE federal law enforcement officers, and he can articulate how they're impeding, obstructing, and intimidating, whatever, then at that point he has detention authority and he has the ability to disperse them.
I don't believe you get both. I don't think you always have the right to just shove somebody around when you could arrest them. I don't agree with that.
That's a different statement.
Well, you said detainment and disbursement, and you're using disbursement as a stand-in for just push somebody around.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that. Let me bring up a personal anecdote. So one of the reasons why I got frustrated when you were debating the fat MAGA guy is because it sounded like you didn't think that law enforcement officers have the ability to detain or disperse.
I didn't say that, and that's not what it sounded like. What I said is that if you're dispersing, when you're talking about like a crowd especially, it's not just a single person that you're shoving to the ground.
Okay, so let me bring up my specific example.
Okay.
So in my specific example, I was called to Walmart for a recently fired employee who they wanted trespassed from the location, but they did not want her to be incarcerated because they were basically thinking like, well, she's had a bad day, she's been fired, we don't want her to go to jail. Okay. So, but she's refusing to leave, which is a crime, which is trespass after warning. Okay. So I show up on scene and I say, ma'am, you know, the Walmart staff has notified me that
By the way, just as a quick fucking meme for chat, that's a really retarded thing, is to call the cops but say, I don't want this person arrested. Depending on the situation, sometimes it's out of the cop's hands, and also it's not your call once the police officers arrive. That's a really dumb thing to do.
Well, not really. When you're talking about trespassing somebody, it almost definitely is like on you to decide whether or not you want the person to be arrested for trespassing. Like it is. It's just pretty much your decision. You're the one who's trespassing them. So.
That's why I would say I was Officer McFriendly, okay? And I ordered this lady to disperse instead of detaining her because there's something called officer discretion.
Yeah.
So I got this lady's information. I got the trespass done. And then I told her, hey, you need to leave. And she's like, fuck you. She's like, fuck you. You don't have authority. You can't tell me where to go. This is a public place. And I'm like, no, I do. This is private. They've told me that they want you trespassed. You are trespassed. If you refuse to leave, I can incarcerate you.
Yes.
Okay? She's like, no, fuck you. You don't have that authority.
Okay.
And so what I do is I start walking towards her.
Good to see you.
Similar to the way these ICE agents were walking to these women. She starts retreating.
Here's a good one.
And I say, you need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. And she's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. And so what ends up happening is her mom shows up because she's like 18 or 19 at the time.
Her mom
and
is?
Her mom, like,
I'm just
what's
kidding.
that?
Go ahead.
Fuck you. Okay, so her mom shows up, and I'm like, ma'am, you need to take your daughter because right now she's refusing to leave after trespassing.
So that was the first thing that popped into my mind as well. That was literally the first thought that popped into my head. So her mom's 18, 19 at the time.
After warning, I could detain her, but I'm trying to get her to leave. And so her mom eventually talks to her and gets her to leave. So the point of that is that there's a minor crime.
Wait, how did this happen? There's no relationship whatsoever.
Hold on, I want to finish this concept. The first time that she said, fuck you, you don't have authority to tell me where to go, I'm not going anywhere, I could have said, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Correct, but you couldn't have just pushed her to the ground.
Resisting without violence.
Wait, you couldn't have, but you couldn't, but if she said, fuck you, I'm not leaving, you couldn't say, well, fuck you, boom, and just push her. You can't do that. You can arrest her if you want.
I probably could have said, fuck you, boom, and then like
okay, I'm sorry,
her.
You couldn't have said no words and just shoved her. You can't do that.
Hold on. But I absolutely could have put my hands on her in order to escort her out of the building. 100%.
Yes. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about just like if you wanted to put his hands on her to escort her off of the road. That would have been a very different situation, dude. That would have been a very, very different situation if this officer had put his hands on her to escort her off the road. He didn't do that, though, did he? He didn't do that. That is not what he did.
And by the way, the shove is going to be like, I would, because I'm a nice person who was trained to treat people that I'm interacting with as if they're members of my family, I could grab a wrist or an elbow and escort them out of the building, or I could put my hands up to at shoulder level and I could gently walk with them while pushing them out of the building. Or if I was a sociopath,
none of these things,
and I had sand in my vagina, then I could push them, and if they trip, that's on fucking them. It's all considered hands-on. Pushing aggressively, pushing gently, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered hands-on.
Okay. I think you fully agree with me 100%. I think the fact that every example you bring up is so unrelated, I think means that you fully agree with me 100%.
Wait,
so unless you have a different, you haven't brought nothing that you brought up.
Is making a point that you yourself have already conceded, which is effectively that an officer has the ability to force.
If you're bringing up a point that he himself has already conceded, then it's not really a relevant point to the disagreement. So that's not really helpful to say, well, I just brought up a point that you've already conceded. It's like, okay, then that's not where your disagreement is then, right? Like, is that
somebody to disperse or be detained, right?
Yeah, that's not a disagreement, though. I think we fully agree.
Okay.
I think we fully agree, and that's why.
Do you think that this officer thinks that he has the right to either force these people to disperse or be detained?
Disbursement here would be within the narrow confines of however she was obstructing or interfering with whatever operation they're doing, which at this point, I'm not even sure if there was one. I don't even know if that was the case, because I think that was just a field office on the other end of the street, okay? So it would be that. It wouldn't entail him banning her from the public street in front of the ICE building. So, no, I don't think he had the right to shove her to the ground outside there.
Okay, because I've already cited 18 U.S.C. 111, which is vague, very vague. that does give law enforcement officers detention authority for, like, you know, obstruction, impeding, intimidating, whatever.
Why did you just say that? Wait, I don't understand why you just said that. He didn't detain her. He assaulted her.
That's irrelevant. You already agreed with me that he has the authority to detain or disperse.
That detain or disperse is again, like talking about, he even just like, he kind of conceded there when and I don't know why Destiny didn't pick this up, but he kind of conceded when he said, okay, he doesn't have the right to shove her, but he can put his hands on her to escort her off. Yeah, he didn't do that. Yeah, that's not what he fucking did.
Disperse doesn't mean just randomly assault somebody.
If you have somebody who's violated a crime, I could have gently pushed that lady out of Walmart and would have been within my rights to do so.
I don't know if that's, I'm not sure if that's true.
It would have been a spectrum.
I think you could have done that as a way to be nice, maybe, in a roundabout way, but I don't know if that's actually true. If she was like, I'm not moving, I don't know if you could just push. I think you might have the authority to arrest her and maybe walk her out that way, but I don't know if you have the, I don't know if you would have the legal authority, or if it's even policy like, oh, just keep pushing her until she's off the grounds.
So where do you think that riot cops derive their authority to fire CS gas and pepper spray people and push people that they then don't subsequently arrest?
Because they're trying to de-escalate a situation that, if it continues on the path that it's on, is going to get further out of hand, and they're trying to bring a situation under control. And generally speaking, hold on. Generally speaking, I think that those are generally situations of practicality more than like legality. Like if you had a RoboCop that could arrest every single person in a crowd that was being tear gassed, they might have the authority to.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, it would have to have some sort of like use. It would have to be useful in some way. Why are you a serial liar? Depends. Which kind of cereal are we talking about here?
To do it. Sometimes cops do run in and start fucking arresting people, and I think generally those maybe they stand. I don't know if you need mens rea for the ride or whatever. But
I guarantee you, before pepper spray is deployed and before CS gas is deployed, there are orders to disperse, and an assembly is declared unlawful before they start doing that stuff. So everybody in the crowd at that point is subject to detention, probably under a violation of a municipal statute about unlawful assembly.
Sure.
Okay, so at that point, they're subject to detention or disbursement.
Yes.
So I'm pointing out to you that a cop with a riot shield,
with disbursement,
someone,
no.
get them to disperse, or
you agree with me. You agree with me. I'm glad that we agree. I'm glad that we agree.
That these people have committed crimes.
I agree, and I'm glad that we agree. If there was a crowd of people and you were trying to get somebody to move back, you could use your riot shield to push them. I agree. That's true.
No, I brought up a specific example that I used when I was in law enforcement, where I could have forced somebody to disperse, and it was an individual. There was no.
So
crowd.
if she was on that, so if she was in the Walmart and she didn't want to move. You could push her until she fell over, and then she gets back up, and you push her until she falls over, and she gets back up.
Okay, in this scenario, if he's trying to detain her and she keeps running away, it would make sense if he pushed her to get her to the ground so that he could more easily put cuffs on her or something like that. Like that, again, it's about like the actual utility from the scenario. But in this scenario, you're not getting utility from this. You're making it worse. You're making things harder. By shoving her to the ground, you are making it to where you're not able to, like, she's going to take longer to get out of the road now. So it just doesn't, there is no utility there. You are not benefiting at all by shoving this woman to the ground.
You could do that 100 times until she's off the property.
Probably terrible officer tactics, but I think it would be legal.
I don't think so. I think that would just be assault. I think you'd be charged for it.
What are you going to charge me with?
For assaulting a lady. You can't attack somebody just because you're telling them to fuck off. They would say you should arrest them.
Hold on. Let me amend what I just said.
Okay.
Let's say that we're starting at the back of the store.
Yeah.
And I'm basically doing like a 6-foot shove to the ground over and over and over again. Then eventually, like I would say after the first or second shove, you're probably going to be able to say that this is like excessive force because you have the ability to detain. You have the ability to use a different move that is less likely to cause injury. Therefore, this is excessive force. But what I'm telling you is that, like, within the scope of going hands-on, a shove, grabbing somebody's wrist, putting somebody in handcuffs, even punching someone in the face, this is all considered the same category of thing.
I don't think you're getting into the crazier hands-on stuff until you're ready to make an arrest, or you need to make an arrest. I don't think you're ever using this just to push somebody around. I don't think that's ever happening.
Hold on. I want to clarify our disagreement.
Okay.
So you think that this officer, starting in the middle of the roadway but ending by the side of the roadway in the shoulder, he, at the time of shoving the woman, he does not have the authority to detain and does not have the authority to order these people to disperse?
I think he can do both of those. I don't know about the disperse at this point, but even if I grant the disperse, none of that gives him the authority to just shove her at that point.
I don't agree. And I would challenge you to find a policy or a statute that supports your perspective.
Well,
you could argue it's excessive force because he's doing something within policy in an unreasonable way. But I don't think you have a law, and I don't think you have a policy that says that when you've ordered somebody
so the
to
law would
disperse,
just be
you cannot push them.
The law would just be assault, right? I mean, I would check. I guess I would have to go look up case law or whatever.
You are right, because effectively, law.
Like the only time, hold on, do you watch a lot of cop slop? I'm somewhat of a cop slop connoisseur because I watch a lot of cop slop now. Okay, you watch a lot of cop slop on YouTube?
I love cop slop.
Generally speaking, the only time I've ever seen a cop shove somebody is when there's a person being incredibly obstinate that he's trying to take to the ground to arrest. Like, that's I have never in my life seen a cop be like, you need to leave. Well, I'm not going to leave. Oh, yeah? Ugh! I've never seen, I don't know if I've ever seen that in a cop video ever, except the one where Alex Brady gets assassinated. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Is this something that you think you commonly see? Where the cop's like, you got to get off the property, ma'am. She's like, well, I don't want to get off. Oh, yeah? Well, what about now? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Okay, and what do you have that backs up the fact that this is either a violation of policy or a violation of legality? And by the way, hold on, there's something important that I need to articulate that I think you articulated well that is true. Law enforcement officers are still subject to the same laws as citizens. However, they're given broader latitude in order to engage in what would otherwise be crimes in the performance of their law enforcement duties. So you're right that if you just like shove somebody randomly and there's no law enforcement purpose to said action, then you technically could be charged with battery or assault. That's totally true. But what this officer is going to say, and once again, I'm willing to bet $50 on multiple things in reference to this thing, is that he's going to say that I believe that these people were in violation of 18 U.S.C. 111. I gave them lawful orders to disperse. They refused to disperse. They were still in the roadway. Therefore, in order to force them to disperse and go to the sidewalk, I, gave them a push. And then at that point, Alex Preddy stepped in and rubbed my belly with his left hand, which I construed as assault on a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I decided that detention was warranted at that time, and I placed XYZ person under detention, and then I notified, Preddy that he was under detention as well. And that's not going to be...
Okay, hold on. Can you see...
Once again, I'll bet like $50. They're not getting charged. Another $50 if they are charged. They're not getting incarcerated.
Okay, watch my thing. What? Can you see my stream on Discord?
Yes, watching.
Okay. So, I'll be generous. I don't even know here if he has a right to tell them to disperse, because I don't know if there's some lawful operation or thing happening here. I'll grant it, I guess, but I actually don't even know at this point. And if I was having a super formal argument on this, I don't even think I would grant this.
Okay, so Pisco and I have this argument real quick.
Okay.
So 18 U.S.C. 111 has all the verbiage that I've already said. Forcibly, resisting, impeding, obstructing, threatening, etc., etc. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what Pisco has said is that the 8th Circuit has applied the adjective forcible to all of those descriptors, meaning that, like, you have to be able to articulate, like, physical force, I suppose.
Sure. What it means, what I'm going to assume that it means, and I know I'm right, even without knowing any law or any case law, what I'm going to assume is when they use these broad descriptors, the reason why they're doing it is because having a 6'8" guy in front of you screaming at you, like, you're doing this, probably easily passes the threshold of, like, intimidation or harassment, right? But if he would have said, well, I didn't touch him, he said, well, bullshit, you're obviously obstructing. Like, the officer can't be reasonably expected to obstruct. That's my guess. It's not there, though, to cover 5'2" white wine moms that are holding a cell phone 20 feet away saying, fuck you, I hate you. I don't think it's meant to cover them. My guess.
Maybe
blowing
not.
a whistle.
But once again, I would say that they could and will charge under 18 USC 111, and I would be surprised if they were found for excessive force or any kind of detention, to be honest. And I don't think that's just because it's a Trump administration. I would argue that this would still be true under a Biden admin as well. The Biden admin just wouldn't have ICE agents being this aggressive and causing these scenarios in the first place.
Okay, so you're watching my stream, right?
Yes, I am watching.
On Discord, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So here, I don't know if there's an operation going on. I don't know if you and Piers figure this out or whatever. Looks like she's talking, shouting at the guy. Doesn't seem like there's an operation going on. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we see Alex Preddy here in the street.
Doesn't that look like she already got pushed once right there, too?
I think she might have.
Yeah.
But at this point...
before this.
Sure. Yeah, I think she did. I think we saw that in another video. But at this...
Wait, is that his game that had something screaming right there or mine? Fuck. I hate this.
At this point, she's away. Sure. At this point, she's away from the car. What's he doing here? If he wants to arrest her, then go for it. But why is he? What? At this point, she's away from the car. What do you want to do? Like, why did?
No. Okay, so hold on. You're asking the question, and I want to answer it earnestly. So, if this, once again, 90% this cop has sand in his vagina, 10% he's serving a law enforcement purpose. Okay. If this was a busier roadway, not only do I think that you would be able to articulate violations under 18 USC 111 that would allow you to disperse or detain said people, but I also think that you could articulate dangers of being in the roadway, where you're saying, like, not only are these people forcibly threatening or whatever the fuck you want to say in order to be able to write up the statute, but on top of that, when I lawfully ordered them to disperse, they remained in the roadway, and there were oncoming vehicles posing a hazard of injury to said people.
Are there oncoming vehicles? Are there oncoming vehicles right now that are posing a threat to anybody?
There was one earlier, and it was going 3 miles an hour.
And it drove around.
Weak, but I think it's something that you can articulate. And I think if this was on a highway, they would be perfectly justified.
If it was on a highway, we would be having this conversation because it would be a totally different set of facts. So it seems like not at this point. So he's pushed them or whatever. He pushed her again. Good job. He got him. Okay, nice. Now this lady here, this car, we agree this car is not moving, right?
Parked. Yep.
Okay. Now this is the one that I just think, why? Like that just seems like assault.
Get the roadway. You're saying why?
Wait, you just said she's parked. This car is parked here.
What does that have to do with the definition of a fucking road? Get the fuck out of the roadway.
So he's enforcing the don't stand in front of parked cars local ordinance?
He's probably enforcing the you violated this statute. I'm telling you to disperse. You're not dispersing.
I don't think that to tell somebody to disperse, I don't think you can shove them across the road over and over again. I think you have to decide if you want to make an arrest or if you just want to leave it alone.
Okay, I disagree with you, and I would challenge you to find a statute or a policy that says that you cannot use force in order to get people to disperse.
Well, that policy won't exist because typically when you're talking about getting people to disperse, you're talking about crowds of people.
Okay, so then you're kind of talking about an ought that's not codified.
I think it's just codified in assault. He would need a reason to shove her. I don't know what the reason is.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood is that he's going to be charged with assault either at the state or federal level?
Again, I would say low, but because of political reasons, not because of criminal reasons. So I do the same 10-50 bet. $10 he gets charged, $50 he gets convicted.
Biden admin.
What?
Let's say that this scenario was identical, and we were under the Biden admin. What do you think the chances are of him getting charged with assault 100%. At the federal level by the Biden administration?
This is the guy that shot twice before. I would say 85%.
I would say less than 1%.
Okay.
It's the thing is that we don't see videos like this often, okay? The only other time that we saw videos like this, where there's a bunch of people just getting shoved and tossed around. No worries. Yeah, like there has to be a reason. Like that's kind of like what self-defense is. Like self-defense is like a reason, you know, you're being attacked, you have a reason now to hurt this person or shove them or use some sort of force on them. But what up, what up? Trying to find the like ARC couriers or some shit like that.
I'm trying to find some probes.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for as well. Did you know that even if you don't open it, if you just search it, it'll still give you the same points for it?
Yeah.
So even if they're empty, you just look inside. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I just got here earlier and I got like 9,000 or 8,000 points. And then I died at the end because a fucking bombardier shot me from literally across the map.
Oh, that's bad.
As I was heading to the extract. So, coming to try to do it again. Yeah, it's just like this is like the whole idea of like self-defense. Is that like you're doing it for a reason. And so the whole point is that yeah, you just have to have a justified reason to do X, Y, and Z. And counterpoints is over here like what? You don't have to have a reason. Like you just have to. This is kind of what he did with the other debate as well. Is where he just kept saying like, no, this is where you get to. This is when you get to shoot. Like this is when you pass the bar, or you cross the line where now you get to shoot. Like that's kind of the way that he was explaining self-defense instead of it being about like defending yourself. And so now, yeah, he's just kind of doing the same thing here, where it's like, no, this is when you get to assault. It doesn't have to, like, actually achieve anything. You just get to assault once you've gotten to this point. Now, assault is allowed.
Sorry, just to be clear, you're saying that there's an 85% chance
that he'd be charged with some kind of crime here, yeah.
Shoved a civilian out of the roadway, that there's an 85% chance that the Biden admin would charge said officer with assault.
I would reject the syntax there of out of the roadway. She's not standing in the roadway. She's standing in front of a parked car.
It's a fucking road.
Do you think right now, do you think this officer would be within his rights to go double dragon and just like start kicking and shoving all of these people who are standing in the road? Pretty, the other woman, this woman, if he had like 4 arms, he could just like Machamp, he could just start shoving all of them to the sidewalk.
But I'm telling you that from a use of force perspective, a push, a punch, and grabbing somebody by their wrist and elbow is all considered the same shit.
I don't think so.
It's
I disagree with that.
Yes, I mean, it is.
It's not. You like one causes harm. Like in order to like intentionally cause harm, you have to have reason to do so. Like again, it has to like achieve something. Damn, this guy's about to get fucked up. Whoa! Oh! Oh, that was lucky. Bro, you just got lucky as fuck.
Okay.
It is. What policy or what statute do you have that says otherwise?
I can't look it up on the spot. We could come back. I mean, we could look up, and I would be shocked if there's any use of force continuum that says if you're trying to get somebody to move or you're trying to gain control of the situation, you can punch them or push them.
A push and a punch is considered like almost, well, I don't know about a punch specifically, but a push is 100% considered at the bottom of the use of force continuum. Like the use of force continuum, passive resistance allows you to go hands-on and use pepper spray.
Okay.
Active resistance allows you to go hands-on, use pepper spray, and tase. Violent resistance, but non-deadly force violent resistance, allows you to do everything including the baton except for the pistol. And then deadly force lets you use the pistol. So saying that a push is not at the passive resistance part of the use of force continuum is not accurate.
Do you think you could find me?
I can find something that says otherwise.
Well, I can't find a negative. Do you think you could find me the positive of that in any federal or state enforcement manual that says this is when you push somebody?
Yeah, I could probably just go grab my municipal policy book. Yeah.
Okay. When then, if you do this, or if you look at this up later, I'd be curious to see it, because maybe I would change my mind if this is in fact the case. But when you do this, because if you do this, I have a feeling I already know where it's going to go. You're going to read part of it. It's going to be talking about dealing with crowds of people. When this is like a last resort, you have no other way to gain control of the situation. Or it's going to be talking about in the process of making an arrest.
Nope. You could just Google use of force continuum, and this is something that's been almost universally adopted nationwide.
If you want the Leaper, you can have him. I don't know if you're still here or not.
Okay.
Okay.
I probably have to dip in 10. I am having fun. I want to do more, but I'm an old man with a family, so I might have to dip in 10.
Sure. I'm just reading from the NIJ, the National Institute of Justice.gov. This is from 2009, so maybe we've gotten more violent since then. I don't know. Most law enforcement agencies have policies that guide the use of force. These policies describe an escalating series of actions an officer may take to resolve a situation. This continues generally at many levels. Officers are instructed to respond with the level of force appropriate to the situation at hand, acknowledging the officer may move from one part of the continuum to another in a matter of seconds. I would say that no matter what, it was obviously an inappropriate escalation of force. I don't think he needed to shove her, but okay. An example of a use of force continuum follows. Officer present, no force is used. Consider the best way to resolve a situation. The mere presence of a law enforcement officer works to deter crime or diffuse a situation. Officers' attitudes are professional and non-threatening. Verbalization. Force is non-physical. Officer issues calm, non-threatening commands such as, let me see your identification or registration. Officers may increase their volume and shorten commands in an attempt to gain compliance. Short commands might include stop or don't move. Empty hand control. Officer uses bodily force to gain control of the situation. Soft technique. Officer uses grabs, holds, and joint locks to restrain an individual. That makes sense to me. Hard technique. Officer uses punches and kicks to restrain an individual. That also makes sense to me. We have less lethal methods. Officers use less lethal techniques to gain control of a situation. Blunt impact. Officer may use a baton or projectile to immobilize a combative person. Makes sense. Chemical. Officers may use chemical sprays or projectiles embedded with chemicals to restrain an individual. Makes sense. Conducted energy devices. Officers may use CEDs to immobilize an individual. CEDs discharge a high voltage, low amperage jolt of electricity at a distance. And then lethal force. They may use lethal weapons to gain control of the situation. Can only be used if a suspect poses here. Okay. I don't know in what part of this you're just shoving people around.
Okay. Well, what I would say is if you scroll up to above less lethal.
Okay.
Go to empty hand control.
Yeah.
So exactly what I told you. Sorry, can you just scroll up just like an inch? Yes, there we go. So what I would say is soft versus hard technique are both under the same umbrella of empty hand control. And so these things are articulated as things that you can do at the passive level.
What?
Now,
Hold on, wait, hold on.
I don't think striking people...
Hold on. Have you ever seen a YouTube video called The Protagonist Throw?
I have not.
So it's a thing in action movies that when you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's very annoying, okay? But basically, in every single action movie, okay, and you're a man who's seen combat, okay? Probably more than me. Well, mine was just an RPG situation, so, okay? In a situation where you're fighting somebody, and you clearly have the upper hand, all right? You clearly have the upper hand, and this happens so many times in movies.
And then they decide to stop and talk, or they make the mistake that fucks everything up and gives the whole thing away to the other person, or that's shit that makes you want to kill yourself.
What the antagonist always does is he takes the protagonist and he throws them to the other side of the room. And this is stupid for 50 million reasons, because if you have...
Oh, I thought they meant, like, a throw as in, like, you're throwing the fight. Oh, are you kidding me? Who the fuck? Who the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Fuck you, leave me alone. Fuck you, leave me alone. Fuck you, leave me alone. I got Art chasing me! Just gotta search this real quick. Thank you. Watch out! Ooh, that's close. Sorry, what?
That if you have any blueprints, I can exchange with mine. I got mine.
I don't have any blueprints on me. Sorry. I'm about to extract. Huh? Oh, what's that? Tactical MK3 defensive. Oh, that's what I'm wearing right now. Yeah, I don't need it. Take it anyways.
Control, you would just hold them and kill them, or do whatever, right? And when you throw them...
and it's like a gargantuan monster that could kill you in a single punch, but they keep throwing them.
Yes. All of the techniques that are listed here are to gain control of or restrain an individual. Shoving somebody away does the exact opposite of that. None of these techniques...
You think punches restrain an individual?
I think that's the guy who just ran off. I think that's the guy who just ran off, who just gave me that blueprint. Yep, there he is.
Got a down raider. There.
Officers use punches and
restrain an individual.
Officers use punches. Sorry, officers use punches and kicks to restrain an individual. As per the thing listed here, yes. If they're heavily combative, you might have to fight. Yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that so this didn't pull what I wanted it to pull, but it still pulled enough that I still think it's accurate to what we're talking about. Can you Google the term passive, active, violent resistance? Can you just type those terms into your Google search and see what pops?
Yep.
I kind of want more than...
Hey, I'm sorry, I don't have a defib. I can try to get you some stabilization, though. Where you at? Oh shit, they just died. Oh shit. I didn't kill him, I promise. Ah, fuck. They got hit by the 2 Rocketeers. I was trying to stabilize them and they ended up dying.
Arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
They still got a lot of shit on them, so if you want to goop them, there's a lot of shit in there. Please tell me that's not. Yep, it is. Help! Go, 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 go! Fuck! No! Get the fuck out of here! Sheesh, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it almost happened again. Oh my goodness, that was fucking... That was fucking stressful. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. That guy had a fucking epic run, dude. I feel so bad for him. He ran into 2 Rocketeers. I feel so bad for him. When I opened up his shit, he had so much good shit. Damn, bro. But, like, he had a El Toro and an Anvil, and those are the 2 guns that I use, so I was very appreciative that he died, because I needed that shit.
Just passive, like if it actually shows the entire continuum, but if you want to click on the first one and just see where we get, that's totally fine.
Let's go.
Method involves deliberately disobeying such laws to advocate for change or to secure concessions from authorities, often associated with civil disobedience. Passive resistance emphasizes peaceful protest and the moral obligation to challenge unjust regulations, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, can you type in, like, passive resistance use of force?
Hold on, wait. This thing just popped up for Vermont legislature. I understand. So passive resistance. This looks like it comes from some cop thing. Proposed language to use in CEW model policy. A subject refuses with little or no physical activity to appropriately respond to the officer. Examples include subjects who offer little or no physical or mechanical resistance upon contact, but who refuse to act or respond to an officer's attempt to take him or her into custody, stand back or walk when directed, or stand when or walk where directed, or put their hands behind their back.
I'm so stupid. I had 2 fucking wolf packs on me. I could have taken out both of those Rocketeers with the fucking quickness. I could have taken those motherfuckers out so fast. Holy shit. I didn't even think about that. Fuck.
Back as directed. Passive resistance are often present during public demonstrations or other lawful protests. Passive resistance is such, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Contact controls. Measures designed to gain compliance or take custody of passively resistant subjects include, but are completely limited to, verbal commands, low... This is fucking cut off. Hold on. Seriously? Wait, maybe I can copy paste it. Okay, maybe we can guess what the words is, or the words are. That are completely limited to verbal commands, low level. I'm guessing this is physical control techniques, such as a compliant or non-compliant escort, non-forceful physical guidance, or other low-level physical control techniques, such as a front or rear wrist lock. The use of OC spray, a CEW impact weapon, police something, empty hand strikes, and body strikes and or takedowns are strictly prohibited. Now, this is just a suggested language, so maybe this didn't make it in, but this seems to kind of jive with what I was saying, I think. I don't think you're going to find
anything. It
anything.
jives with what you're saying, but then you're saying like a push is equivalent to like a kick or a punch.
I would say almost worse, but yeah. All right, it's in that ballpark.
That's also what Counterpoints was saying, because he kept saying that, like, if you can shove them, you can kick them or punch them or whatever now. Like, that is what he was saying. Like, once you can use force, you can use force. Like, that's what he was saying.
Like, by the time you're pushing people, in my mind as a police officer, from all the stuff I've seen, if you're pushing, kicking, or punching, it's because the other person is like, we're fucking fighting, let's go. Somebody's dying, or we're fighting, and you're trying to arrest the person. I don't think a cop can just be like, you're fucking annoying. Ugh!
Yeah, it's not you're fucking annoying. It's you've committed a crime, and I want you to disperse, or you're under detention.
Yeah, but you can't make somebody move like that as a cop. You can arrest them.
What do you mean I can't make somebody move like that as a cop?
As in, you can't just shove somebody around because you're a police officer. You have the authority to arrest them if you think they're breaking the law that much and they're refusing to obey orders.
Wait, but Stephen, you're asserting this, and it's just not true.
Okay.
So, for instance, like when law enforcement officers are creating a crime scene and they're setting up like caution tape, and there's a ton of people just standing around milling about, and they're being told to fuck off, and they don't fuck off. You're saying cops can't push those people in order to get them to move?
They can. Again, it depends on what we're talking about when it comes to pushing. Like, if they put their hands on them and move them forward with their hand, they can push them in that direction. They cannot shove them to the ground. That they cannot do. That is fucking insane. Especially if they're already moving in that direction.
If they're literally about to infringe on like the crime scene, then yeah, they could. But like this is like
yeah, and then are all those people subject to detention immediately thereafter because they refused a lawful command and they were pushed?
They could be, yeah.
No, could be. I'm saying, are they? In the
when you say,
no.
are they subject? Hold on. Stop. When you say, are they subject to? My understanding is, would the cop have the legal authority to? Or I'm sorry, would the cop do it? Whether or not he has a legal authority to, would he do it? Is obviously this can differ from cop to cop. But in my mind, if a cop is ever shoving somebody, then they're over the threshold of being arrestable.
They are over. Well, that's my argument to you. Is that these people are over the threshold of being arrestestable.
Sure.
But
if he wants to arrest them, that's fine. But the cop.
I need to articulate this.
You're just going to say the same thing you've said a million times.
Yes, again, it would be in furtherance of that goal. Like you would shove them to get them arrested. You would shove them so that you can arrest them. Not you would shove them just because you can. But like so that you can get them to the ground, put cuffs on them, something like that. Like that's.
I need to articulate this. They are over the threshold of being arrestable. However, it's up to an officer's discretion on who he detains and who he doesn't detain.
Yeah, but if you decide not to detain somebody, that doesn't mean you can assault them.
Amount of force in order to get people.
That's not the minimum amount.
Yeah, see, he is doing it again. He's saying you get to assault them now. It's just the same as with the good situation where he's saying you get to shoot them now. He's saying you get to shove them.